constant in business change. Introducing the Hindu BusinessLine's new look, a redesign that draws parallel to the new age of business. Say hello to a premium news reading experience with an enhanced visual design upgrade and reader-friendly features. A design that will make analytical and explanatory daily business report. Cross-platform navigators to aid content discovery. Portfolio is now a visual treat with more of a magazine-like look. The reader will be taken into a depth of infinite information aided with powerful visuals. Now standardized to the color family of blue, the BL graphics are dynamic and direct. Layout is now made vibrant, bolder and smart with more emphasis on the magic of white spaces. A page aligned to such perfection, giving the readers the most enjoyable and organized reading experience. Text and visuals blend like magic to carry out storytelling in the same intuitive way in which we communicate via text messaging. When entrepreneurs make bold decisions, our font matches them. When markets become vibrant, our ink shows it in our changing colors. Business is evolving, and so are we. So get ready to sit back, sip your coffee, and open our redesigned business line. Business looks good.
नाबार्ड ग्रामीण समृद्धि के लिए राष्ट्रीय विकास बैंक।
This is a growth story. A story of revolutionizing agricultural exports from India and bringing the much needed foreign exchange. During 2013 to 2018, 95 billion US dollars were brought to the country through export of Apida products. Apida, since 1986, is working tirelessly to increase India's agro exports across the world. Mangoes, grapes, pomegranates, meat, groundnuts, and a variety of processed food items are exported to more than 2. favorite countries worldwide. Today, India is the world's largest exporter of basmati rice. APIDA's consistent efforts to help stakeholders in areas of infrastructure development, quality control, and market development have led to substantial results. APIDA has built a robust online system of traceability for organic and horticulture products. With APIDA's intervention, India has more than 1.78 million hectares of land under organic cultivation. India is among the top 10 agro-export countries in the world today. Putting the Indian farmer at the epicenter of growth, the agricultural export policy targets agro-exports at $60 billion by 2022. We in APIDA are convinced that through sustained efforts, we will achieve our goal and make our country proud.
हम करते हैं खुशी निर्यात.
Change is constant. We are living in a fast-paced world where business is constantly evolving. Embracing the one constant in business, change. Introducing the Hindu BusinessLine's new look, a redesign that draws parallel to the new age of business. Say hello to a premium news reading experience with an enhanced visual design upgrade and reader-friendly features. A design that will make analytical and explanatory journalism an indispensable must-read. Our brand new masthead reflects the spirit of a young and vibrant nation. Lesser, sharper edges reflect a soft and relaxed tone. A reminiscence of the past and a mark of change. The new logo is a contemporary design that gives the best of both worlds. The concentric circles show how BL has the last word on business reportage. The grey background, red pointers and a large image at the center highlight the best stories of the day. Giving the attention they deserve, headers are now in a distinct red color. Big impactful pictures and more visual elements. Clearer content hierarchy and demarcation. Shift to a more digital-friendly brand identity from BusinessLine to BL. A reader-friendly design that separates the content from the daily business report. Cross-platform navigators to aid content discovery. Portfolio is now a visual treat, with more of a magazine-like look. The reader will be taken into a depth of infinite information aided with powerful visuals. Now standardized to the color family of blue, the BL graphics are dynamic and direct. Layout is now made vibrant, bolder and smart with more emphasis on the magic of white spaces. A page aligned to such perfection, giving the readers the most enjoyable and organized reading experience. Text and visuals blend like magic to carry out storytelling in the same intuitive way in which we communicate via text messaging. When entrepreneurs make bold decisions, our font matches them. When markets become vibrant, our ink shows it in our changing colors. Business is evolving, and so are we. So get ready to sit back, sip your coffee, and open our redesigned business line. Business looks good.
Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 1 है।
Check one, check this.
This is a growth story. A story of revolutionizing agricultural exports from India and bring through export of Apida products. Apida, since 1986, is working meat, groundnuts, and a variety of processed food items are exported to more than 200 countries worldwide, putting the Indian farmer at the We in Apida are convinced that through sustained efforts, we will achieve our goal and make our country proud. Country proud.
Change. Introducing the Hindu BusinessLine's new look. Using the Hindu BusinessLine's new look, a redesign that draws parallel to the new age of business. Say hello to a premium news reading experience with an enhanced visual design upgrade and reader-friendly features. A design that will make analytical and explanatory journalism an indispensable must-read. Our brand new masthead reflects of the past and a mark of change. The new logo is a contemporary, has the last word on business reportage. The grey background, red pointers and a large mention they deserve. Our font matches them. When markets become vibrant, our ink shows it in our changing colors. Business is evolving, and so are we. So get ready to sit back, sip your coffee, and open our redesigned business line. Business looks good.
नाबार्ड ग्रामीण समृद्धि के लिए राष्ट्रीय विकास बैंक।
Check. Good morning. I would appreciate a little bit of energy. Good morning. Good morning. Perfect. So a little energizer is always necessary, right, when we begin? All right. Namaste and a very good morning to all of you ladies and gentlemen and all our distinguished guests. On behalf of NABARD and the Hindu BusinessLine, I, your host MC Diksha Namani, takes immense pleasure to welcome you all to the first ever Millet Conclave 2023 in association with Apida and True Good. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers and topics to explore today. So, we have gathered here at the beautiful Taj Deccan in Hyderabad to shed light on the importance of millets for food security and to explore ways to improve millet yield, increase millet exports, and discuss the health and nutritional security associated with millets. Once again, thank you for joining us today. We hope that these discussions and interactions throughout the day will be fruitful and contribute to the growth and development of the stakeholders in the millet sector. Now, without further ado, let us begin this remarkable event dedicated to exploring the potential of millets for a sustainable future. Thank you. Feel free to share your views on your social handles with the hashtag BLNABARD_millets. May I now invite Mr. Raghuveer Srinivasan, the editor of the Hindu BusinessLine, and Mr. Shaji KV, the chairman of NABARD, on stage. I request Mr. Raghuveer Srinivasan, the editor of the Hindu BusinessLine, to present a bouquet to Mr. Shaji KV, the chairman of NABARD. I would now like to invite Mr. Raghuveer Srinivasan to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, Shubhodayam, Suprabhat, Kalai Vanakkam. Very happy to be here with you all this morning at our first ever Millet Conclave. BusinessLine, which is now 30 years old almost, has always focused very sharply on agribusiness. I've been with the paper from day one, and I remember that we used to run 2 to 3 pages of news on agribusiness and commodities, always. Now with the exigencies of the current times, it is down to a page, but we still give very in-depth reportage from the ground on agribusiness. Our reporters go out into the fields. We have dedicated agribusiness reporters in every bureau in this country, and we have bureaus across all the major towns and cities. So BusinessLine has prided itself on its coverage of agribusiness, and what better platform to do this seminar on millets than under our brand name. So I'm very happy to invite you all here, and I don't want to dwell too much on millets except the fact that, as the focus shifts from food security in this country to nutritional security, millets are incredibly nutritious than the traditional cereals that we have been eating. So, we have been given focus from no less than the Prime Minister, who's leading the charge for including millets in our daily diet and popularizing it, both from a nutritional perspective and from a sustainability perspective. The water-guzzling crops that we consume are not exactly environmentally friendly, and hopefully with millets picking up, we'll be doing a bit for the environment as well. So I was just telling Mr. Shaji, millets have been very popular in the South always. I remember as a young kid being fed ragi gruel every morning. In fact, I still eat ragi gruel every morning for breakfast. So that's how strong millets have been. Whatever millets you take, foxtail millet or the various names that we give them in our local languages, they are very popular, and especially with the under sections of society which can't afford the more expensive cereals that we consume on a daily basis. So it is apt that we promote millets today, and it is apt that the charge is coming from no less than the Prime Minister, because we need that kind of a drive in this country. Otherwise things don't happen. Change doesn't happen so easily. And we are happy as BusinessLine to be at the forefront of this change. We do a agribusiness summit every year. Our last one was held in January this year. And we have a day-long summit, sometimes 2 days, and in Delhi or in Bombay. mostly in Delhi, of course. And we focus on various aspects of agribusiness, which is very important to the economy of this country. Almost half this population lives on agriculture. So we can never overstate the importance of agribusiness and agriculture to our national wealth and to our GDP. So I'm glad to see this hall is full here today, and we hope to have some very interesting sessions. We have lined up very interesting sessions, and we hope we'll have some interesting discussions during the day, and you'll all will go back with a lot of knowledge and a lot of insights on the most important subject of millets, and hopefully some millet-based food as well for lunch. I think that's also in the agenda. So welcome all once again, and have a good day. I don't want to stand between you and the sessions that are lined up, so I'll keep this brief. So thank you for coming, and have a good day, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Srinivasan. We will now have a special virtual address by Dr. Shri Himanshu Pathak, Secretary DARE and Director General ICAR, who will enlighten us with his expertise in the field.
Millets in their daily diets to create demand for economic prosperity of farmers as well as for the country. In the international era of millets, let us make the way for millets in the mainstream of crop cultivation to ensure nutritional and food security and farmers' welfare. This particular seminar on millet and to improve its nutritional security and financial security is a very important step in this particular direction. I congratulate the organizers for arranging this conclave. I shall be eager to know the recommendations coming out of the conclave. Please let us know if ISHR can help in any way to take the movement forward. Let us work together and try to formulate a few joint programs of ISHR, NABARD, and Hindu BusinessLine. Once again, I congratulate the organizers and wish this particular event a grand success. I look forward to have better and strengthened collaboration with NABARD, Hindu BusinessLine, along with ICAR. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Shri Himanshu Pathak. We will now proceed with the keynote address and inauguration by Shri Shaji KV, the Chairman of NABARD. His insights and expertise will mark the official beginning of our discussions. Over to you.
A very good morning to all the distinguished delegates. And of course, Mr. Srinivasan is here, our major partner for this program. Today, it's one of the days for NABARD where we deal with one of the important crops, rather an array of crops. Millets is not like rice or wheat, a single crop, as you all know. In fact, by popularizing this important set of crops, we are actually going back to the basics. As he has told, in the early days, we used to eat a lot of such grains, but when the question of food security came, we needed to shift to other grains like rice and wheat, because they have to be produced in bulk, whereas in the case of millets, the productivity was low and it was not considered to be safe to depend on these type of crops. And as a result, our food habits changed. So our concern was food security at that point of time. And then we moved to bulk production. For a brief time, we depended on imported grains, and then the food sufficiency came. And now we are at a stage where food security is not a major concern. In fact, we are looking at exporting food grains. We are actually a food security provider to the developing world. We are now in a position to meet that. So at this point of time, we are now looking at sustainability aspects, because when the cropping pattern changed, the sustainability took a backseat. So now that the bulk production is back to the fore, the sustainability is a major concern. Of course, along with that, the nutritional security which we talked about. Nutritional security is, of course, important for having a healthy population. In this case, what we need to now do is that going back to the basics in terms of for nutritional security as well as sustainability. Sustainability is one thing which is now encompassing all facets of our livelihood. In fact, today we are looked at, the monsoon is erratic, the El Nino, La Nino, interseasonal variations. Right now we are looking at water scarcity as well. So we need to now orient ourselves, adapt to the changing needs. In this context, as you all are aware, that the Government of India has taken up with the United Nations to declare 2023 as the International Year of Millets. Of course, the yoga is also parallelly popularized across the world, and these two themes are hinging on sustainability aspects. So UN has declared this year as International Year of Millets, and along with that, India has arranged, in fact, a lot of programs to popularize. Whatever we knew earlier, we had to reinforce that knowledge to the new generation. That is what now we are trying to do. It is always there in our culture that the millets were in the center stage of our food habits, but now we are trying to going back to that by popularizing that across the world. In the G20 also, where the India was having the presidency, of course, till November, India will be the president of the G20. Parallelly, this sustainability aspect and the millet aspect also was driven home. And the world over now there is a realization that instead of going for the rice-wheat combination, the millet combination also along with this, especially when the water scarcity is an important issue. You all know the photosynthesis, which is the main activity which provides food. The C4 photosynthesis is which is very important in terms of sustainability. The C3 photosynthesis, which is there in the cereals, the normal cereals, are not efficient. There is a parallel track of photorespiration also happening, which is not which in larger quantities, if it is done, it affects the carbon dioxide level. So the efficient means of carbon fixation is what we have to go through, and in the process of finding solutions to our food, we have to be with the nature, and their C4 crops need to be encouraged, and that is where millet, which is efficient in fixing carbon without simultaneously siphoning off the oxygen. So that is where the importance is. And then added to that, the millet has hardiness, because it doesn't need that much water to grow. And given the agroclimatic situation of the country, where majority of the area is under rain-fed cultivation, this is very important. And then the duration of the crop is lesser than that of the normal cereals. Almost duration is reduced by 60%. So the climate variations may not affect. One factor is that less water is needed. It is heat resistant, and then the duration also is lesser. So the risk for the farmers to grow this crop will be lesser. So all these positive factors were lost when we rushed towards the issue of food security. Now it is time for us to have a balanced view, and that is why we are celebrating this year as Year of Millets, to create awareness among all these stakeholders, including the researchers, the farmers, the media persons, the general public about the values of millets. It all started in August 2022 when Honorable Minister for Finance came down to Raichur to discuss with the University of Agriculture Sciences. And then we had a special conclave there on millets particularly. There the Union Minister for Agriculture also was present, Narendra Singh Tomarji, and along with the state government, that is the state of Karnataka, which is a major player in the millets. In the rural Karnataka, still the millets are holding sway. So there in the University of Agriculture Sciences, Raichur, the researchers, the farmers, NABARD, Government of India, the state government, we came together to have a Raichur declaration. And then a series of programs were planned, supported by the activities at the field level. So for NABARD, our activities were to create awareness and to create capacity for dealing with millet and millet cultivation. And then we also ventured into creating farm producer organizations for aggregating the farmers for cultivating millet. You all know, right now, India is the major producer of millet. Around 41% of the world production of millet is in India. And if you see the area cultivated, almost 83% of the arable, the cropping area of Asia in terms of millet is in India. So it gives an importance for us to popularize millet all over the world, because India is having a strong point in producing and also cultivating. If you improve the productivity of millets per unit area, then we are actually addressing the problem of rural distress as well, apart from solving the nutritional security and also the sustainability aspects. So in that context, lot of ancillary activities need to be there, like more research need to happen for improving productivity, and the package of practices need to be modified. The density plantation methods need to be popularized, and the aggregation of farmers need to be there, the awareness creation to be there, and then the aggregation of produce need to be there, some sort of processing facilities need to be built up, and then millet-based foods, different types of foods need to be researched. So the hotel industry also needs to be roped in. So all these aspects are being done, and we at the national level is at the forefront of supporting these activities, and also to support once we create an awareness about this crop, then we need to match up with the supply. For that, the production right now it's around 17 million tons. There is a target of reaching to 45 million tons by 2030. So that means we have to nearly triple the current level of production, which is possible because millet of late, rather last say 20-25 years, if you see, not much focus was not there. But with renewed focus, once we increase the production and within the whatever area which we are cultivating, plus some sort of irrigation also is coming up in most of the arid or rain-fed areas, that will work well for improving the productivity. And once that happens, then the demand for this crop can be met by India alone, and that will increase the income at the rural level. And being a short duration crop and also being a crop which is resistant to stress, with even 20 or 30% increase in stress, the productivity may not be affected to that level. So that means the risks at the farmer level also is managed. So in that context, NABARD is providing a lot of grant-based projects to create certain lighthouses in certain areas. We will prove to the field that these things are possible. For that, in different states, we are coming out with different pilot projects. The climate resilient varieties of millets are piloted in Madhya Pradesh, and also in Maharashtra also we are working with the farmers to have a climate adaptive and resilient livelihood systems. And our flagship programs like watershed programs and also tribal development programs have essentially this millet component. The millet value chain development is another area which we are focusing on, because once we create this produce, or rather force the farmers to produce, the value chains need to be in place so that they get a reasonable income. The share of consumer price, the proportion which farmer receives should be made as high as possible. The farmer producer organizations will help in a large way in that, because farmers themselves coming together, aggregating their produce, processing that, and selling to the customers with lesser layers of middlemen will improve their income, the consumer share. So in this context, for value chain development, we are also working with SHGs and also rural youth. Now, our concern in agriculture sector is that almost 50% of the population is still dependent on agriculture, whereas the contribution of agriculture to the GDP is 17%. So that means the per capita income of rural area is very less when compared to the national per capita averages. In fact, we can tell that almost 30% of the population is producing close to 65% of the GDP, national GDP, whereas 70% of the population is producing only around 35%. So that is a clear divide happening. The income disparity between rural and urban is very perceptible. So our focus is to reduce this income disparity by improving the rural income. And then for that to happen, we have to wean away a lot of people who are dependent on pure agriculture production to subsidiary activities, the agri-businesses, the processing things, the agri-SMEs and such other things. The Government of India scheme of Agri-Infrastructure Fund is aimed precisely at that, supporting agri-businesses, that too in the rural areas, so that the rural youth need not migrate to urban areas for a better livelihood. As I said, the per capita income at the urban areas are almost double. So naturally the rural youth will be attracted to go to those areas. So we have to create livelihoods, that too profitable livelihoods at the rural areas where agribusiness has to play a larger role. So in that context, it is our duty to take people out of pure production activity to agribusiness and such other activities. And in that count, a lot of projects have been launched, pilot projects have been launched. In fact, the cooperative movement is now being rediscovered. The FPO movement, you all know, this aggregation of farmers to come together to have economies of scale, considering the fragmented holdings which we have. If you see the cooperative movement, they were the original FPOs, because the farmers coming together and forming cooperative societies. And then because of the lot of other interferences and the legacy issues, the cooperative movement lost its steam. Now we are trying to rediscover the cooperative movement in the country. In fact, the union government envisions that 40% of the rural transactions should happen through cooperative sector. I'm not telling about the cooperative banks, but then I'm telling about the value chain playing activity of the cooperative sector. So in that context, the primary societies, which are now focusing on credit-related activities or minor aggregation activities, we want them to be transforming into proper value chain players through transformation from primary agriculture credit societies to multi-purpose societies. There, the group of farmers who are already members, they need to be trained properly. More transparency need to be built in. For that, technology need to be introduced. And we are now implementing the largest ever computerization effort in the cooperative sector, a 2,600 crore project, which is a center-state scheme at 60-40, with NABARD also chipping in, and NABARD is the implementator. And actually what we are trying to do is to computerize almost 100,000 of the primary societies, not only credit societies, but activity-based societies as well, to bring in transparency and make them capable to play an active role in the value chain. So the aggregation activities and the processing activities now, instead of individual efforts or individual SMEs, can it be done through a collective effort? That is what we are trying to focus on. And in the process, we are also trying to spread the number of societies, because now we have a regional concentration of such societies. There are areas which need such aggregation, but it is not being happening. So a focused effort are being taken to ensure that there are no white spaces in terms of cooperative sector activities. Wherever there is a activity focus is there, like a fisheries activity or a dairy activity or even an agribusiness activity, whether we can structure a cooperative society around that activity and provide them back office help in terms of accounting, in terms of transparency and such other things, so that these people can focus on their primary duties or primary activities which they are experts in. So in that process now, what we are trying to do specifically on the millets is that apart from the millet FPOs which we are doing, we are trying to bringing back the area under cultivation. In fact, the area under cultivation has dwindled. Parallelly with the green revolution which we had, the area proportionately, if you see, prior to green revolution, the proportionate area under millets were higher, but understandably because of the food security concerns which I mentioned earlier, the area under cultivation of millets have gone down. But now there is a need to improve the area under cultivation under millets. Then the yield and yield gap balancing is one another area. The yield gap is varying across geographies. In some geographies, the yield is higher, and in other, the yield is lower. That gives us an assessment of the potential which we have, that we can catch up. In many areas, if the yield gap is bridged, then automatically the productivity will increase. And also, trying to popularize millets through public distribution system is another activity which we are trying to do. And then by all these, increasing the demand for millet. See, as the production increases, we should not come to a situation where the price falls. That will be disastrous. So we are now mindful of the fact that demand for millets also need to be improved through varied interventions. And then the prospects of exports. Of course, if you see the food habits in the developing area, especially Africa and South Asia, always millets were a part of their food habits, which, like in India, it also veered away from this millet-based to rice-wheat combination. So there is an export potential also, which need to be bridged in. So here is what the role of APIDA is. We are also working closely with APIDA and as well as Exim Bank of India to create lines of exports. And of course, Exim Bank of India is offering lines of credit to various African countries. So we will be matching it up with mapping the value chains through exports as well. So in short, what we need to do is that we have to now have a healthy population. For that to happen, we need to create food habits which are focused around millets. Millets should be consumed at least once or twice a day. To that extent, our food habits need to be properly addressed. The institutes like Indian Institute of Millet Research and other ICR institutes are doing a lot of research as well. So for these research are now lost in some documents which are happening. But of course, there are a lot of extension activities happening through Krishi Vikas Kendras and such other things. But we are also trying to match up, or rather, we have an MOU with ICR so that the knowledge sharing should happen in a seamless manner. Parallelly, we have MOU with APIDA for export-related activities. So NABARD is now trying to take a center stage. To back it up, we are now putting up a data warehouse. The data warehouse is meant for the sector, not for NABARD alone. It can be a data warehouse for the credit-related activities because NABARD believes in development through credit. But then we have to back credit with a lot of production-related. Otherwise, the credit alone may not ensure development. We have to follow it up with productivity increase and such other things. Otherwise, the farmers will not be able to pay back. So the ecosystem development is what we are trying to do. For that, now technology is being used in a larger way. Apart from the data warehouse, we are also working with a lot of startups. For example, we have a 600 crore fund, which is the NAB Ventures, which is our subsidiary, who is managing that. Almost 35 portfolio companies are there, which are doing various activities related to the rural and agri-related ones. For example, there are certain startups who are in soil testing. There are certain startups who are trying to do satellite imagery, and there are certain startups who are in the aggregation space, input and as well as output space. So all these activities are being centralized, and we are trying to take the support of these startups as well in efficiently solving the issues of the farmer. I hope the seminars like this, the programs like this will give a lot of publicity to the activities. The awareness is very much important to create demand also, and also to know that such things are happening elsewhere. And now in this part of the country already there is a base for millets, but then through press like BusinessLine, because I was fascinated with the kind of coverages they are doing for commodities. In fact, every day I look forward to that, the agri page. He was mentioning that the number of pages has decreased over the years. I think it should come back, because as we deal with surpluses in agriculture, we need a lot of research, a lot of market-related activities to happen. Agri-businesses, as it increases, then commodity researches, ensuring right prices, and price discovery through market, all these things are very important. So for this, the business papers should also give a lot of importance. In fact, I will wish that all the business papers, the pink papers as we call, of course Hindu BusinessLine is not a pink paper, it is incidentally white. I don't know why they have stuck to the white. But all other business papers, we call it as pink papers, but then there I find less of agri-commodity related activities, whereas in the BusinessLine I find a lot of coverages for that. In that context, we are also having market linkages through NCDEX and MCX, where we are investors. In fact, through NCDEX, we are trying to create derivative products for FPOs, so that their price discovery will happen, and they can be rest assured that whatever produce they are producing, prior knowledge will be there, or rather certainty will be there on the value of the produce which they will be going to sell. So all these things need to be publicized properly, and the risk management aspects which we are trying to do need to be communicated properly to the players, so that more players will get attracted, and as a result, the farmer, the ultimate farmer, will be the beneficiary, and then the rural income should go up. In this context, we are partnering with not only Government of India, we are partnering with the state governments as well. We are a major intermediary in the state government activities as well. We are customizing our program through various states, and within the state also, district-wise also, customizations are happening. In fact, rural area is one area where a lot of diversity is there, and one-size-fit-all approach for any activity will not be sufficient. We are aware of that, and our policies are getting tweaked according to the needs of the specific rural areas. In fact, the value chain activity which we are doing, we are in the process of digitizing the value chains. You all are aware that in the inflation basket, almost 42% is influenced by the agri-commodities, and the fluctuations in the prices of the agri-commodities will have a larger impact on the prices. And if we smoothen the agri-value chain, and we can find some solution to the inflation problem of the country, especially 2-3 important crops like tomato, onion, potato. So we are working for smoothening the value chain, and we have found that for smoothening the value chain, digitizing the value chain is very important. And along with digitization, we need to develop credit products to smoothen the value chain, because value chain smoothening means there will be some dearth of finance in some part of the value chain, which has to be adequately addressed, so that they will be storing or processing these produce, so that the release of the produce to the market will get calibrated. And almost 20 such pilots are happening along with various commercial banks, along with our investee companies as well, because traceability is very important as far as export and also value chain financing is concerned. So we need to have fintech collaborations there. We are actually partnering with 3 fintechs and almost around 15 banks to digitize the value chain and also arrive at proper financial products. Some sort of financial engineering also is needed to adequately address the needs of the value chain, because more than 2 or 3 nodes in the value chain will get covered through a single product of loan. So there, financial engineering need to be happening, and for that, some pilots are there. And once the results of pilots, which we hope by year end will be coming, we will be putting up to the policy makers for tweaking the agriculture credit products suiting the value chain financing as well, which will in turn will address some of our problems in the price fluctuations. And along with that, we are also working with our Reserve Bank of India for redefining the Kisan credit card. Kisan credit card, as you all know, is the one-stop solution for all the working capital needs, and of late term loan needs also are factored in the Kisan credit card. Easiness of availing credit is ensured through Kisan credit card. It has already run the course of almost 25 years since the inception of Kisan credit card. We are now trying to redefine Kisan credit card with newer ways of financing, including we are taking a leaf out of the credit card innovations which are happening, where products like buy now, pay later, and such other aspects are coming in. So we are also looking into the possibilities of inculcating those innovations also into the Kisan credit card product, and redefining this Kisan credit product as not only for agriculture but all the related activities of a farmer, including for his consumption, including for his household expenses, how we can structure it by escrowing the cash flows which is likely to happen to that household. So as a household limit, whether it can be positioned, we are exploring that. Of course, the millet aspects, it is factored there in the Kisan credit card through scales of finance. The bedrock of Kisan credit card is the scales of finance, factoring in the cost of productions for such crops. Here, crop-based also, we may have to do some tweaking for the credit products. That also we are trying to do. In short, maybe in another 6 months, we'll have a different set of credit products to meet the needs of the farmers. So farmers' needs are changing with newer crops like millets coming in, or rather millets getting expanded to the larger areas. The needs are there. All the stakeholders need to respond in a timely manner to meet the needs. Hopefully, the proceedings of today's program, the conclave, will help us largely in meeting specifically the needs of the millet. I wish the proceedings all the success. Thank you for the patient hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Shahji. I now invite Mr. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break for tea and networking, requesting you all to kindly be back here in next 15 minutes so that we can commence our further sessions. Thank you.
Check this. Hello. Check this. Hello. Check. Hello. Test. Hello. Check. Check. Testing. Check. Hello. Check. Okay now. Check test. Hello. Check test. Okay now. Hello. Hello. Testing. Check. Check. Hello.
Check. Requesting everyone to kindly settle down. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated. Please settle down so that we can commence our first session. All right. Welcome back to NABARD and the Hindu BusinessLine presents Millet Conclave 2023 in association with APIDA and TrueGood. Moving forward, we have an insightful session on millets for food security. May I now take this opportunity to invite on stage the moderator for the first session, Mr. Vishwanath Kulkarni, Deputy Editor, BusinessLine. Can we put our hands together, everyone? I would like to now invite our esteemed speakers for this session, Mr. B. Uday Bhaskar, Chief General Manager of NABARD, Ms. Saraswati Maluvalasa, CEO of Arogya Millets Producer Company Limited, and Dr. E.D. Israel Oliver King, Director Biodiversity, M.S. Swaminathan Research Foundation. Over to you, Mr. Kulkarni.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to the first panel discussion on millets for food security. So we have an interesting panel of representatives from government, non-governmental agency, and the farmer producer organization who will be sharing their views on addressing food security through millets. So till the late 90s, there used to be a popular slogan in rural parts of central India. Kodo kutki hatao, soya bean lagao. So from there onwards, I think millets have come back full circle, and now we are seeing both governments, center and state, promoting millets. Though we have achieved self-sufficiency in food with production exceeding 330 million tons, but I think there is a still need for crops like millets, which our panelists will be discussing. So now I invite Mr. Uday Bhaskar to share his presentation.
Good morning to everyone present here. Namaskaram. I would like to present brief NABARD initiatives in promotion of millets with specific reference to millet value chain. NABARD, being the developmental financial institution, already engaged in promotion of millets through various agencies, and since inception of NABARD, we have so many dedicated fronts called watershed development, tribal development, and we have farm sector, and also FPOs came in the late, then climate action plan. In all these projects, and we have millets is the integral part of all our developmental projects. As a part of initiatives taken by Government of India, NABARD also started many events on millets, and a curtain raiser event has been started because of the international year of 2023, and the 2-day conclave workshop, a theme workshop have been organized at jointly with NABARD and University of Agriculture Sciences, Raichur, Karnataka. And the main theme of this one is making many millets and entrepreneurs, and where all the Honorable Finance Minister and Honorable Minister of Agriculture was present, and similar type of events were held in many states, Kerala, Tripura, Karnataka, Assam, and Andhra Pradesh. So in this Millet Conclave, we have come out of a separate declaration called Enhancing Production and Productivity is the main declaration, followed by promoting entrepreneurship, and in coming out with low-cost decentralized processing machinery and introduction of millets in the other supplemental and nutritional programs throughout the India. And NABARD also involved in promotion of millet-based FPOs, and so far NABARD has promoted 7,000 FPOs, and we have various commodities. Among various commodities, exclusive millets, we have promoted 132 millets in covering 14 states. And we have also implemented various natural resource management programs, particularly watershed and tribal development for livelihood. Under these programs, millets exclusively 2 lakh hectares have been covered. And NABARD also sanctioned many pilot projects on millet value chain, and many initiatives were started, particularly covering increasing the area, then production, post-harvest management, value addition, branding, and other things. We have also conducted various micro-entrepreneurship programs, particularly for value-added products. NABARD has sanctioned 55 projects involving a grant assistance of 6 crores covering throughout the country, and they are at the various stages of implementation. And presently around 23 projects which are being functional in Assam. There lot of actually we integrated with other crops and mainly in the fallow lands, and they are integrating with starting from the identification of the good quality seeds, then the aggregation, processing, and marketing of millets through FPOs. And we have also come out with a lot of publications. So first such publication, NABARD's engagement with millets have been rolled out by NABARD, and subsequently in all other states, similar type of publication took place. And we have also conducted several state level events, conferences, industry meets with the help of the supporters, and also outreach program, buyers and seller meets, and the release of publication of package of practices, etc. And we are also, you are all aware that FPO is the critical link in millet value chain. So we thought that the important role played by FPOs, particularly for millet value chain, starting from the seed production to the a good package of practices, running a custom hiring center, then millet processing, and also branding and marketing tie-ups. And the main objective of the FPOs is to have a better realization of the and also enhanced income for small and marginal farmers. Access to credit is also very important component for FPOs, and we have, with the help of banks as well as NAB Kisan, which is a subsidiary of NABARD, we are into the financing various requirements of these millet FPOs, starting from their working capital requirement, even for setting up of processing equipment through investment loans. And I would like to present one or two success stories of integrated value chain, what we have done in Madhya Pradesh, Mandla district. Here, the important initiative what we have taken, that Mandla has been identified as one district, one product crop for the district, and we have converged with NABARD along with all other stakeholders in the millet value chain. We have also converged with Government of India, schemes like PMFI, then Agri Infrastructure Fund, and also involved bank, HDFC, NAB Kisan, and we have sanctioned around 53 lakhs, and 2 clusters have been implemented, and major stakeholders including NABARD, GAZ, Reliance Foundation, FPOs, and all other district administration also supported for the scheme. Here, the major interventions we conducted around 150 demonstration units to particularly to popularize the package of practices. Custom hiring centers have been set up in each cluster, and we have set up a processing unit with the support of RIPF of NABARD and PMFME loan, and lot of SHG capacity building was done, particularly on value-added products, and branding and marketing tie-ups have been done with retail outlet as well as Reliance. The main impact has been observed that there is a 15 to 20% increase in productivity, and there is additional income to the farmers to the extent of 200 to 300 quintals. and farmers achieved better price realization. Entire community is getting benefit because of good nutritional value. And we have taken another success story from Manya Deepika Farmers Producer Company, Srikakulam, where they are implementing many other, they are taking up business in many other commodities, and the main one of the important commodities is millets also. So they are starting from the quality supply of seeds, then they are into procurement and aggregation and value addition. Almost all millet, small millets have been covered, and they made market linkages mainly with the state government, MEPMA, and also Raitu Nestam, and also they are selling the produce in retail stores in Srikakulam. So the overall turnover is around more than 2 crores, and from the millet-based activity itself, they are getting 85 lakhs. They have also come out with a separate brand called as Nutribs, and they have established well market linkages, and ultimate objective of that entire this FO is to get average income of the farmer increased from 22,000 to 35,000. Thank you very much.
So I now invite Madam Saraswati Malwala, CEO of Arogya Millet Producer Company, to share the work that they are doing on the ground.
Yes, yes. Yes. Okay. Andariki namaskaram. I am Saraswati representing Arogya Millets, which is the unique millets sisters FPO in Andhra Pradesh, Vijayanagaram district, based at Vijayanagaram district. So empowering women and promoting millet cultivation for food security. So this is our journey. I am very happy to sharing my experiences to this forum. So the Arogya Millets FPO promoted by Sabala organization with the support of NABARD. So Sabala is an organization working for women empowerment and natural resource conservation. So main FOR is education, equality, employment, economical development and empowerment. These all 5 years are our FOR, Sabala's FOR. So this is our Vijayanagaram district and ASR district is our operation area. So in this journey, why we are promoting millets or why we are promoting food crops? So by that time, this is the story of 2 decades back story I'm trying to explain. So by that time, there is no food crops cultivation in our area. So all the millet cultivable lands, like dry lands, converted into cash crops, forest crops like casuarina, eucalyptus or real estate layouts. So in that time, all the, what we think, villages are the food hubs, but there is no food security in our rural area. So all the rural communities are migrating for searching for their new livelihoods like watchmen and masons. This kind of situation we faced. By that time, there is no food security. Every plates in rural area fulfilled with PDS 2 rupees rice only, which is not having only carbohydrates. There is no nutritional values. So fully depending on market. There for food purpose. So there is no organic link between house, fields, only link between market in house and market and fields. Whatever they want to eat, they are simply depending on market. Whatever they want to cultivate also, they are simply depending on market. So this is the situation we addressed. There is a malnutrition in our villages and also there is a no food security. So for that time, we starting to discussion on millet, why they are losing food crops. So what is the reasons? So many discussions going on there. So major hurdles are, so already I told, so climate change also and irregular rainfall data and also lack of seed support. So these are all the problems we are planning to involving the people in cultivating of millets. So why we are promoting millets? So we all know millets are not a single crop. Millets are the miracle grains. They are a cropping pattern. So millet fields are supporting biodiversity cropping pattern. Like so many support so many crops like cultivables and also uncultivables. Like so many leafy vegetables and also pulses, oil seeds and etc. So this kind of situation we are planning to promote millet cultivation in grassroots level at our working area. So challenges, initially we faced these challenges. There is no lands, at least for cultivating millets, and also if at all they came forward to cultivate very low yields, and also main seed. There is no availability of seed itself in our villages. There is no support from all line departments also. Government departments, especially agriculture department, I am sorry to say, they are not recognizing millets are a crop itself. So that kind of situation we started our work, and also there is no crop insurance, there is no proper implementation of millet mission, etc. So many programs are there, but there is no proper implementation in the grassroots level. So climate change also one of the reason. So we are planning to address, we started our work, and we brought seed from Deccan Development Society, which is very famous for millet cultivation in our Telangana. We are associating with DDS, and also with the support of NABARD, we formed around 10 farmer clubs first year, and second year another 10 clubs, and the third year another 10 clubs. So this kind of farmer clubs exclusively with millet farming communities, millet farmers. So these all, and also simultaneously we started campaign for consumption, because already the knowledge of consumption of millets also vanished from their minds. This is a traditional knowledge in our villages, but there is no continuation of that knowledge. The younger generation don't know about how to cook millets also. It's a difficult problem. So we started consumption campaigns like food festivals, food campaigns, like Pata Vantalu, Pata Pantalu, Sarikotta Vantalu, this kind of campaigns, so many we did. And also seed, we collaborating with Agriculture Research Stations, IIMR, and also KVKs. So under TSP, Tribal Supply, SC Supply, so we brought seed from to distribute our farmers, initial breeder seed. So we developed our own seed banks at individual farmers level, because every time depending on seed also is the biggest problem. So that's why we promoted our own seed banks at our village level. Now our millet sisters are having surplus, full-fledged millet seed. We are supply the millet seed to KVKs, and also whoever want. Our millet sisters are supplying millet seed also. And after that, after completion of household health, we are initial stage. We are focusing on totally only on household health consumption only, because we are starting for work our food security. So that's why we are focusing on household health consumption. So over a period, with our intensive interventions, productivity also somehow increased. So there is a challenge for what is the surplus grain, what is the marketing of surplus grain. By that time, again, there is a NABARD supported that FEO support. So in 2016, all the farmer clubs, federation, we federated all the farmer clubs, and we formed one millet producer organization called Arogya Millets Producer Company Limited. So which is the initial only 200 members. As on today, we have 1,430 members are in our millet FEO. So for that, simultaneously, there is a need to supply the millet food to the community, because we all know the malnutrition is the biggest challenge for our India. So almost 75% of children are suffering with malnutrition, 50% of women are suffering with anemia. So that's why we want to inclusion of millets with the support of Millet Network of India. I'm the steering committee member of Millet Network of India, which is working on national level with the so many activists and also grassroots level organizations. Through that mini network, we continuously doing advocacy lobbying activities with government from village level to national level. We did so many, wrote postcards campaign and also signature campaign, like so many rallies and etc. to include millets in PDS system, and also midday meals, and also government hostels. So these kind of activities we started our millet cultivation and also millet consumption. After that, there is our journey, FEO's journey is, we are starting our journey with zero millet. Now we have sufficient millets to supply the farmers is a millet brigade. 5 securities, not only food security. Millets are providing food security, nutritional security, health security, fodder security, and environment security. Along with that, all 5 securities, Now they are getting economical security also through millets value addition, everything. So cultivation of millets to increase production. They are cultivating millets to increase the production, and procurement of millets through village level millet sisters groups, and increasing household level consumption by themselves as well as other customers by creating awareness and prepare various millet recipes timely. And also they are acting as a ambassadors for food security, nutrition and health security. And also now our millet sisters are the producers, our millet sisters are the procurement persons, our millet sisters are the processing persons, and finally they are the owners of one millet FEO also. So in our Arogya Millets FEO initiatives collaboration, we trained around 200 millet sisters, SSG women as a millet sisters for entrepreneur at grassroots level, and through LEDP, MEDP program. And also we developed a millet value chain from production to marketing with so many millet value-added products. In this journey, NABARD gave us so much support in every line of farmer clubs to providing vehicle, up to vehicle. So they did so much encouragement. And also finally, the crucial, important role, our AP Food Processing Society recognized our work and our millet sisters' concerns, and they sanctioned one millet mega processing unit which is worth of 4.10 crores. Now that's completion of our construction also. Now our millet sisters are ready to supply, ready to eat products and ready to make products as at your doorsteps with your kind order. So our FEO's commitment to natural farming also, this is an underlying point. So our farmers are practicing natural farming, and impact and achievements of our Arogya millets. So revival of millets at our working area, including traditional food habits, and also increasing biodiversity farming for our ensuring food case through JLGs, because by that time there is no financial support for millet cropping. So we motivated and we continuously follow up with our banks. National banks came forward to under joint liability groups. So they gave millet crop loans. That is the underlying point, millet crop loans. And and also technology transformation also through Guliragi method and also natural farming. So many technology transfer also, so increasing productivity. So small FEO organization starting with for food security, village level food security. Now there is a model for a good convergence, like NABARD support 06 crores, and SFSC, Small Farmers Agri-Business Consortium, gave equity grant for 9.05 lakhs. Horticulture Department gave one collection center worth of 15 lakhs. Dawn Foundation, like so many organizations gave support for primary missionary processing units, and IIMR, KVK, like extend their support to providing seed and also support for value addition of millets, technical support. And Millet Network of India gave advocacy lobbying support and for inclusion of millets in PDS and midday meals. And the Rotary Club like CSOs gave transport vehicles and also the market linkages also. So now our journey, this is our journey. So I'm very happy. So I'm appeal to all the dignitaries, the millet sisters of Arogya Millets FEO, with one mega processing unit. We are ready to supply all millet foods and also ready to eat and ready to make. So with all your supports, we want to achieve the bigger market also. We are planning like that. Please bless our millet sisters. So this is our contact information. So some photos, like it's our board, Millet Sisters board, 5 members board. And this is a village level procurement of grains and primarily processing. And also so many events, like all district level and politicians also involved in our activities. And so many continuous programs like motivating the farmers at village level, biodiversity festivals and so many activities. And also Ahar Sadhikarta, Mahila Sadhikarta, finally food security is our right. So these are all our activities. These are our millet sisters in their millet fields. So this is our processing unit and transport vehicle. So in this journey, we got so many awards and also some blessings from government, also 1.125 lakhs, 1 MP, 1 IDI award, and also recently last year, Vijay Lakshmi Das Friend of Women Award also our millet sisters got. Thank you one and all. Thank you one.
Thank you. Thank you, madam, for sharing such an inspiring story. Thank you. So I now welcome Mr. E.D. Israel Oliver King, Director of Biodiversity at M.S. Swaminathan Research Foundation, to share his views.
A very good morning to all of you. We are happy to be here, and first of all, we thank NABARD and the Hindu group for giving us this opportunity to share some of our thoughts and experience in the area of millets. The foundation has been working with tribal and marginalized communities since mid-90s. So since then, millet is a kind of a strategic crop, and the ecosystem in which the foundation has been working in different agroecologies in the country. We are all aware, India is endowed with wide range of portfolio of millets, including the brown top millets, which is most neglected and unutilized still today. And we all listened this morning. Millets are climate resilient and endowed with nutraceutical properties, and it's very vital for our food and nutritional security. And you see this. There are three important millets: sorghum, pearl millet, and finger millet. Has been extensively supported by the research and development investment, even in the last 20 to 25 years. But there are neglected millets are there within that, kind of portfolio of crops: little millet, Italian millet, kodo, proso, foxtail, and then even the common millets and the brown top millets. Still, there are researchers actually trying to break through, some of the untapped potential within millets. So the foundation is taking kind of the integrated and holistic approach since right from the beginning, by understanding through participatory research with the communities. Understanding the problems related to the seed availability and the productivity gaps, yield gaps, and in what agroecologies that what suits best for them, and what kind of a gender constraints that they have in terms of processing, and what kind of skill gaps are there or capital gaps are there within them, and what is a kind of a surplus that they have really. Unless we address that, the local level food security will be finally end of the day that will be affected. So what can go out as a part of a mainstreaming process? These are the kind of critical research and development questions that we often do and we have. And while we are working with the communities in Tamil Nadu or in Odisha or in Madhya Pradesh, or even the northeastern states and also western states, through our constituency partners, non-governmental organization, we often used to do. So we see that you look at this slide. We look at from documentation of the best practices the community they have in terms of traditional knowledge, what kind of agroecology, what kind of a seed combination and the seed rate and the mix that they use it for kind of a mixed farming system or a crop rotation or intercropping system, which is very wiser, because in the context of climate risk management, they use wisely. So we used to document it, and from there we actually take up kind of a participatory research where the farm women and men, they make their choices in terms of their culinary preferences or curative preferences or adaptive preferences, which is suitable to their land. They make their choices and so on. Then moving forward from there, there are, Madam was talking about the drudgery involved in, the minor millets, especially the little Italian kodo and foxtail. Still, people are finding difficulty to breaking the, because there is a lot of variation and variabilities are there. There are very, very few, entrepreneurs in the recent times, the last 15 years they have come, especially from the south, from Karnataka or from Tamil Nadu. They have innovated. Now it is slowly reaching out to them. So foundation is actually working with those entrepreneurs, those who are involved in mechanization, both on-farm machinery as well as off-farm machinery, with whom we work, and we customize prototypes and take it to the field. And also, skill building in terms of value chain development we work. So if you see, this picture will give us the idea. Now we are talking about food security as well as nutrition security. I take this presentation in two dimensions. We need certainly millet in the context of productivity and production area and yield enhancement. Look at kind of, we are talking about exporting millets, we are talking about mainstreaming millets for everyone, and it should be flooded with the restaurant and hotels and so on. It should be mainstream. That is good. On the other side, the millets are grown in a very fragile, remote, and hilly terrain where the tribal and rural communities are there. There, the constraints, their aspirations, their requirements are different. So from that point of view, as a kind of a scientific and fraternity, we also look at it, the intraspecific land races of millets, the farmers' variety that they have, because they make their choices based on the agroecology, their culinary preferences, and so on. So that is the first and foremost that we need to be very careful while choosing or while spreading or while expanding the millet portfolio to those domains, those agroecologies, what we do. So we identify custodian farmers. They have the knowledge. They are willing to share the seeds with the network of local agroecologies, and also they are willing to participate in the research and development. So we call them as a custodian farmers, and we make them as a custodian farmers network. While doing so, we also document kind of different traditional knowledge related the farming practices. I was telling about the mixed cropping system. If you look at this slide, this will tell us that the kind of food security dimension they've been practicing it. If one crop fails, it's a mixed cropping ecosystem where you see that if the one crop fails, the other crop will give them the food security of the tribal community. So such a practices we really need to document. And across millet agroecology, we have a wide range of mix of seed and varieties they use it. It's a wiser method they have been traditionally following for a very long time. The foundation used to document such system and also build into the the research and development. Where we move to kind of a seed bank system, strengthening the local communities with a little bit of asset, building the in their own land, setting up a seed bank and giving them the congregation where the knowledge transfer also happens, at the same time material transfer also happens among them. So this will give them a kind of a confidence and kind of a resilience for the local community. Such a network we are trying to build in different agroecologies. This is very vital, particularly in the context of millet ecosystem in terms of self-reliance. And of course, the productivity gap, always there is a trade-off. In a given agroecology, given the kind of opportunity that they eventually get it through the KVK programs, ICR programs, and so on, they will often definitely look at the trade-off what they have. So certainly the productivity mapping, productivity challenge that has to be addressed. We use the participatory varietal selection processes involving both men and women, where they make their own choices. And also we take different packages of practices, improved practices in terms of the millet intensification processes, and also the row planting, suitable technology, simplifying and customizing agricultural related tools. Often we take it up. The recent times we see that the alternative seed system model really works best in such agroecologies, because they get everyone, the farming community, they get seeds from the public seed source as well as private seed source. But in the community, they come forward and they make their own choices in terms of seed preferences, and that becomes a seed enterprise. Then they are linked with the corporation. This is one fine example we have experimented, successfully rewarded for the local community, linking with Orissa government. And the government wanted certain seed which is preferred by the local community in Koraput region, which is produced in large scale. Now the Orissa Seed Corporation, they are buying it and actually giving it to them. So this kind of model is essential for millet environment, because millets are very fragile and local specific and so on. It is not that kind of a mainstreamed model that can go and replaces the local variety in the farmer's variety. Instead, let the farmer, they make their choices, and that can spread across the block or district and so on. That really works for them. And we also work with the farming community in terms of simplifying. If you look at everyone knows about it, look at the agroecology, the topography is undulating. Parcels are, the farmer used to rotate parcels on a yearly basis and so on. So simplified mechanized tools that is customized for the agroecologies are very, very important. And the other one, we have been discussing the millet in terms of processing is very cumbersome. Unlike sorghum, is a single seed coated, or pearl millet, or finger millet. It is very easy both for scientists as well as for the people, for easy in terms of processing and working with those crops. But unlike all other crops, it's a technology, it has to be, innovated. And the farmers are also finding very hard. For processing 5 kg of any kind of minor millet takes 2 women hours. So such a difficult task for women. 90% of the work role, both in on-farm as well as post-harvest, it is also with women. So the making choices for millets, in terms of production and also usability, it determined by women. They make their choices. So addressing that particular issue is very important. The last 20 years, thanks to many private entrepreneurs, they have invested their money, time, and everything, and they have come out with that. Now it is available. But the problem here is that it is in the research shelf. It is in the R&D shelf. It is with the marketing shelf. Taking that to the community is a gap. That's a critical gap, where both the financial institution and also the media, they can play a pivotal role, and that can go to the community. That will be of very helpful. And the other one, I will quickly move, the indigenous cuisine. This is one area, now we are talking about nutrition security. And we have forgotten many foods, The internationally, now GFIR and FAO, they are talking about forgotten foods. Now recently we have come out with the global manifesto and the Asian manifesto on forgotten foods recently. And that is being now rolling out. So going back to the basics, with the communities, working with women, the kind of, the processing that they do in terms of alleviating the negative properties in millets. So that is very important. Such things we used to do very often with the community. From there, we will take it to the skill building. So what kind of gaps they do have, and how that can be alleviated with the support of many support systems. Thereby, the skill building aspect is also built. That gives them the confidence in terms through other support system, in terms of what we call it as the labeling, branding, nutraceutical analysis, giving them a kind of an image, so through the tribal food or natural food and so on. That gives them the confidence level to moving forward. So such experiments, such methodologies are very critical, particularly working with the millet agroecologists wherever we work. And beyond that, definitely NABARD support, I have to mention here, in places where we have worked, they have made both the district collectorate, district rural development agency and NABARD and other financial institutions, they have invested a lot of money for such infrastructure. For the smaller communities, such infrastructure and facilities are very important. Let it be seed bank or the processing facility. Such investment need to really go to them. That really help them a lot. And the compliances, we are in the era of FPO. Lot of compliances to fulfill the need of the Company Act, the taxation and other things that has to be simplified and need to go to the smallholders. So such a kind of interaction is essential to make it happen. And of course the nutrition profiling. I need to say here, I was talking about farmers variety. Definitely IAMR and ICRISAT with whom we work, still there is a lot of hope and scope for actually looking at the nutrition profiling and also the molecular profiling of diversity of millets. That is a huge gap going forward after this international of millets. India has got a huge hope to look at this nutrition profiling and also the molecular profiling. That gives a lot of scope for addressing food and nutrition security. And of course, reaching out market. We conducted with the FAO a survey recently involving 3,000 farmers across India as well as some part of South Asia. The millets are the most forgotten crops, they have mentioned, all the farmers. And they said that seeds are critical. The other one, how far they have progressed. That is a very successful one. For them, it is very important for the small scale and medium scale enterprises and so on. And mainstreaming is a huge task. The last 20-25 years we have been doing, starting from folk theatre. That was the first picture we took way back in mid-90s. And from far, taking these communities to the media, to the politician, to the different environments, that gives them the confidence. to moving forward, unless such support that can go to the communities, making the millet crops, this talks about that. The other important development in the international domain is that the global forgotten foods. These are the latest, the high level, kind of contribution of the foundation. We work both at the grassroots, taking the best practices, working with the communities, taking the lessons, and placing in the policy as well as the international area. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Oliver. So now I have one question to Mr. Uday Bhaskar. So considering that India has already achieved self-sufficiency in food production, so what role can millets play, in addressing food security?
Sir, for centuries together, the millets are the staples, but gradually relegated to background because of particularly for food production and achieving the self-sufficiency. And if you look into the area, 1950s, the millets are covered around 32 million hectares, and gradually it has been reduced to around 13 or 14 million hectares. And you are all aware that these millets are very highly nutrient in nature. They generally come up very well in semi-arid tropics, and they are also suitable for rain-fed areas. And in India, around 50% of the area under rain-fed, and millets are the most climate resilient crop. It can withstand extreme weather condition, very short duration, and also consumes less water. For example, if you compare with rice, where to produce 1 kg of rice, we require 5,000 liters of water. So whereas in millets, for producing 1 kg of millet, it hardly requires 200 to 300 liters of water. And not only that, it also, millets contribute to the NDCs and also sustainable development goals. Particularly, it touches 4 sustainable goals, that is SDG 2, 3 and 12 and 13, which talks about zero hunger. Then also about 13 speaks about climate action and sustainability for food and consumption, and also health, that is SDG 3 talks about the total sustainability for food and consumption. And you are all aware that again that lot of particularly climate change of late, it has taken lot of things. Extreme events are happening and problems, and lot of there is a of late lifestyle diseases have come into the picture, where everybody, particularly urban consumer, modern consumer, thinking for an alternative crops. So these are the areas where they are very nutritious and gluten-free, low glycemic index. They are also phytochemicals and all the minerals. So this millets is going to play a greater role in not only food security and also nutritional security in the future.
So, to Mr. Oliver, see, affordability of millet is still an issue. Like, there is a perception that, they are expensive compared to the staple food grains. So what do you need, what needs to be done to make it more mainstream, so that more people can afford it and the consumption can increase?
Hello. So certainly, there is a question very often, people ask, the affordability of the mainstream, from the mainstream population point of view. Because, at least in the last 30 years, we used to, depend on rice and wheat and to some extent maize. And, the cost comparison, in the market, we look at it, the millets are often, on a higher side, they express. In my opinion, there are problems. First of all, it cannot be comparable, in my opinion, because the recovery, if you look at the recovery after processing, it is about 60% in case of minor millets. I'm talking about Little, Italian, Kodo, Proso, and Foxtail. Roughly between 55 to 60. Now, with the research and development innovation in the processing, up to 70%. That is the problem, many of the entrepreneurs, in small scale or medium or high scale, they need to actually place it on a higher side because they have to meet the cost involved, the processing I'm talking about. So that is a issue. That is a issue, biologically, that is not possible. Processing is about 55 to, in case of kodo it is 55. In case of barnyard it's 60. Rest of the other millet is about 70, not more than that. But in case of sorghum and pearl millet and finger millet is 90%. So if you look at the cost within this millet, the finger sorghum and they are comparatively lower. My opinion, don't compare with the paddy and wheat, because in terms of scale, production in terms of scale is also huge. But in case of millets, it is very, very decentralized, agroecology specific. Again, the problem is that the transportation cost. Millets grown in Malkangiri or in Koraput or in Kolli Hills, remote location, reach out to Chennai or any other places, also add-on cost. So as a consumer, they have to also, kind of awareness needs to be built on that, in my opinion. Yeah.
Okay, I have one last question to Madam. Yeah, just one second. So how easy or how difficult is it, to convince the farmers to take up millet cultivation?
Hello. It's a typical question. Actually, in the whole cycle, the major sufferers who are the suffering from the always, the farmers are the most sufferers. So it's not an easy thing to motivate the cultivate millets, and also it's not a tough job also, because all population nowadays suffering with so many lifestyle diseases, including rural communities also. So for that, they need also nutritional food security. So for actually who are having lands, they are doing wisely. They are cultivating for their family purpose. They are cultivating natural farming foods and also millet foods, and whatever they want to eat, they are cultivating. But larger scale, there is a supporting structure we need from government and also institutions. From all of us, we have to do some intensive campaign. So compare with this climate change effects also, there is no alternative, because there is no future for water surplus crops also. Our lands are not supporting. So over a period, they are almost all the soils are almost helpless. So for that also, if we want to do cultivation, there is no alternative for millets. So for that also, it's easy to motivate. And also include some supporting structure like inclusion of millets, procurement system. We have to strengthen the procurement system also from the farmers at a grassroots level, and also awareness, because today's meeting. So just online entries also, there are so much awareness in public. But in the rural area also, same thing you have to do from all those things. So nowadays we are doing only patch works only, not intensive work. So, and also so many programs like Millet Mission is there. Odisha Millet Mission is going on very well. But like that, compared with NAPI, there is not that much of awareness, because farmers are cultivating millets like they are cultivating health, they are cultivating millets. So for that, they need support from government, like each per acre at least 5,000 rupees supporting price they need. So it's like a royalty. So in this kind of policies also motivate the farmers to cultivate the millets. That's my answer.
Thank you, ma'am. Actually, we have run out of time, but we'll take one or two questions. Any questions from the audience?
థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఇది ప్రశ్న సరస్వతి గారికి.
మై సెల్ఫ్ ఎన్పి సింగ్.
సరస్వతి గారు, మీరు ఇచ్చిన ప్రజెంటేషన్లో రెండు సమస్యలు ప్రస్తావించారు. ఒకటేమో డ్రైల్యాండ్, అంటే ఈ భూమి లభ్యత తగ్గింది, వాణిజ్య పంటలు, తర్వాత హౌసింగ్ లేఅవుట్స్ కొరకు ఎక్కువ భూమి పోతుందన్నారు. రెండోది విత్తనాలు దొరకడం లేదు తృణధాన్యాలని. అంటే మీరు ఒక మహిళా FPO నడిపిస్తున్నారు. మరి భవిష్యత్తులో విత్తనాల వ్యవస్థ, ఇందాక వారు ప్రజెంటేషన్లో ఆల్టర్నేటివ్ సీడ్ సిస్టమ్ అన్నారు, మహిళల చేతుల్లోనే విత్తనాల వ్యవస్థ ఉండే విధంగా మనం ఎట్లాంటి విధానాలు తీసుకురావాలి, తర్వాత ఈ భూమి లభ్యత సమస్యను ఎట్లా పరిష్కరించాలి, ఇది మీ స్థాయిలో దేశ స్థాయిలో రెండులో.
Actually, urbanization is the biggest challenge for all, not only millets, for all cultivable lands. Urbanization is the biggest challenge. That is a very global challenge also, I thought. And farmers, actually, that is the sovereignty for seed also. There is a need for sovereignty for seed. But over a period, simultaneously they lost their knowledge of conservation of seeds also. So for that also, we have actually now the organization like who are working with grassroots, we are doing at our best for conservation of seed also very important point for cultivation of any crop. So for that we are doing our level best. But for that government also do some actually now in Andhra Pradesh there is a RBK system is there. There are availability of seed is there, but there is no proper guidance or motivation in that among the communities. And also under some schemes they are supplying seed, but there is not in time. So after the completion of season only they are supplying seed. So these all issues we have to address, and we motivate the people and especially women. The time cost is very one of the another biggest challenge for all those things. Are practicing or any natural farming system or any conservation of seeds, all those things. But in the situation also, our DDS area, Deccan Development Society area, there all of women are very sovereignty. Seed sovereignty in their hands only. So this kind of practices we have to implement more and more at grassroots level. That is my answer, I thought. Thank you, sir.
Myself NP Singh, and one of the implementing organization of NABARD. We are promoting millet producer organization in Mandla district, and that particular area, the minor millets, Kodo and Kutki, the most prominent millets produced by the farmer, but they have not a marketing linkage. So if you thinking about the cash crop in regarding the stable food or in other thing, so that it is better and focus for the NABARD to more and more in the primary processing unit setup in that particular area. So it is better for that farmers and that particular area, sir.
Particularly millets processing is the big issue. Other ragi and bajra and sorghum, it can be directly, they are edible, it can be directly consumed with little destoning and grading and sorting out. Whereas when it comes to the minor millet like kodo millet and little millet, here the separate dehusk or hulling has to be done. That requires, because lot of strong bond, no? Unless you remove that hull, this cannot be consumed because that is not edible for human beings at all. So that's why our main focus, no? Even at what NABARD is advocating, that there are processing units have to come up, that to low cost, decentralized, and it has to be, and processing has to be done just before the consumption. Otherwise we can't keep the produce for a more time. So that's why, and this processing, lot of incentives, and they said decentralized machinery has to come up, and government also should think of incentivize the machinery so that processing issue can be addressed.
Thank you, sir. So on that note, we are coming to the end of first session. So I thank all my panelists on behalf of BusinessLine and NABARD. Thank you.
Check. Thank you for that insightful discussion on millets for food security. Wait. I request our moderator, Mr. Vishwanath Kulkarni, to hand over a memento from BusinessLine to each of our speakers. I also request Mrs. Sushila Chintala, Chief GM, Telangana Regional Office, NABARD, to hand over a memento from NABARD. Thank you all. Next up, we have a session on improving millets yield. May I now take this opportunity to invite on stage the moderator for the session, Mr. Kurmanath KV, Senior Deputy Editor, BusinessLine. I would also like to now invite our esteemed speakers for this session. Dr. T.E. Nagaraja, Professor of Plant Breeding and Head of ICAR Small Millets. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, everyone? Yes? Mr. G.V. Ramanjanelu, CEO of the Center for Sustainable Agriculture and Director of Deccan Development Society. And Dr. Shobhan Sajja, Senior Scientist, Crop Improvement Operations, ICRI SAT. Over to you, Mr. Kurmanath.
Thank you. For a reporter covering millets for the last 30 years, this is the most gratifying thing. So many people attending a conference on millets. A reporter friend was telling, he was here to cover NABARD and the event inaugural. He was saying, I thought if it is millets, he was expecting some motley crowd of 20, 30 people, and he was actually an agriculture reporter. We are covering that. He was so happy, and he was not able to believe that this kind of crowd is possible for millets. So, millets have arrived. It is not a very pompous statement. Millets have arrived.
when we offered a venue of IIMR or Rice Research Institute, my editor, he insisted that it should happen within the city and at a very comfortable, cozy hotel. And now after seeing the crowd, his stand proved vindicated. And now I'm very happy. Without wasting much time, and no introduction, why millets, it is drought resilient, millets are very nutritious. I don't want to get into that because you are all know that. If millets are religion, we are all all of us or most of us, we are already initiated, we are already followers of that religion. So, we have a very seasoned set of people here. Actually, 40 minutes for caliber of this kind of speakers is very little. Actually, we should have 40 minutes each for them. But unfortunately, because we have to have so many topics to be covered, we have to limit the time. So, in the interest of time, I will start asking the guests to speak. The flow of events will be like this. I will ask each one of them to speak for about 4 to 5 minutes, what they think about, what they do, the overall perspective that they can brief us in 4 to 5 minutes. Then I will ask them some questions. Professor Nagaraj garu, thank you very much for accepting our invitation. Can you please tell us how you view this? Yeah, you are most welcome.
Yeah, good morning. So I'm very happy that I have been invited for this special occasion. So especially in International Year of Millets. So I would like to tell you, so I am Dr. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. So I am Dr. Nagaraja. So working for millets since many years. So belong to University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore. So we are working on the millets. So of course the millets are cereals, and not all cereals are millets. So very importantly, we call these millets as Navadhanyagalu, Navadhanya. 9 millets are there, including this bajra, pearl millet, and sorghum. Of course, we belong to research and development of millets. So of course, we since morning we have been telling regarding the decline in the area of production, productivity also many times. So decline in the area was mainly due to what actually? So there were actually poor policies. The policies favorable only to the coarse grains like rice, wheat, oat, not for these small millets or minor millets. So of course, we failed to give importance to the millets and we failed to give technology outreach, and these technologies failed to reach the farmers in the way of extension activities also, and the consumers' taste and the preference. So they're all actually main culprits for the decline in the areas. So the area declined since 1950 to 55 till the date, but not the productivity, and hence the production also. The stagnation in the production was seen just because of the invention of many high-yielding varieties. So since beginning, we were actually used to have only the local cultivars. They produce only 5 to 7 quintals per hectare. Now, the invention of high-yielding varieties, we actually are producing more than 80 to 20 quintals per hectare. So we achieved, just because of the invention of high-yielding varieties in millets, the yield per hectare or the productivity level will not gone down. Though area decreased, but not the productivity. The productivity increased by 2.5 times. So that is actually the beauty of the invention of the high-yielding varieties in millets. Of course, so area under the cultivation is more for the bajra, and then comes the sorghum. Now actually the ragi plays a third place in the production and the area also. So we Actually, African countries, Africa is a major cultivation we found. So then comes Asian. Among the Asian countries, India plays a very, very important role. And we are the producers of many, many high-yielding varieties in ragi. And our own varieties, they play a very important role in giving the best or high-yielding at the production level also. So in that way, actually, in research and development, we are working under the system of Indian Council of Agriculture, Indian Institute of Millet Research, and All India Coordinated Research Project on Small Millets. So we have in University of Agriculture Sciences, Bangalore, we have project coordinating unit, and we are working on all the 7 millets. So we have produced many varieties starting from finger millet. So we are the pioneer in producing very many high yielding varieties in finger millet. Starting first gave only limited quantity of yield, and then the next person came to the picture. He was a botanist, late Lakshmanaya. I think you heard the name of late Lakshmanaya, Ragi Brahma. He actually given a very important concept, that contact method of hybridization. So that method evolved by him gave very good yield, boosting up of the yield. So he produced many India varieties. So by the way of hybridizing African cultivars and the Indian cultivars, so he produced first INDAV varieties. So not only the improving the yield level, first INDAV varieties. So not only the improving the yield level, but also we have given importance for the biofortification. So we have given importance for zinc as well as the not only calcium, iron level also. We wanted to boost up the level of these profiles, these nutrient profiles in the grains. So then we call them as nutri-cereals. So now actually, apart from that, so we are working with 14 different centers of All India Coordinated Research Project. So, and we have actually established these projects. Region-specific research is going on these 14 research centers. So, for example, so we are pioneer in Ragi. So that Ragi establishment of research is going on in Karnataka, and so on in different places. Nandyal is for foxtail millet, and many different places they are working and evolved with many varieties. So like that, actually we have evolved with nearly 315 varieties in all over, I think, millets. So just I would like to mention those things. I'll take 1 or 2 minutes only. Kindly pardon me. So in finger millet alone, we have actually produced 143 varieties. Foxtail millet 40 varieties. Kodo millet also produced 43 varieties. So barnyard, so 23 varieties. Little millet, we have with us 34 varieties. Not only these, proso millet also, we have 28 varieties. So the least brown top, actually Oliver's King, actually he mentioned about brown top variety. So even then in the brown top variety also we have 2 varieties. So totally, so we have with us 315 high yielding varieties to boost up the yield levels, the productivity levels, so that contributed the production also. So this actually, so nowadays actually millets, many people already mentioned about that, they are all climate resilient, and of course with least application of fertilizers, as well as we are sure of getting harvest. Definitely, even the adverse climatic condition also, we get harvest. So we get minimum of produce in the adverse climatic condition. This is the beauty of this millets. Hence they are known as climate resilient. So in the research, actually we are all stepping into the production of even the molecular tools, application of molecular tools to boost up the yield levels. So in that way, actually, we are actually importing the productivity level in millet also. Please.
Thank you. It is quite unkind to ask him to put 30 years of research in just 5 minutes. Is quite unkind, but in the interest of time.
So thank you very much. We shall involve in the discussion part. Okay.
Thank you, sir, for the nice overview of what is happening on the millet research front. I now invite Dr. Ramanjanailu to give an overview from his side.
Thank you, NABARD and Hindu BusinessLine for inviting me for this session. I work with Center for Sustainable Agriculture, and I also represent Deccan Development Society and Krishna Sudha Academy for Agroecology. So I'm an agriculture scientist working on alternative models of agriculture for over 20 years. A couple of things I want to bring up. When we talk about millets, I think thinking in the same rice framework is the biggest mistake we always do. The productivity decline. When we talk about yield, we need to look at a system productivity. We need to look at it as a factor productivity. So for example, the yields of grains when Green Revolution began in 1970s, for every kg of chemical fertilizer, the yield was about 13.4 kg. And today it is around 3.5 kg. So the factor productivity of fertilizers has gone down because the soil's organic matter has gone down. So whether the productivities which we claim that happened during Green Revolution, is it because of the chemical fertilizer or the plant variety or the soil organic carbon? Three put together has given the productivity, but the emphasis was only on crop varieties and the chemical fertilizers. So unless we make a shift, at least now, when we are now talking about millets, we should look at it as a system productivity. So how millet-based cropping systems can be improved so that we can achieve the kind of yields we get, rather than looking at per crop, per kg, per crop yields. How do we improve? Only through genetic technology or through adding more of fertilizers. I think that is something which we need to understand. Second very important thing, lot of data which is available today, all can create an equitable support is something, again, which is very, very important. Third very important issue is the contribution of crops, agriculture itself to the climate change. Much is talked about in the morning also. Paddy, for example, per acre contribution to the climate change is around 10 metric tons of carbon equivalent gases, greenhouse gas emissions. Millets are about 3.8. So it's about 5 to 6 tons of emissions reduction happens straight away if we shift from paddy to millets. So can that be? I think millet will become more efficient and it will be available at the equitable price for the consumers. I think that's the shift which we need to look at. And we are very fortunate in being in 2023 when all these are coming together. Say, for example, much talked about natural farming. This year, Government of India is going to take off and NABARD is doing on a fairly large scale as Jiva. Similarly, if you talk about millets, for years together we were all talking about getting millets into the center stage. Today we are in the International Year of Millets. FPOs, collectives, when we talk about, this is also happening. And similarly, in terms of policy changes, looking at ecosystem services payments like PM Pranam or green credits, so all these are also coming together. So we need to look at how this framework can be used so that millet farmers will get benefit. Say today, millets are available at 200 rupees, 180 rupees in the market. But what is millets? Because it happened so there was an International Year of Pulses, if you remember. So same thing is going to happen if you are not going to focus on the millet farmers and their sustainability. Thank you very much. Thanks for giving me this opportunity.
Thanks, Ramu. Now I invite Dr. Shobhan.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Shobhan Sajja. I'm representing ICRISAT, the institute which is working for the semi-arid tropics and on three of these millets, sorghum, pearl millet, and finger millet. Fortunately, I happen to be a finger millet breeder up until recently, so I understand and resonate with the issues raised since morning, the other speakers and many people. So we can bring in those valuable germplasm lines and those alleles into a combination where it can deliver both nutrition and also yield. As the speakers mentioned, the millets are not a match to the big three, rice, maize, or wheat, in terms of productivity, as if you are comparing a Formula One car with a regular sedan. We are not a match. And Dr. Ramanjanelu just said aptly, you cannot go on a head-on collision with big three. You need to be really, really wary of other aspects as well. Unless the producer is incentivized, why would I take, if I'm a farmer, even if you are offering a millet as gold to me or diamond, why would I take it? At the end of the day, I have to earn my livelihood, and that comes only with vitamin M, right? So unless it is supported by all quarters, it's not going to be realized. The dream, as he mentioned, once the year is gone, we will just forget it. So a lot of support is needed from all quarters. From research side, yes, we can support. We have the, as I mentioned, we have the gene bank. We can bring in those valuable alleles from valuable germplasm lines. We can combine them carefully, try to produce a variety that can give a lot of yield, and then also be response to high inputs. For example, if you are comparing rice or wheat or maize, if you add more fertilizer, the yield is going to go up. That's what we saw in case of Green Revolution. We are looking at repeating the same story by producing varieties that can be responsive for inputs, innately have the ability to produce and deliver that performance, coupled with the nutritional security. As somebody mentioned, nutrition is becoming mainstreamed now. Whenever we produce a new variety at ICRISAT or a new breeding line, we see that it has at least certain levels. For example, iron, we see that the new breeding lines will have at least 70 ppm, parts per million. That's what we are trying to mainstream, and government is also supporting. We are working with ICR institutes and national institutes collectively in this effort to to couple with that effort, we all should join hands and deliver what we can. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Shobhan. Actually, if you observe, we have a very, well curated panel. Dr. Nagaraja, Professor Nagaraja represents Pure Play Public Institute, and Ramanjanelu represents efforts from civil society, and we have ICRISAT. Where do you gave a broad overview, but can you tell where exactly we stand now in terms of yields, productivity and production, and what we should actually do?
Actually, during
you take.
So since 1950-55 to 1915 to 2020, 15 to 20. So area actually
close to.
So decline in area. So there was huge decline in area. I already told, but the production level and the productivity is almost not declined, but productivity was 2.5 times more. Hence, the production was also almost good. But here, actually, I told invention of many. So now, increase in the area, I don't think it is possible now because of urbanization. But in polyculture, so intensification in that way we can do it. We promote millets by incentivization. We have to give incentives to the farmers, and we have to actually motivate the farmers to grow these millets. And another way is actually all the critical inputs required for the production of millet should reach the home of the farmers, doorstep to the farmers. And then these quality seed production, the seeds available should always reach to the farmer's doorstep. Then the farmers definitely will actually use to grow these millets. Hence, we can get more production also in this way. And in this way, actually, we can do it a lot many things.
Thank you. See, when we talk about increase in yield and production and product comes from the people who are using it. Can you tell us how that ecosystem is actually building up? What are the issues there?
In terms of demand, millets, there is a demand growing. But the benefit to the farmers is what matters, because the people have to cultivate. And unless the benefit which is created in the market is passed on to the farmer, it is not going to sustain on a long-term basis. That's what is happening. And in India, if you look at across crops, it's not just about millets, but if you look at pulses, oilseeds also. Compared to paddy, cotton, these are actually neglected crops. So the equitable support is not available. So farmers are shifting towards paddy and cotton compared to any other crops. So for example, the state where we are sitting, Telangana used to have a large area under millets, pulses and oilseeds. That state is used to be known for these three crops, three group of crops. But today we are all paddy and cotton. And when we are celebrating International Year of Millets, and where is the area under millets in Telangana, which is supposed to be the historically millet growing area? So this is happening because of the kind of, I would say, negligence and support from the government. That's what is happening. So if that has to be corrected is what we need, I was talking about, that need to be corrected. Otherwise, becoming competitive in the market is not possible, because it can become competitive in the market only if this correction can be made. But on the productivity side, there are also a lot of agronomic innovations which are possible. Say, for example, in ragi, there is a traditional approach called guli ragi, where we disturb the crop in the very initial stages and the productivity increases. So from 4-5 quintals to today we are able to get about 15 to 18 quintals per acre. And that's quite possible with an agronomic innovation. Similarly, in rice, system of rice intensification, many other innovations happen. So the shift towards more innovations in agronomy are more important than other things. I'm saying that's the transitions which can help. And with the FPOs coming up, with the more shift happening towards natural farming, I'm sure more farmers will take up these crops if there is a support available. Second, in terms of marketing, again, instead of getting into the traditional long supply chains, if we can get into the local markets, if the farmers cooperatives can directly market, I think farmers will get better share in the consumer price. I think that is also another very important thing which we need to look for. So both innovations on production, innovations in market, and innovations in support systems, these three can help in terms of farmers making a shift.
Very interesting point you raised that like it happened in Telangana. Mostly it's monocropping, paddy and cotton in Telangana, and it should be the same case in other parts of the country. Interestingly, Dr. Shobhan, last week, ICRISAT has come out with an interesting study. We carried that. How Perla millet area is being thrown out of Kharif. And that study has suggested that now we need to identify newer areas. Since we are losing on Kharif area for millets, we should identify newer areas like in northeast and all that. So why actually, I would like to listen from you, why we need to increase yields and productivity, and what are the key issues involved in that?
Since morning, I think everybody is appreciating why millets are good, right? Millets are good. Then if it is good, I need it. That's the answer, short answer. But how do we do it? Unless, again, I am saying, if the farmer is not incentivized, you name it in whatever language it is, it's not going to happen. If you look back 50 years ago, when rice yields were very less, how did it happen? Do we remember those stories? Did it happen overnight? No, it did not. There was a lot of muzzle from both the government and all other sectors also. There is nobody that can be undermined. Everybody pitched in. Everybody supported. That's why we achieved the food security. What we are now, we are blaming rice and other big three cereals, right? Being a researcher, I can't do that. We try to feed the population. We know our population. Everybody needs food. So, but we went into overdrive. We need to apply brakes. That's why we are looking into millets as a possible answer. As Sir just mentioned, you need to have a systems perspective while trying to improve the yield. Yield doesn't happen just like that. Science goes into it partly, but major part is extension part. You need a lot of other stakeholders to maintain or work very hard to achieve what we are trying to achieve. Many points are already mentioned. That's why I'm not touching any of them. All speakers, in fact, raised these issues, starting from Mr. Shaji. He touched each and every aspect, in fact. And then Saraswati Garu mentioned the bottom line issues on ground, what people face. So wholeheartedly, we need everybody's support to bring it in. From science perspective, yes, we can pitch in. We have the wherewithal to start the program, and also we solicit other players to bring in the mechanization, both on-farm and off-farm. Processing is a big problem. If you see on ground, what we are using processing machinery right now is a tweaked machinery which is otherwise used for rice, for millets. So unless you have a specific equipment, especially for minor millets, ragi is an exception. It's got that loose seed coat, easily removable, but still there is a sad story. At the farm gate, farmer gets around 20 to 30 rupees, whereas us, we buy around 60 rupees. Does it really cost that much for processing? No, it's not. But people are cashing in. People need to support each and everyone. It's not just the miraculous effort from only scientific efforts. Thank you.
Nagaraja, one major problem with millets is, unlike rice or wheat per se or cotton, it is some of the millets are grown in a particular region. How do you think this can be maximized? Is it possible?
Yes, actually, millets, it has become actually region specific. So for example, in Karnataka, they used to grow only ragi in southern part of Karnataka. Northern part of Karnataka, bajra is also there, same, little millet is also there, foxtail little area. So but not other crops. And they will not consume ragi in North Karnataka, they consume more in southern Karnataka. This is actually consumer preference. But these crops, ragi also grows well in North Karnataka as well as in South Karnataka also. They will not grow that. So we have to promote it. So the consumer taste and preference should be changed. And many of these millets actually, they are wide adaptation is there. They can be grown in a wide range of ecological conditions. They can be grown. But we have not tried. Now actually Orissa Millet Mission is actually taking all the crops, and our varieties are doing well in Orissa also. So that we have to try. So unless we will not try, so it cannot be promoted the cultivation of millets in different areas. But they grow well in almost all the places. Barnard is restricted to one place, and brown top, it's only, we have seen these brown top in Karnataka and some parts of Maharashtra and some part of Tamil Nadu. So now actually, so having seen the importance of brown top, it can be grown in almost all the regions. So
it is not
they come up.
Agronomic problem.
It's consumer. We can try. We have not tried actually. So now, so after the establishment of research stations, different research stations, ASARPs and all these things, they are taking up millets, and we have distributed. So we have also in US, Bangalore, University of Agriculture Bangalore, we have germplasm unit. So we have National Active Germplasm Site. We have more than 10,500 germplasm acquisitions not only in finger millet. So we have maintained almost all the germplasm acquisitions. Even in Bangalore, we have supplied these material to almost all the researchers or the scientists of all over India, and they are trying their level best to establish the cropping system in different agroclimatic regions. We are getting the data also, and we have very good collaboration even with the ICRISAT. So we have collaboration on research of finger millet, and so supply and receiving the material from ICRISAT as well as Indian Institute of Millet Research, Hyderabad, is going on. So in that way, we can try. That's how we can establish the millet cultivation.
Okay, interesting. So that is good news. It's not that it cannot grow. Only thing is it needs to be popular and sensitized.
Yes.
Yeah. So Ramanjanel garu, so we talk about yields, why we need to increase yields, how we talk all that, but on the other side we have the problem of climate change. So we are fighting against all odds. Even main crops productivity is also, yields are also impacted. How do you think that we need to balance this, and how to overcome this?
So the risk with climate change is increasing, certainly. And if you are seeing in the last 5 years, the crop failures because of the climate change, both because of the floods and droughts, emissions are from agriculture. So we need to reduce that one. So all the practices where high use of water, high use of chemicals, high use of energy, which can be cut down, I think that's one effort one need to make. Second is helping the farmers to adapt to the effects of climate change. So in that, I think topmost priority should be in terms of changing the cropping patterns from high-risk crops to low-risk crops. So millets, I think, is one of the major things, and particularly because of its physiological architecture, being a C4 crop, it's more efficient compared to any other group of crops. So I think millets are more efficient in terms of using the resources. So I think that's one factor. Second factor, increasing the soil organic carbon and then making soil more productive. I think that's something which you need to be focused on more. And then probably in the next couple of years, we should have an International Year of Soils. I think soil should be seen as the national asset, and then protecting them should become the government's responsibility.
It needs to be an important collaborator.
Very important collaborator. I think unless we do that, it's not going to work out. So if we move towards that, adaptation becomes easier. And third, very important comes in the risk coverage. See, technology covering the risk is to an extent, but beyond that there should be risk coverage. So there are two important risk coverage factors in the country. One is the insurance, crop insurance, for example. But crop insurance in some states is not functional at all after the Fasal Bima Yojana collapsed. And new innovations on insurance models should come in. Some states have done entire state getting into insurance. So that kind of new innovative models we need to come up with in terms of crop insurance. Second is the disaster compensation. So when the disasters are increasing, we need to have a disaster compensation mechanism. And this is also not very functional in the country. So looking at putting all these things together, it should be a package in terms of climate change adaptation. So when we talk about moving towards net zero by say 2070, if that's the nation's goal, it cannot be through a technology. It should be a holistic, a comprehensive approach. It should be in terms of technology, it should be in terms of institutional systems, support systems, all put together is what can cause this transition.
Okay. Dr. Shobhan, ICRISAT has, unlike other public systems, you have only 4-5 mandate crops. 6 mandate crops, and all those are relevant for poor areas. I mean, semi-arid tropics in the African, Asian countries, poor areas, and it is the most relevant, research for people. So, can you tell us what kind of focus we should have in terms of research? I mean, the how of it. You talked about why of it. I would like to know from you the how part of it. What kind of specific triads or specific research areas that we should look at? What kind of, if you can give us how of it, that will help us.
As you mentioned, I'll give you one perspective. Millets are not a competitor for big three. The big three are cultivated in well-endowed climates where the rainfall is more than 600 mm. So the millets are in below 600 mm and they are producing something out of nothing. So this is where we are starting our discussion right now, and how part of it, what we can do to get more from less. So whatever you have in those marginal environments, you need to produce more. In terms of inside the grains, inside the plant, genetics we can take care of, and there are few things we should actually concentrate on. First thing is drought. As the climate change rightly mentioned by you, one thing that is going to challenge is if that 600 is going to come down to 400, can I get the same performance or a little more? How do I do that? If I have better genetics, better genes, yes. Answer is yes, because that's proven already. So that is one thing. How about heat? If the temperature goes by 2 degrees, what happens and how to combat it? When the CO2 is increasing, right now we are looking at 400 ppm plus in the next few years. And how do we cope up with that? Do we have better genetics? How do we deal with it? We can identify the sources of these tolerance limits in the available germplasm. As Sir just mentioned, they have valuable lines. We do have some lines. We can collaborate and find those genes. So do other problem like salinity. When the salt concentration increases, that also challenges, especially in those challenged environments where millets are being grown. So what I'm urging the population here, the dignitaries here, do not match, as Sir just mentioned. Don't compare these millets with the other cash crops. We're not doing that mistake. We are trying to see as it is what we have on ground, how do we improve that? And the genetics is one part of it. The other part is once we have a very good variety, I may fail to get a very good yield because my agronomy also should support me. In terms of machinery, as Sir just mentioned, gully cultivation. The farmers in Tamil Nadu, especially in one area, they harvest 3 to 4 tons of finger millet, whereas the rest of the country is looking at only 1 ton per hectare. This is a very good news. When a millet is able to produce that kind of yield, perhaps you don't have to use the word cash crop. Yeah. It's a right match to the other yields. So in terms of other support, agronomy support, we need it. And the third aspect is processing. Even if I'm producing with the support of genetics and agronomy, finally it needs to end up on the consumer's plate. How do we get it at a cheaper price? Unless the processing industry supports us, we can't do that. So the processing industry should also support us. Okay. So, and at the back end, government and all other brothers and sisters should support this. Yes.
It is quite an irony. No, the rich guys, no, like paddy and wheat, they are getting all the fertile land, irrigation and everything. And no, we are expecting the poor guy, millets, which do not get fertile land, which do not get any irrigated land, but no, we are still expecting it to be deliver most healthiest, most nutritious food. No, it's quite quite an irony. Yes. So, Dr. Nagaraja, at the heart of all this is the seed. The availability of seed, the awareness levels are so huge, but availability of seed is a big problem. How do you think it can be addressed?
Yes, it is actually a very relevant question for this situation. Of course, we breed a variety and we always tell high yielding, and it produces more yield like that. But fail to produce quality seed and that will not reach the farmers. That is very, very important thing. So we breed and the breeder will leave the place. That is another problem. So now actually, so what I feel, we have to establish national food security mission in almost all the millet growing area. And so after the invention of a breeder, so national seed production projects, SAUs and seed hubs in the villages and the progressive farmers, they should be involved in production of the quality seeds so that huge quantity of the quality seeds should be produced, and we have to make effort to reach the farmers in the way of the farmers producing organizations, self-help groups and so on. So in that way, so variety, the seed of the high-yielding variety should reach the farmer's doorstep of the farmer. So then he will definitely use those seeds for the millet cultivation. Another way, the availability of the inputs, other inputs. So this is also very, very important way. This is a measure to take for the promotion of the millet cultivation. So these inputs should reach the farmers in an easier way. We have to make efforts for that. So in that way, actually, so the millet cultivation area and all can be increased in a better way. I think it's.
Thanks very much. In limited time of 40 minutes, we are able to cover so many things. Thanks for the insights. Now I open the floor for questions. You raise your hands. Our colleagues will be there around to give you mic.
I have a question here. This is Ram Subba Reddy. I am a farmer and I have processing unit in Andhra Pradesh, Nandyal. I have a couple of questions to Mr. Dr. Nagaraja. One is on the, high-yielding varieties of, millets. So we do agree that, when we farm, we are getting high yield in some of the millets, and especially in minor millets, the yielding is not happening. It's coming around 4 quintals per acre. The farmers are not coming forward. These crops are not remunerative. So how long it will take, to improve the high-yielding varieties? That is number one question. Number two, so when we harvest, the harvesting of millet is very expensive. When we engage labor, it's almost 5,000 to 6,000 rupees per acre. At the same time, when we engage the rice harvester, combined harvester, there is a loss of almost 15 to 20%, harvesting loss we are incurring. So for these millets, we need to, we need to develop the special machinery, to take care of harvesting. This is very important aspect. Number three question is that.
See, be brief. So many others also.
Yeah. So here millets, we are talking about millets, like the rice. There is a polishing. At the same time, even millets also are being over-polished. How do we curtail and give the nutrient content, to the consumer? Thank you.
So for your first question, actually, so the genetic potential of any crop should be actually exploited first. So we have made it. In Ragi, we have already made, and one of the farmers near Bangalore, actually, he produced 22 quintals per acre for our variety KMR 316. You just make a note of it. 22 quintals he harvested.
Almost like rice.
Yeah. So 300 KMR 316, if a newly developed variety of US Bangalore. So in that way, actually, the intensification of the cultivation. So the variety should be fertilizer responsive and input responsive. That is also very, very important. So we are growing millets in the neglected areas. So low inputs are used. Many times we throw the material, seed material, and we just simply keep quiet. So the row sowing is not made, and many times the transplanting method is also very, very important. Those things are not taken for that. So, and one more thing actually, so when you cultivate the millet, the harvest is sure. You will get some yield, definitely you will get yield, but not for other crops. So this is actually the one way, and high-yielding varieties definitely do well under good management system. Good management system. When you cultivate in a good management, definitely will get the yield. So another way, another question actually, that is not so related to me even then. So we have to make arrangement for our research on the development of small equipments. So these millets are actually grown in small and marginal farms only. So 1 acre, 2 acre, not 5 acres. So for that area actually, small machinery should be developed. So recently actually we had a meeting in Bangalore. NABARD actually conducted a meeting. So there was many deliberations, and they have made recommendations for the development of small machineries. So University of Agriculture Sciences and almost all ICR institutions have taken measures for the development of these small machineries for harvesting and also the threshing and other purposes of the millets.
Okay. We have no time for only one last question. Yeah.
Thank you. Myself, K.V. Satyanarayana, GM retired from NABARD. I fully agree with Dr. Ramanjaylu, where he says that mindset of paddy should not be there now for growing millets. And this is the International Year of Millets. I don't know, subject to correction. We are talking about the demand and supply and also more incentivization for the farmers for production and all. When you talk about paddy, wheat, and many other crops and all, there is an MSP. Including ragi, there is an MSP, subject to correction. And we are not seeing any MSPs for any other line of millets, minor millets. If this is the International Year of Millets, this is the right time for the government to announce that. Then only there is a demand, there is some sort of incentivization for the farmer. This is one of the policy initiatives where government need to think of. Another one regarding the climate-related issues and increasing the...
Can you be brief about your question?
I'm just, it's more in a broken words only I'm saying it. And increasing the area and all. Nagaraja can vouch for this thing. There are tank irrigated areas. There is an embargo for growing paddy and sugarcane in those areas where the tank irrigation is there. But still the farmers will grow because of the fancy of whatever paddy or sugarcane and all. Can you not announce a policy maybe from the state governments or the government of India side, under the tank irrigation, at least they should go for millets, so that the area can go further and at least the production of the millet also will go.
Sure.
Thank you.
In Andhra Pradesh, from 2005 onwards, there were attempts made to bring in cropping pattern restrictions on cropping patterns. So discouraging Rabi paddy, and then later on, a couple of years back again, talking about areas which are earmarked for certain crops kind of thing. That efforts are being made. But the farmers' choices are always based on the net incomes farmers gets. I think that's where we need to figure out what are the support systems we change so that equitably support is available. Say, for example, Telangana, if we want to have farmers, say, today there is a 450% increase in rice in Rabi. So if it has to come down by, say, half of it, we need to increase the other crops, support to other crops. So if you are procuring only rice but ask farmers to grow pulses and oilseeds, it's not going to happen. So I think the incentive systems should change so that farmers will make a transition. See, ultimately, market playing an important role so that market can also create a pull will happen. But the distortions caused by the public support systems is huge compared to the market. So I think that's where our interventions are required.
Thanks very much. I thank the audience first, and Dr. Shobhan, Ramanjanayal Garu, and Professor Nagaraja. Thanks very much for your time and insights.
Thank you to all our panelists and moderator for their insightful discussion on improving millet's yield. I now request our moderator, Mr. Kurmanath, to hand over a memento from BusinessLine to each of our speakers. I also request Mr. Monomoy Mukherjee, Chief General Manager, Corporate Communications Department, NABARD, to kindly come on stage and hand over a memento from NABARD. you, gentlemen. A huge round of applause for all of them. Following these insightful discussions, we will now break for lunch. We have a special millets menu for lunch, so make sure you check that out and enjoy your meal. And use this time to engage in meaningful conversations with fellow participants and join us back at sharp 2 p.m. for NABARD and the Hindu BusinessLine presents Millet Conclave 2023 in association with APIDA and True Good.
Hello. Check. Hello. Check. Echo వస్తుందా? Check. Hello. 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 Check. Stage matter. Check. Hello. Hello. Check. 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 Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. Hello. Check. Test. Check. Hello. Check. Check. Hello. Check. Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. Check. Check. Hello. Hello. Check.
Today was such a sunny day for us going, but hearing the sound of the real funk dancing, the reason thing that human being can do is to keep on standing around here.
is moving. Tick, tick, tick. Time is moving. Tick, 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 tick.
Change is constant. We are living in a fast-paced world where business is constantly evolving. Embracing the one constant in business, change. Introducing the Hindu BusinessLine's new look, a redesign that draws parallel to the new age of business. Say hello to a premium news reading experience with an enhanced visual design upgrade and reader-friendly features. A design that will make analytical and explanatory journalism best stories of the day. Giving the attention they deserve, headers are now in a distinct red color. Big impactful pictures and more visual elements. Clearer design that separates the content from the daily business report. cross-platform navigators to aid content discovery. Portfolio is now a visual treat. With more of a magazine-like look,
Check.
the reader will
Requesting
be taken
you
into a
all to
depth
kindly
of
settle down.
infinite
Please be
information
seated.
with power.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting you all to kindly settle down. We are ready to commence our next session in next 1 minute. So requesting you all to kindly settle down, please.
Spaces. A page aligned to such perfection, giving the readers the most enjoyable and organized reading experience. Text and visuals blend like magic to carry out storytelling in the same intuitive way in which we communicate via text messaging. When entrepreneurs make bold decisions, our font matches them. When markets become vibrant, our ink shows it in our changing colors. Business is evolving, and so are we. So get ready to sit back, sip your coffee, and open our redesigned business line. Business looks good.
नाबार्ड ग्रामीण समृद्धि के लिए राष्ट्रीय विकास बैंक।
Check. Good afternoon. Post lunch, the energy should be high, right? Good afternoon. मजा नहीं आया? पेट भर के खाया है ना सबने? Yes. Good afternoon. That's more like it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon and welcome back to NABARD and the Hindu BusinessLine presents Millet Conclave 2023 in association with Apida and True Good. Due to technical issues, we were not able to play Dr. Himanshu Pathak's complete video. So we are again playing the virtual address by Dr. Shri Himanshu Pathak, Secretary DARE and Director General ICAR.
I congratulate NABARD and Hindu BusinessLine for organizing Millet Conclave 2023 with the theme entitled Millet for Improving Nutritional as well as Financial Security. Millets, often called a poor man's food, are some of the earliest rice and wheat after the Green Revolution. Global production of millet is around 100 million tons from about 80 million hectares of land. Sorghum and pearl millet, the most important millets, comprise more than 90% of the area in the production. The rest of the millet production comes from finger millet, proso millet, foxtail millet, and some other millets. India produces more than 17 million tons of millets from about 13 million hectares of land, which is 80% of Asia's and 20% of global area and production. Millets are rich in nutrient, minerals, as well as vitamins. They are highly nutritious, containing calcium, iron, phosphorus, zinc, and folic acid. They have lower carbon and nitrogen as well as water footprints. They possess built-in tolerance to drought and high temperatures. They have got very good adaptability to low soil fertility and climate resilience. They are highly water use efficient, requiring only 1/10 of water which is required to grow a rice crop. In general, as I mentioned, they are climate smart, can be grown in marginal lands with very little amount of water as well as fertilizer. To take the millets from local to national to global level, Government of India celebrated the year 2018 as the National Year of Millet. Then India proposed and finally United Nations declared the year 2023 as the International Year of Millets. And for last about 1 year, the whole world is celebrating the International Year of Millet. To promote millets, we need to do a few things in the areas of science, economics, and also policy fronts. In the area of science, we need to develop high-yielding varieties with good package of practices to get more and more productivity as well as production. In the last 5 years, my friends, I'm really happy to say that ICAR, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, has developed 133 varieties. It also strengthened the food seed system with 18 breeder seed production centers and 24 seed hubs across the country, supported around 325 startups. More than 4,000 entrepreneurs were also supported and more than 100 ventures were incubated. 50 FPOs exclusively for nutriceuticals were formed, particularly in the states of Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, and Uttar Pradesh. It also formed 30 FPOs for pulses as well as millet crops in Bihar, Maharashtra, and Uttar Pradesh. It transferred 170 value-added technologies with 260 new millet products by startups, developed linkages with industry like hotels, shapes, processor, and hospitals. And currently, ICAR is providing wider publicity as well as awareness for growing millet. It organized more than 3,500 field demonstrations and provided trainings on good agricultural practices to more than 1,000 farmers for growing millet. To make India a global hub of millet, or Sri Anna, which now we call it, the Indian Institute of Millet Research at Hyderabad has been upgraded to the Center of Excellence for sharing best practices, research and technologies at the international level. Under the auspices of G20 MAX, that is Meeting of Agricultural Chief Scientists, a global research collaboration priority decided to launch Maharishi, that is Millet and Other Ancient Grains International Research Initiative, to facilitate research collaboration supplemented by the efforts undertaken under International Year of Millet, and that was one of the main activities which you could identify in our G20 programs. Friends, concerted efforts involving government and private entities, researchers, entrepreneurs, and all other stakeholders are required to utilize the space created for millets to create a win-win situation. We know that the millets are good for the consumer, for the cultivators, and also for the climate. Let us sensitize the civil society by taking small steps towards choosing healthier millets in their daily diets to create demand for economic prosperity of farmers as well as for the country. In the international era of millets, let us make the way for millets in the mainstream of crop cultivation to ensure nutritional and food security and farmers' welfare. This particular seminar on millet and to improve its nutritional security and financial security is a very important step in this particular direction. I congratulate the organizers for arranging this conclave. I shall be eager to know the recommendations coming out of the conclave. Please let us know if ISHAR can help in any way to take the movement forward. Let us work together and try to formulate a few joint programs of ISHAR, NABARD and Hindu BusinessLine. Once again, I congratulate the organizers and wish this particular event a grand success. I look forward to have better and strengthened collaboration with NABARD Hindu BusinessLine along with ICAR. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Pathak. We will now have a virtual address by Shri Abhishek Dev, IAS Chairman of APIDA. His valuable insights will provide us with a broader perspective on the millet industry. Over to Mr. Abhishek.
A very good morning to all. I would like to begin my address by congratulating NABARD and BusinessLine for organizing the Millets Conclave 2023. The basic aim of the conclave is to discuss and deliberate on the laudable objective of contemplating ways and means to improve the nutritional security of the stakeholders in all sectors involved in the millet value chain. The coverage of the conclave is very comprehensive as it passes a very wide range of topics like millets for food security, health and nutritional security, improving millet yields, value addition and branding millets, and increasing millet exports. So both the production side and the consumption side is covered, and on top of that we have also a coverage of the export side in the conclave. So the coverage of the Millets Conclave, which is being organized by NABARD and BusinessLine, it is a very expansive conclave, and I can see a number of very reputed speakers would be participating in the conclave, and I am really hopeful that after the conclave we will have very concrete outcomes which all of us as stakeholders can work together in improving the livelihood of the farmers and also ensure better quality products to our consumers, and also ensure that the millets use and consumption is spread all across the world. Millets, as a brief history, are said to be the first crops to be cultivated by mankind in Asia and Africa, which then expanded across the world as a pivotal food source for human civilization. It is said that little nutritional security, which is also one of the themes of this conclave, is not being realized properly. Herein, it will be instructive to bring in the contemporary health and nutritional security challenges in this context. As per estimates last year, 1 out of 11 people went to bed hungry, while nearly 3.1 billion people, or 42%, survived on starchy staples because they could not afford fruits and vegetables. As many as 600 million people are projected to be chronically undernourished by 2030. Against this backdrop, millets have a clear agricultural superiority over commercial crops attributed to their ability to adapt under marginal and low input demanding cultivation. Their ability to withstand environmental stress makes them an ideal choice for future agricultural systems. In addition to this, millets have higher nutritional value with more balanced nutrients compared to cereals such as wheat and rice. Further, they are also known to be gluten-free, highly nutritious, and rich in fiber. Thus, there is an inherent virtuous cycle in favor of the re-emergence of millets. India, as we all know, is the largest producer of millets in the world. It is estimated that India alone was responsible for the production of 80% of Asia's and 20% of global production of millets. Its average yield is also comparable to the world and slightly higher. It is thus befitting that India has taken a lead role in promoting millets globally. As we all know, that the proposal for an International Year of Millets 2023 was put forth by the Government of India and endorsed by the various bodies of the FAO, with its final adoption by the UN General Assembly in March 2021. A number of significant initiatives have been taken by the Government of India for the promotion of millets, some of which are the Government of India notifying millets as nutri-cereals in April 2018, awareness programs on National Food Security Mechanism, R&D support to startups and entrepreneurs for developing recipes and value-added products, and many more such initiatives are being taken by the government besides the International Year of Millets 2023. At the international fora, India has taken the lead and prominent role in promotion of millets and millet-based products. Especially under the G20, India during its presidency conducted a number of events and programs popularizing millet production and consumption. India, as we may recall, organized a 2-day Global Millets Conference in March this year, with participants from more than 102 countries participating in that. India also launched the Millets and Other Ancient Grains International Research Initiative, Maharishi. To give significant visibility to millets, the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare organized a special visit of G20 first spouses to IARA campus this month in Pusa, and this included tour of millet fields and exhibitions showcasing the strength of agri-startup ecosystems, display of India's achievements in R&D by ICAR, live cooking demonstrations, etc. Further, a significant element of the exhibition was the interaction with women leaders of the millet value chain as farmers, processors, entrepreneurs, representing different parts of the country. Millets also dominated the G20 summit menu, with world leaders enjoying different and innovative millet recipes. As we all know that the G20 event was successfully completed a few days back. There was a very wide coverage of the usage of millet in the hotels where the dignitaries were residing, and also in the various meetings and also in the various dinners that were organized. And a very good media coverage was there on the millets. And India again has been at the forefront in popularizing millets in the overall discourse. I would now finally like to touch upon the role and activities of APIDA, which is also proud to associate itself with the conclave. So according to the DGCIS data, India has exported millets of $61.51 million in the year 2021-22, which is an increase of 22.63%, and $75.43 million in the year 22-23. Pearl millet or bajra is the major product being exported, followed by sorghum jawar and finger millet ragi. The major exporting destinations are UAE, Saudi Arabia, which nearly take up around 35% of the export basket of India. Then Nepal, which is another 10% of our exports. USA, which is roughly around 6 to 8% of our exports. Japan, Germany, Bangladesh, Egypt. APIDA, on its part, is targeting a strategy to export millets and its products amounting to $100 million by 2025. For export promotion of millets, APIDA is facilitating participation of exporters, farmer-producer organizations, traders in more than 60 international fairs and events. such as the Gulf Food 2023, Foodex Japan, Fine Food Australia, World Food Moscow, and Anuga Germany, with the main theme of millets. So in all these major events, which attract a very huge footfall, India's pavilion, which is brought out by APIDA, the theme of the pavilion is always millets, and we have received a very good response to the millet-based products. In fact, even in the G20 trade ministers meeting in Jaipur last month, APIDA had set up an experience zone in which the world leaders, the trade ministers, and even the DG WTO, they enjoyed a lot of millet-based products like millet ice cream, millet snacks, millet idli, and they really liked the concept which we had developed there. And just as a follow-up to that, right now, as I speak, at the WTO, there is a millet promotional event which is being undertaken by APIDA, and that received a very good response as per my reports. A lot of delegates from various countries participated and partook to our millet snacks, and they were in fact surprised that so many kinds of snacks, cereals, even millet-based drinks can be produced. So a lot of work is being done by APIDA to popularize the millets, millet exports, and we want to take it forward with all the stakeholders together. And in the end, I would like to once again congratulate and compliment BusinessLine and NABARD for organizing this Millets Conclave. We from APIDA will work together with all the stakeholders to ensure that millets are promoted even further, and we will continue our association and support to BusinessLine and NABARD in organizing such thematic events in the near future as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dev. We continue our exploration of millets with a session on increasing millets exports. May I now take this opportunity to invite on stage the moderator for the session, Mr. Prabhudatta Mishra, Senior Assistant Editor, BusinessLine. A round of applause. Yes, come on, everyone. May I also invite the distinguished panelists one by one onto the stage, please. Mr. R.P. Naidu, Assistant General Manager of APIDA. Mr. Raj Seelam, Founder and Managing Director of Shrestha Natural Bioproducts Private Limited. Ms. Vishala Reddy, Director of Millets Bank. And Mr. Nitin Gaikwad, Senior Manager of ITC Agribusiness. Over to you, Mr. Prabhudatta.
Welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, and I would like to give as much time possible to the audience to ask questions. So I will request my panelists to be as brief and as possible so that we can come out with certain conclusion about how to increase exports in millets. That is the whole idea, because APIDA, just you have listened that APIDA chairman said that the target is $100 million millet export by 2025. So it is only 2 years left, and you can very well ask Mr. Naidu, who is representing APIDA here, how it is going to be done and where you can contribute. I think many of the audience, you would like to know more on exports and what are the potential on millets, and startups can also join in these exports. So I will start with Mr. Naidu. Please, if you can tell your opening remarks and.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am R.P. Naidu, representing EPIDA, working as Assistant General Manager and Regional Head for Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. EPIDA is an apex body under the administrative control of Ministry of Commerce, Government of India, to promote its scheduled products. And millets are also comes under its scheduled products only. EPIDA has taken a number of initiatives and working hard to promote millets internationally after the declaration of year of 2023 as the International Year of Millets. EPIDA is participating in international exhibitions every year, around 10 to 15 exhibitions. In every exhibition, EPIDA is now provided to all exporters of millets a separate pavilion, and also we have given the sampling, wet sampling, everything EPIDA is organized. Actually, as before the announcement of this Year of International Year of 2023, EPIDA has organized a pre-launch program on December 5th at Hotel Ashoka at Delhi, inviting around 20 to 30 ambassadors and importers from 20 to 30 and exporters. Around 60 exporters they have placed their stalls. That is the pre-launch program we have organized. And after that, in the month of March, we have organized a global conference also in Delhi, and our Honorable Prime Minister has inaugurated that international global conference. Just that, give me my presentation. Yeah. Yeah, just I will tell you, EPIDA, our head office at New Delhi, and we have a regional offices at all state headquarters, and Andhra and Telangana we have offices, Telangana at CGO Towers, and Andhra Pradesh also at Siripuram we have. Yeah. Products covered under EPIDA, there are 700 tariff lines. These are the products covered under EPIDA: fruits and vegetables, meat and cereals and cereal products. It will be covered under this millets. Okay. Just I will quickly go through just 4 or 5 slides only, not much. These are all the under this category only. Yeah, millets from India. Yeah, millets, major producing states, you all know, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, and Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh also. And this is the millet exports. As you know, millets exports for the 2023 around 608 crores, and from 2021 compared to that, it is increasing year by year, that millet exports. This is the top Indian millet export destinations. As already you know, that UAE, Saudi Arabia, Nepal, Bangladesh, Japan, USA are our major exporting countries from India. And this is the graph from where 5 millet export destinations. Okay, this is the graph of millet exports, how it is increasing from 2022 and to now 2022-23. Yeah, India millet exporting countries and major millet importing countries also I have given the details. These countries also we can concentrate for exports. Yeah, majorly in our website, EPIDA has created a millet portal. Under this, EPIDA has prepared a country-wise profile. Under it, we have given all exporters, importers data to easily any exporter, they can contact the importers. Every country-wise also, as a Year of International 23, we have prepared this country-wise catalogs, and state-wise products lists also we have uploaded on our website. One more thing, EPIDA has created a virtual trade fair for millets on our website. This is 365 days and 25/7. Once EPIDA registration, you are a member of EPIDA, then you can join that virtual trade fair also. It is a very good platform created by EPIDA to all millet exporters, they can use this. Yeah, this is, I told you, in the month of March, EPID has organized a global conference. So Honorable Prime Minister has inaugurated this conference, and around 70 stalls EPID has organized through its exporters. We are organizing with our Indian embassies even virtual trade fairs also by inviting importers as well as through our exporters. And all FPOs and all, they are also participating. Yeah, what are the exhibitions this year we have participated? This is the list. Even Biofac, Gulf Food and all. EPIDA is giving a first preference this year entirely to millet exporters. Separate pavilions are given, even the Gulf Food and all. It is a major exhibition. Even for that, particularly entirely we have provided to millet exporters only. Even millet displays we have done a west sampling, everything we have conducted this. Most of the exhibition, this even Seoul Food Hotel and South Korea, even Seoul, I have also participated in this exhibition. So just some of the pictures are there. This is the millet promotion initiative taken by EPIDA. Even the millet value added products, what are the exports are going. And actually this 608 crores I told you, that is the major millets. And value added products still HS codes are not given. It is going under cereal preparation side. Yeah, one more thing, EPIDA is also providing financial assistance to its member exporters as well millet exporters. Under the scheme for infrastructure development, EPIDA is providing 40% of the cost or 2 crores, whichever is less, to millet exporters for purchase of these color sorters, etc., if they require in their millet processing unit. Okay, and if it is particularly coming to the Telangana state, it is a landlocked area. Landlocked area states, EPIDA is providing 75% subsidy. Under the scheme for quality development also, EPIDA is providing subsidy to its member exporters. Around 40% of the cost or 50 lakhs, whichever is for establishment of quality control labs. This is the market development programs we are doing. These are the exhibitions and participation. That is the scheme. This is our financial assistance scheme, just our website only. This is the millet HS codes. Yeah, thank you for patient hearing. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Naidu. Now I request Mr. Raj to briefly say whatever. As you know him, he will be speaking about the exporter's experience, how millets can be a good potential to benefit our trading community. And normally we have seen that mostly in India, rice, wheat, sugar, buffalo meat, these are the main agri commodities where people are concentrating. So millets have big potential, and Mr. Raj will definitely be asked to give more information to our exporters, potential exporters, I would say.
Thank you. I think we primarily export packaged branded products under the brand name 24 Mantra to about 40 countries, North America, Europe, then Middle East and Near East and Far East, and also a little bit to Africa. So I think I'll perhaps speak from that perspective. Today, if you look at most of the export or international trade in millets, is primarily for feed purpose, feed consumption, and out of that majority is sorghum. And what we are exporting from India, other than pearl millet, which he was talking, and a few others, a lot of it goes for consumption, and most of this is for the diaspora in various countries. And definitely, I think in the last 5 years or so, even before we declared International Year of Millets, the interest internationally has been going up. But of course, diaspora is a much smaller market, so we need to address the mainstream market. And perhaps I think, according to me, not so much the feed thing, but the food market and through value-added products, value-added packaged products. So if you look globally, there are 4 important trends which are happening. I think one is there's a movement towards plant-based food. You had seen a lot of companies in US and other countries which have come out, even publicly listed, etc. That's one big trend. Second is there's also big trend towards gut health. because I think people realize your gut microbiome is a very important thing. And third is different, I think, food lifestyles, whether it is vegan, vegetarian, and gluten-free. In fact, if you look at the gluten-free market, I believe there are only 2% people who actually have gluten intolerance, but the consumption is almost 7-8%, primarily because if one member in the family is gluten intolerant, then obviously the entire family by and large adopts that diet because it becomes that much more easier. And the fourth trend is that of superfoods. I think this has been there for now almost 7-8 years, and every year people come out with new superfoods, so much so that the humble jackfruit has become a superfood, cauliflower is becoming a superfood, and of course the best known story is about quinoa. Right, quinoa was poor man's food in Bolivia, highlands of Bolivia and Andes mountains, and then suddenly I think some celebrities started using and then tweeting and then talking about it, and then it's become an international sensation. I think that's something we should emulate, but there I think quinoa has happened more by chance. No one really consciously promoted it. So that's something which has happened. But in our case, we are sitting on a gold mine, which is millets, different kinds of millets. In fact, if you look at it, about 60% of world production and consumption is sorghum, 40% is other millets. Out of 40%, perhaps 60% is India. We produce a variety of millets. I think so there is a huge scope, but here rather than leaving it to chance, how do we take that step of popularizing millets and plugging into these global trends which people are actively adopting? And for that, I think, yes, APIDA does a lot of trade shows, etc., facilitating trade. But I think we need to move one step further. How do we kind of popularize this in local cuisines? Let's say normally a tortilla is made out of corn or even wheat. But how do we make a millet tortilla? So I think that's where I think we'll need to work with. One is food bloggers. We need in these countries, different countries, whether it's Western Europe, I would primarily say, or North America. How do we work with this food bloggers? How do we work with celebrities in kind of consuming and promoting? And I'm sure, I think one tweet from Oprah Winfrey has got $1 million or $100 million value kind of thing, because then people start noticing. So we need to work really at this level. Otherwise, then our targets will be very modest and then we will not be able to make much impact. And the third is how do we make sure that this becomes part of restaurant menus, at least some of the, let's say, trending this thing. So I think this is something which we have been advocating for a long time, but I think we have not taken a decisive step because it means little different skills, perhaps engaging advertising agencies in these countries, working with them, and much larger budget. But then it will definitely give us dividends. And from our experience, what we have found is obviously sorghum has grown in many countries abroad, but I think for us the one versatile millet is ragi, which is your finger millet, because it's got a lot of flexibility, and then you can adopt in a lot of cuisines, in a lot of menus, etc. And the other interesting thing is obviously minor millets, but like I think some speakers and then someone from the audience was also mentioning, production is a challenge and scalability is a challenge. So I think we need to just pick up 2 or 3 things and then start working at the consumer level in these countries. How do we popularize this? Then obviously last 4-5 years the ecosystem has developed, a lot of innovative products have been developed, but unless we create the market, we will not be able to capture this. That's a little bit from me. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Raj. You have hinted something which I think Mr. Naidu should take note of and APIDA should work towards that. I will come to that about food bloggers. And let's move to our other panelist, Vishakha ma'am. She has made a mark in 3 years. And after 18 years experience in hospitality industry and suddenly coming to millet, I would ask her to explain how the journey is and why she got into millets. Please. Yep.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to be here and share my experience. As Sir said, I'm a farmer's daughter. My journey pretty much is from farm to fork, wherein 20 years of my life, I have not even seen how a real train looks like. And then next 20 years, I've traveled more than 20 countries in promoting tourism and investments. And next 20 years, I committed myself to restore local food cultures, and there is a reason why. So during lockdown, I went to my village, which is actually near Chittoor, that's a Tamil Nadu border, and I've seen my sister, who is an award-winning millet farmer from Karnataka. It's a border. So she was selling foxtail millet for 15 rupees per kilo. Then I was thinking that it's a huge injustice. You know, why she has put in so much of work, as the other panelists explained pretty much, you know, how much of drudgery is involved, how much of hard work is involved. If she is able to sell only for 15 rupees, how do we even, like, you know, she make up her livelihood and then take care of her children? So that is like an eye-opening thing for me. And then I thought, why don't I use a bit of marketing skills in, you know, marketing the millets. That is how the Millet Bank as a journey started in our agricultural shed, which was unused for the last 15 years. So I've reclaimed the agricultural shed and then started promoting millets in our own family farmers. And then I realized a couple of challenges, which many of the panelists have mentioned. In fact, Raj sir has mentioned that production level challenges. Recently, 6 months back, we have grown finger millet. And then I have seen 20 agri-workers coming from Tamil Nadu border, which is a place called Ramakuppam. And that is actually a place for millets, pulses, and oil seeds. That's a mini trade center. And then around Ramakuppam are multiple villages, tribal villages, who grow millets. And I've asked them, why did you come from all the way 20 kilometers, you know, taking an auto to our farm to work? And what they said was amazed me. They said they stopped growing millets because of the monkey issue. So whatever they have grown millets and pulses, monkeys are coming and they're destroying the crop, so they left the farming. So this is the fundamental challenge which is now in the villages. So why it is important for export, the panel is export, but why it is important to set our house right. So that is what I am going to share. Next slide, please. This one? Yeah. So this is what I was telling. This is what Millet Bank is, the first picture, which is actually a symbol of farmers' wealth and biodiversity, crop diversity. That is a symbol that I have taken, which in my own house there were 30 of them. And in my village also there were many of those structures where we used to store multiple millets. So that is the inspiration. And this image is the one which actually speaks about how farming was integrated at the grassroots level. Right from seeding, saving 30 to 40 varieties of seed, to having our own farm equipment, to having our own storage, and anyway that processing, you know, value addition was not there because millets were grown for domestic consumption, not for commercialization. So everything was integrated, self-sustainable, eco-friendly. But it was all broken today, if you see in the villages. Last 40 years, we ourselves have stopped growing millets, because of which a lot of environmental, cultural, and social issues have come up. So now the entire world started recognizing millets, and therefore we are all here today to speak about the magic of millets. And who are these people who are growing millets? Who are the key stakeholders? These are small and marginal farmers. And the small and marginal farmers consist of 86% of the farmers' percentage in India, and they are from the vulnerable regions who doesn't have much of economical strength. If you see Canada, a farm size is 700 acres. If you see in India, small farm holder size is like 2 acres to 3 acres. So how do you make sure that, before we export, we strengthen these farmers and then we bring them to a level playing field? That is when we have to first restore these local food systems. I've identified what are the challenges, right from the seed quality, availability of the seed has to be there, and then affordable machinery, which our sir also said, affordable machinery has to be there, and the storage units has to be there, and the value addition has to happen at the farm level, and the markets have to be linked. So it has to be production-linked export centers that we need to build. So how do we translate this into infrastructure is something like this. It has to be a quality infrastructure. It has to be world class. If at all we are targeting developed countries, we are asking, we are looking to export. The infrastructure has to be more of pull approach instead of push approach. If we have quality sorting, grading facilities, if we have quality value addition is happening, if our grains is and which are importing countries of millets globally, if you see, this shows that we have not even tapped the correct market. The most of the developed countries also we haven't tapped. If we have to tap, what we have to address is this. Number one is that what I told is the capacity building. What kind of grading, sorting, quality is required for the world, we need to fix it first. That is a capacity building, and we need to strengthen the small and marginal farmers by providing quality services at the grassroots level. And the second one is the untapped market, which is actually developed countries. We haven't even looked at them, so we have to do it. And the third one is promote a higher value. In half hour I was standing in the retail market, and then there was not even one product of Indian millet was there. So I was asking people, why are you not taking millets? And first of all, they asked, what is millet? And then I started explaining Nutri-Cereal, and they said, oh, cereal. She was actually confused. I said, yeah, I watch a lot of Indian cereals. So this is the level of, problem in the civic society. It's not about the Indian diaspora I'm talking about, but the mainstream consumers who we are looking to tap, there's a huge knowledge gap. So we need to brand Indian millets for quality, for gluten-friendly, or whatever the superfoods and whatever the trends are happening, we need to link and brand them. And the fourth one is leveraging the traceability. There is one professor in MIT, Carlo Ratti, he actually assumes that what kind of consumer behavior is going to change. So one of the consumer behavior right now which is happening also is a traceability. If somebody is walking through a supermarket, where this has come from, what kind of nutrition content is there, the calorie content, everything is being displayed in the graphic images. So that is the level of consumer thinking is going to go, and then being an IT country, then we have to develop and make use of it. And then dedicated government support, many of the panelists have spoken, and fantastic, like last, whatever is happening. The reason a 3-year-old startup like me standing here itself is an effort of government and APIDA, NABARD, and everybody is doing a great job, but it is not enough. We need to all work together, and it should not be a 1-year approach, it should be like 10 years or 20 years approach. Then that's when we will be able to see the real value. And then the R&D, seeding to feeding R&D. When we are speaking about the seed, or the machinery, or the value addition, or the market linkages, everything has to be like, there are institutes, ICRISAT is doing a wonderful job, and IIMR, but it has to be a bit more taken forward, and I think Maharishi, that's where we are all looking forward to make some wonders. And then finally, Export Promotion Forum. Raj sir has been speaking about it. It should be more than, APIDA's efforts also. It should not be just information broadcasting, where we go and speak about millets are good for health, good for farmers. It also has to be engagement-oriented, making them touch, feel, and a little more interaction, showcasing the recipes, making them to cook recipes, and also giving the knowledge, like, we track our own foods and how they are made, because there's a huge demand for Indian cooking content. So we have to produce at least 1,000 recipes using millets, and then engage the mainstream people, not just the Indian diaspora out there. So, these are some of the 8 points which I thought from my experience. So the production, sorting our house, setting our house right is more important, so that it will pull approach, and then we will be able to do what is required for this country. And then finally, this is the last image, how we are doing the experience. These are the first ladies of G20 countries.
Now I ask Nitin to please speak something on millets. And Nitin represents ITC. ITC is leading company in many of the agri-commodities exports. So he will be able to throw light on what is the prospect millets have.
Sure. So I don't have any presentation. First of all, good afternoon to all of you. And thanks to the APEDA as well as the NABARD and Hindu BusinessLine for inviting us, to share our views on the millets. So I'll not repeat whatever we have heard so far since morning, that millets are we do have many strengths as far as millets are concerned. These are nutritious as well as environmental friendly. Our production base is higher and all. Although at the same time we do have the weaknesses, like maybe the demand has over the years has gone down domestically as well as in the international market. The end use has been changing based on various factors. So as far as exports is concerned, I'll come to the point directly, that we believe that it depends on 3-4 major factors. Like for example, it's a a function of I would say the surplus, the first of all, and the second is quality and cost competitiveness, not only in domestic but as well as the international market. And the third major point is that should be the demand. So if we compare or assess the Indian millet sector as well as the the strengths which we have against these 3-4 major factors, then we'll come to know that as far as availability is concerned, yes, there is an availability. Nonetheless, over the year, the production has gone down, although the yield has increased, thanks to the fantastic efforts of government agencies. Over the year, yield has increased, although area under millet cultivation has gone down. Production has increased, production has gone down, but mostly it is the local consumption. So as far as surplus is concerned, it's still a debatable topic whether there's a surplus for the export which meets the quality and the related requirements in the international market. Then coming to the second point, which is crucial, the cost and quality competitiveness. We do have good production base. Our local varieties are there. It's also embedded into our culture and all. But the consumption here in India, as well as if we compare with the international markets, these two are different usages. So their requirements, their quality parameters are different. As Raj sir has rightly said, that mostly it is for the feed purpose. So for example, in case of China, it's the largest importer of the millets per se and sorghum in particular. And although we have a larger base of sorghum, we are not able to tap that market fully. There are many other reasons, including the geopolitical or other things and all. Nonetheless, many a times it happens that we are not able to generate that scale, especially from the export point of view. That's what the experience. And as far as scale is concerned, since it is not comparable to the other commodities which we are exporting, the cost of transactions is high, especially for the exporters as well as the value chain companies. And so these are, and then coming to the last point, which is around, I would say the product development. The demand in the international market is different, and I think at this right time, government has started the International Year of Millets, which will definitely give the momentum to create the awareness about this fantastic grain. It's similar to that of yoga, which government has done, and it has made popularized. Maybe the next could be the Ayurveda kind of a thing. So millet mission mode, which government has adopted nationally as well as the international level, that will definitely help. So what needs to be done as far as increasing millets are concerned? I believe the MSP or similar kind of interventions would definitely help the farmers, because commercial viability at the farm level is very crucial. So nowadays farmers do have many options because of the improved ecosystem, availability of other competing crops and all, and that is why the production is going down. Farmers are preferring more the cash crops. So somewhere the support is required, and that's why millet has gone into the vicious circle. Second could be the incentives at the farmer level. Third would be, I would say, the certifications and the attribute-based products if we are going to promote, because especially in case of organic certifications or any other certification, the cost is very high. At the farmer level or even at the FPO or farmer group level, it is difficult to absorb that amount of cost as well as the related hassle. So if from the government side, if those kind of things are promoted or provided, definitely it will help farming community at large. Then coming to the trade per se, the taxation is another area. The GST specifically for the companies like who are processing the millets and branding the products and packaging and selling. In case of GST, the categorization needs to be more precise. In many cases, products are not into the categories, so that's why it falls into the higher GST bracket. So although the work has already happened on that these things are taken into the agenda, but still more things can be done. And lastly, the trade agreements. India can leverage this International Year of Millets and the whole momentum which is generated at the international level to include millet maybe into the specific agreements or the preferential lists and so on, because there are 2-3 different angles to it. One, millet also is important from the food security point of view, nutritional point of view, and as my earlier panelist has rightly said that from sustainability point of view, millets are very crucial to bring forth the reduce the challenges of these GHG emission and all to some extent, definitely. So from that angle, this momentum can be used to get into the preferential trade agreements, so that exporters and the farmers at large from India can be benefited. And lastly, I would say the various institutions are also playing their important role, thanks to the these kind of initiatives like even media like BusinessLine, APEDA, Ministry of Agriculture, IIMR, ICR and all. So with I believe their constant efforts and going forward beyond even 2023, definitely this is going to help the farmer community at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Nitin. And I am glad that Nitin has acknowledged that BusinessLine's efforts are visible. Probably my editor is here and Vinay is here. They would be happy that people are acknowledging BusinessLine is moving forward with this kind of initiative. So I will start with Raj. You have made a very good point about using food vloggers. Probably when we see presentation from Mr. Naidu, EPIDA is still continuing with exhibitions or buyer-seller meeting, this kind of thing. Probably it is time they should employ more social media influencers and all such things to promote Indian products abroad. So I would like to know from Mr. Raj specifically what kind of suggestions you can have to EPIDA so that the target is achieved. Because in 2 years, the target is to take from 75 million USD to 100 million USD. Whereas in last 2 years, the increase is 15 million USD. So from 15 million in last 2 years to 25 million in next 2 years, it is a challenging task. So I would like to ask Mr. Raj, please.
So I believe millets can be a multi-billion-dollar opportunity. I think this 100 million is a fairly modest thing, and I'm sure with whatever APIDA is doing, it will happen if not in 2 years, 3-4 years. But there's a huge opportunity because this can plug into the trends which I am talking about, and there is a need for this kind of thing. So for that, in fact, I think APIDA over last 1 year, they have organized a lot of meetings with Indian consulates and embassies, with the commercial attaches, with the exporters. We had these discussions. And this is absolutely needed because obviously trade also has to do this. But here the key is how do we make mainstream consumers in these countries aware what is millets and how millets will benefit. And third, that it can be easily adopted into their diets because most of the millets are fairly versatile. So I think, as I said, we need to really engage with agencies abroad, multi-year. It's not going to happen in 1 year, but 4-5 years, whatever, so that like any, we launch a brand, whether in India or any other country, we engage advertising agencies, we engage on multiple things, whether it's social media, whether it is mainstream media. I think this is what we need to do. Otherwise, I think, yes, I think these modest targets will happen, few years there, but we are just missing out. And then I think a few years back, we had met the commerce minister at that time, and then the whole, he wanted to meet exporters, agri-exporters, and we met him. And the theme that time was India has got a lot of surplus, the domestic market is not able to absorb surplus, so we need to export. And then they said, we assure you that there won't be any bans, etc. But subsequently, every year there have been multiple bans and other things. So I guess still it's work in progress. We have made a lot of progress in the Food Security Fund, but there's a lot of work in progress. So I guess that's where these value-added products, one is it'll definitely percolate back to the farmers in terms of better prices. Second, it'll get better foreign exchange. And third, we don't have to be constrained by production, geopolitical tensions, and then bans, etc.
Yeah, thank you. I would like Mr. Naidu to respond. He's saying a couple of things. And another question I have, China, in your presentation, you said that China is the biggest importer of millets. And looking at India's position, India's export to China, it is very minuscule. What are the issues and why we can't export more to China?
Actually, China is importing bulk quantities from the other countries. From Indian side, we are not able to send that much of bulk quantities. Even that sorghum, China is importing bulk quantities and from other countries. And from India, we are not able to send that much of bulk quantities. That is the one reason. And also there are some bilateral issues also. They are putting some stringent norms and all. Even compared to grapes and mangoes also stringent norms. We are not exporting to China. Even grapes and all we are sending to other countries also. But China whereas very less. Very stringent, some stringent norms, some vigilance and like that type. Maybe that because of this bilateral related. That is from my point of view.
And what are the action plan APIDA has chalked out to increase export to meet the target in next 2 years, 100 million?
Yeah, APIDA is working hard after this International Year of Millets, and it will continue this further also, and the 2-3 years, and most of our international exhibitions and through our Indian embassies and all, it will definitely increase our export further. It won't be any less.
Yeah, thank you. I would ask Nitin to respond. You talked about MSP increase. In 2018, when this government decided to increase MSP by committing 50% profit above cost of production. At that time, it was probably jowar or bajra millet price which was raised the highest level. And after that also, it has been continuing this 50% thing. The prices of millets at that time, I remember one economist saying that, how can you raise bajra to that level? So now that the price has, people have realized that that price was realistic.
Correct. I mean to say MSP, broadly from the government's role point of view, not only MSP per se. For example, in case of bulk grains like wheat and rice, these are included into the public distribution system, and it has in a way given a fillip to the overall, production, although there are other reasons also, including the green revolution and all. But in case of millets, of late government has realized and started these initiatives. These are good things, like, in a way will provide kind of support to the farmers in terms of assured market to find that. So MSP can be one of the tools to, play with and help farmers to grow more so that the supply side issues can be addressed.
And I would ask Ms. Vishala ma'am, can you please tell the audience whether farmers are really interested to grow millets out of passion, or are they also looking at their economics? Because if they shift from one crop to another, it needs to be compensated with remunerative prices. How that can be achieved?
Sir, my answer is, in this country, health, education, agriculture cannot sustain on its own. So definitely farmers, millet farmers especially, who are these millet farmers? They are not the mainstream farmers who are actually growing commercial crops. They are from tribal regions mostly. They are from hilly regions, forest regions. And these are the farmers are way beyond development, right? So for them, the incentives and the services, which I was actually speaking, by providing the integrated infrastructure, so we need to uplift them and bring them to the level playing field first. Then only they will be able to grow millets. Right now, they are growing millets out of, because there is no other alternate crop, or they don't know how to grow anything, or just by passion, it is coming as a part of the legacy, or somebody would have, like FPO, which Saraswati Garu was telling, they might be growing. But if you have to grow them for the commercial market, the kind of level of support services also has to be at that level. So whatever the existing infrastructure is not sufficient, so they are growing, but we need to do a right justification for them by providing the integrated infra.
Yeah, and I would request Mr. Naidu to take note. In his presentation there was a table. EPIDA has an excellent portal on millet export. They have lot of data they have incorporated, but somehow or other I feel that in one slide it was said that what are the HS code mentioned and the name of the product is mentioned as other than seed quality. These are the two. So no one knows whether it is bajra, whether it is jowar, or what is the product that has been getting exported. So these kind of things EPIDA should take care. I request Mr. Naidu to tell EPIDA his higher officials. And now I throw open to the audience. Raise your questions, please. Introduce yourself and then please.
This is Apurva Murarka from E2Z Outsourcing, and I am an export-import consultant. Now, basically, I have a request to NABARD and EPIDA, like the team. See, Ministry of Food and Processing came out with one district, one product, where they identified list of products. But supposing millets, if somebody is making in Tamil Nadu, I don't know who is the manufacturer. Supposing if I am a merchant exporter, I want to export, I want to buy his goods and services. So if you can just work with them and get a list, then it would be easy for me to identify. Because I will share you an incident. I have a friend in Australia. Their PM just immediately after going from the G20 summit, he went to Parameta, which is now known as Little Italy. So their PM went and told to few Indian eateries, can you make anything out of ragi or something like that? They said, "नहीं, हम नहीं बना सकते." So I would just request NABARD and APEDA team if we can have that list from the Ministry of Food and Processing that, okay, these are the products which are being, they have identified the district, but if we can get the name of the manufacturers, it would be easy for us to promote the MSMEs. And I would agree with the people from ITC that GST rate has to come down. If I have to export a finished product, like the people gave the cook, यहाँ पे एक चिक्की दिया है सर उन्होंने, it's very good. उसमें शुगर वुगर कुछ भी नहीं है. I'm pre-diabetic. मुझे वो बहुत अच्छा लगा. तो even if NABARD and APEDA can speak with the government, like can the GST rate on a finished product can be come down, it would help our exports to go on a higher side.
What is the GST rate?
I think it's 18%, if I am not wrong, on finished one.
Yeah, it is actually there are quite a lot of categories into that, but the thing is, like, since millets do have different kinds of products, many a times it doesn't fall into one category, so it goes into the highest bracket which is available. So that's what the issue is, and many a times we have also encountered similar situation for our own brands, as well as when we trade with the value chain partners. So these kind of issues.
Most of the food products are 55% bracket. I don't know which products you are referring to.
No, so like if it is a finished product, then it goes in the highest.
Maybe, but most of the food products are within 5%
so
bracket.
Like for satellite,
anyway.
They exempted to 0. So
yeah, Mr. Naidu may respond to your question.
Sir, your point well taken. We will take up with the concerned authorities and no issue.
Sir, I have a question for Mr. Nitin, ITC. Sir, could you tell me what are the support mechanisms for the farmers who are growing millets? Because they do render services for the other sectors, especially when it is with the products that they supply for ITC in terms of agri-process industries. So what does ITC in particular do for the millet growers?
Yeah, definitely. I would like to mention here that identifying these kind of needs and the issues of the farmers, and although our presence in other, as far as my division is concerned, from which I am coming, agribusiness division, ITC is a large ecosystem. We deal into the lot of commodities, and as far as compared to other commodities is concerned, millet is relatively lower. Nonetheless, we do work with the farmers, because usually the farming ecosystem and the set of farmers are the same. So we are, let us say, working with farmers on particular crops like wheat, maybe rice or soya and all. The same set of farmers are available there. So we have started the mission called ITC Mission Millets. So, wherein we are leveraging the strengths of the back-end capability of agribusiness division, the processing capacity of food business division, wherein we do have Ashirwad and, so on and so forth, brands, AP and others. And even our hospitality division, which is hotels division. So hotels division has, since long it has started, but of late, recently has, full-fledged started providing various kinds of menus and the dishes. You might have also heard in G20, ITC was one of the major, suppliers and of various kinds of products to the delegates. So under ITC Mission Millets, various kinds of mass awareness campaigns are going on. We are also forming, millet as well as other grain-focused FPOs. Even we do have, tie-up with the SFAC, under which 10K scheme is available to the FPOs. We are providing, crop demonstrations to the farmers across 4 or 5 different states, especially in Karnataka, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, and UP, which are usually the millet-grown areas. And apart from that, we are also providing the market linkages as far as our own captive consumption is concerned. And if at all there are some other buyers available, those kind of initiatives are also undertaken through different partners.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's conclude this session. So, I would thank all my panelists here for joining the session, and it was really interesting to know the perspective on exports.
Thank you to all our panelists. Please and the moderator. for their insightful discussion on increasing millets exports. I now request our moderator, Mr. Prabhudatta Mishra, to hand over a memento from BusinessLine to each of our speakers. I would now like to invite Ms. Sangeeta Mehra, Deputy General Manager, NABARD Corporate Communications Department, to hand over a memento from NABARD. Requesting you all to kindly take your seats. Following the expert discussions, we now have a session on health and nutritional security. Joining us for this engaging conversation first, may I welcome our moderator, Mr. Subramani M.R., Editorial Consultant, BusinessLine. May I also invite on the stage Dr. Devraj J.P., Scientist from the Division of Clinical Epidemiology, ICMR National Institute of Nutrition. Over to Mr. Subramani M.R.
Slides.
So we have Dr. Devraj here. He'll be presenting some of the interesting health studies that he has come across. So now we'll have real updates on updates and a lot of studies. These are all actual cases. So he'll be presenting to you what has happened across the world with regard to millets, the sort of nutritional security that millets is likely to bring. Over to Dr. Devraj.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, NABARD, Hindu Group, and APEDA for inviting us for this wonderful session. And I would like to thank our Director, Madam, for nominating for this conclave. So my topic will be on nutritional composition and health benefits of millets. Scientists regularly attend the scientific conferences. I prepared this presentation in keeping in mind that it will be a scientific. Now I am feeling that it's it will be very difficult. I'll try to simplify as much as possible. So my talk will include introduction, nutritional composition, meta-analysis on health benefits, and NIN studies which are completed and ongoing, and finally end with the summary. So as you already know that diet consisting of food from various several food groups, which includes vegetable, fruits, oils, cereals, millets, pulses, and milk and animal products. So NIN has come up with a my plate concept for an individual, which represents the proportions of different food groups to meet approximately 2000 kilocalorie for an adult Indian. So this plate the more than 50% of our plate should contain fruits and vegetables, and another 30% should contain cereals and nutri-cereals. The 20% should contain pulses, eggs, fish, foods, and another 10% should contain nuts and oils. This plate helps to prevent macronutrient and micronutrient malnutrition, that's called hidden hunger. This plate ensures adequate intake of all micronutrients, bioactive compounds, functional foods, and antioxidants. No supplement will provide the adequacy of all the nutrients. Routine consumption of certain nutrients as supplements will interfere with the absorption of many micronutrients. So micronutrients from food are better absorbed and more bioavailable than vitamin and mineral supplements. This model plate provides many unknown substances, nutrients that cannot be met from supplements or fortified foods. This is our mandate. As a NIN scientist, I should start with this my plate concept. Now I'll move on to the millets. So as you already know that the millets are not a new thing. So these are all traditional food for more than half a million population across Asia and Africa. It encompasses a diverse group, and these are called as nutri-cereals. So our Honorable Prime Minister named as the Sri Anna. So there are two types of millets, major millets and minor millets, as you already know that. I will not go deep into that. So thanks to the Green Revolution, the production of consumption of wheat and the rice has drastically increased the post Green Revolution, whereas the millet consumption and production has static or reduced. So up to 1965 to 70, the millets were used to be a 20% of our total food basket. Now it's only the 6%. So now this table shows the nutritional composition of millets. Millets are having almost all the nutrients which are required for the body. Starting from the carbohydrate, the on an average 60 to 70% of grams of carbohydrate will be available in 100 grams of in any millets. So, and the 7 grams to 12 grams of protein will be there in any type of millets. The important point is here the total dietary fiber. The millets are having a rich dietary fiber when compared with our staple food, rice and the wheat. So in terms of fats, this barnyard millet has the highest fat content among all the millets. This fat is also polyunsaturated fats. That is very important. So when it comes to the vitamins and mineral composition, almost all the minerals have been reported in the millets. Importantly, the calcium. The finger millet has the highest calcium in any cereal. If you take any cereal, calcium is highest in finger millet. When it comes to the potassium and phosphorus, foxtail and finger millet are the top cereals among these minerals which are required for the body maintenance and blood pressure maintenance. When the proteins are made up of amino acids, in the amino acids there are essential and non-essential amino acids. So among the 20 amino acids, 9 are essential amino acids. Among the 9, almost all the millets are having the appropriate, adequate amount of the amino acids which are required for our body. With this nutritional composition, now I will move on to the scientific evidences on the health benefits of millets. So, meta-analysis is a term. In this study, what we do, we combine all the results of individual studies. We will apply some statistical method and will come up with the results. This meta-analysis will give us a highest level of evidence. Based on these evidence, based on these meta-analysis conclusion, the policy makers will design or develop a policies for that community or for that country. So, as you know that iron deficiency anemia, that is low in hemoglobin level, is one of the major health problem in developing countries like in India. More than 50% of anemic adolescent girls, pregnant women and under 5 children are suffering from iron deficiency anemia. It's because of low dietary intake of iron and the absorption deficiency and other causes. So we pose the question whether this consumption of millet improves the hemoglobin, reduces iron deficiency anemia or not. Then we segregated all the results, research conducted on iron deficiency anemia or hemoglobin. Using a millet supplementation, we combined the result and we have come up with a result saying that the consumption of millet improves the hemoglobin by 2 grams in mild and moderate anemic subject, and it improves the serum ferritin. Serum ferritin is a storage form of iron, so it improves the serum ferritin by 54%. So overall, millet can provide almost all the daily physiological iron requirement of the average person. So it means we concluded that consuming a millet reduces iron deficiency anemia. So in another study, so as you know that type 2 diabetes is one of the the major health problem not only in developing countries, in the developed countries also. So we pose again the question whether the millet consumption will reduce the blood sugar level or reduce the average glucose levels, that is HbA1c. We concluded that for diabetic individuals, glucose levels were lowered by 12% fasting, 15% postprandial glucose levels. So individual levels, glucose level went from diabetic to pre-diabetic level. In the pre-diabetic, it went from pre-diabetic to normal. So overall, HbA1c was lowered by 17%. So it went from pre-diabetic to normal. So as you know that every second and third, three persons are obese or overweight. We wanted to know whether the millet consumption reduced the bad cholesterol or overweight obesity. So we found that the consumption of millets reduced the cholesterol by 8%, and it decreased the bad cholesterol by 10%, and it reduced the overall BMI by 7%. So concluded that millets can reduce the risk of developing cardiovascular diseases. Our study shows that consumption of millet reduces total cholesterol, triglyceride, BMI and obesity. We wanted to do whether whatever the calcium available in the raw finger millet or millets is bioavailability is high or not. So we compared with the milk. As we know that milk is the richest source of calcium, we found that the calcium in the millets are 3 times higher than the milk and highly bioavailable in the millets. Then we again question whether feeding the millet-based diet improve the growth in the children. As we know that more than 30% of Indian children under 5 are undernourished, stunting, either stunting or wasted. So there was a significant positive effect on height, weight, mid-upper arm circumference, chest circumference at various age groups, from infant to preschool, school going and adolescence. This positive effect attributed to the growth promoting nutrients such as methionine, amino acid, total protein and calcium in the finger millet. There are some nutritionists are always asking the question that these millets are having the anti-nutrients which will inhibit the micronutrient absorption. I cannot call it as those as anti-nutrients. The phytic acid and tannins, polyphenols are present in the millets. We can call them as a biomolecules which may inhibit the absorption of micronutrients, but they are having other health benefits such as anti-carcinogenic in the intestine. So we studied that whether the nutritional anti-nutritional retention in traditionally processed millets improved or not. So in NAN study, what we have selected the sorghum, pearl millet and finger millet recipes to test whether the phytic acid present in the raw, cooked and soaked item, whether that level has decreased or not. We found that phytic acid content was significantly reduced in the traditionally cooked, fermented overnight, then added with the curd. So it means whatever we are following the cooking methodology will take care of the anti-nutrients or biomolecules present in the millets. We need not worry about much about the anti-nutrients. They are having other health benefits, and we checked with the compared with the levels with the rice and wheat also. They are as compared with the rice and wheat. So now I'll move on to the ICMR NIN studies completed as well as ongoing. So we have completed one study on pearl millet chickpea, which is of high iron and zinc variety. This was in collaboration with ICRISAT and NIN. We supplemented 100 gram of chickpea to the mild and moderate anemic subject for 90 days. So there was a significant improvement of hemoglobin and serum ferritin was observed. So we concluded that just taking or consuming 100 gram of pearl millet chickpea for 90 days will improve their hemoglobin and the iron deficiency will come down. So with this preliminary report, so we propose one main study to the ICMR. ICMR has granted a fund, and we are in the process of analyzing the result. So this title is the efficacy of cooked millet diet and their effect on hemoglobin and other micronutrient status among anemic women of reproductive age. It's a cluster randomized study funded by ICMR. So this study is being conducted at Welfare Department Hostel in and around Hyderabad. We have selected 6 different Welfare Department hostels. 3 hostels were included in a regular diet and 3 hostels were included for the millet consumption, millet intervention. The study period will be for 5 months. We have completed 4 months of supplementation. Before going for the initiation of this supplementation, we standardized the recipe and we finalized the recipe based on the palatability, acceptability, and the feasibility at the field level. Before moving on to the actual feeding, we took the consumption pattern and awareness among the adolescent girls in those hostels. We found that the 46% of the subject are like to consume millets in the breakfast and as well as chapati, and they were not aware of the millet chickpeas or millet products ready to eat or ready to cooked foods available in the market. So we did the sensory evaluation. Almost all the recipes which we prepared are having a high acceptability. Based on the acceptability, we selected some of the recipes. We included pearl millet, foxtail millet, and finger millet recipes for the supplementer, for the replacement of the rice and wheat based diet in the welfare department hostel. So we have already initiated and we have collected baseline and midpoint blood samples. We will be analyzing in another 1 month all the parameters, including their anthropometry, body composition, along with the blood parameters from the hemoglobin, serum iron, ferritin, folic acid, STFR, and most of the micronutrients will be covered, and we'll be analyzing at baseline as well as the endpoint. This study will help us to understand whether the replacement of the rice or wheat based in the hostels or in the community will help to reduce the iron deficiency anemia or improve the hemoglobin. So these are some of the recipes. So now I will move on to our second ongoing study, the effect of finger millet based dietary supplementation on gut microbiota composition and function in uncomplicated moderate acute malnutrition in under 5 children. So as I already mentioned that more than 30% of Indian children are suffering or are having undernourished state, either stunted or wasted or both. It's not just because of food insecurity. So government of India is doing a lot of work to improve the nutritional status, but still we are having those things. So our hypothesis is that as a microbiologist, just supplementing a calorie-rich food to the undernourished children is not going to help, but instead we need to modulate their gut microbiota. That gut microbiota is responsible for absorption of nutrients and assimilation. If our machinery part is not proper, so whatever we take will not be absorbed and assimilated. This is our hypothesis. So to prove that hypothesis, there is a problem in undernutrition. What is that? So there will be a gut dysbiosis. So composition of beneficial bacteria and the pathogenetic bacteria altered in undernourished status. It is true with non-communicable diseases also. So there will be a high inflammatory status in the gut, and for that reason there is a high oxidative stress in the intestine. With these conditions, whatever we take or whatever we feed to the children will not be absorbed and assimilated. So what are the corrective measures? So the finger millet, since it is having a high dietary fiber, it helps to restore beneficial bacteria. It improves the core microbiota functions, which will help in nutrient assimilation and improves their immunity. These finger millet will reduce the inflammation and re-establish the intestinal epithelial barrier. It reduces the anti-oxidative stress in the intestine. So we have come up with this plan. We are going to recruit the undernourished children. We will be dividing into the two groups. One group will receive the finger millet based diet. Another group will receive existing Balamrutam plus. So this study will be feeding will be for 2 months. We will collect the fecal sample and as well as the blood sample. We will follow them up after 4 months after endpoint. Another second follow-up will be after 4 months of the first follow-up. So we will be planning to feed with laddu, idli, dosa, porridge, biscuit to the undernourished children in Anganwadi centers. We'll be analyzing their height, weight, and we'll be collecting their fecal sample to analyze the gut microbiota composition as well as function. We'll also look at their gut inflammatory markers along with the blood biomarkers. We'll also access their bioavailability, bioaccessibility of the micronutrients from the various recipes. These are some of the recipes we prepared. We have standardized and we have already done the sensory evaluation with the Anganwadi children. So with this study, we are going to do the nutritional profiling of finger millet and Balamrutam, as well as we will be doing the microbial profiling. We will be measuring the host inflammatory markers and also the anthropometry measurements. In summary, millets provides almost all the nutrients which are required for our body. These are all traditional crops. Millets, good for us, good for farmers, good for universe. Thank you. Thanks for your patience hearing.
Thank you very much, sir. We have just a minute or so because we are running short of time. So we'll take a couple of questions. Before that, I would want to ask one question. Like China, Japan, they have been making use of their traditional herbs and other things, especially for sports. Like we saw marathon runners in Japan using this. Are we trying out our millets on our sports persons?
Very good question. Thank you. When we were conducting a study at welfare department, we observed that there are some sports. Students are they are participating in a sports activity. With their experience, I'll tell you that they are very after taking the millet recipes, they are feeling very energetic, and their strength has increased. And we have conducted the VO2 max also. Those who are taking the millet recipes regularly, their VO2 max, that is in cricket it's called yo-yo test. their, that has been improved a lot. So, yes, Indian government has already initiated to promote the millets in all the sports authorities, in sports schools. Yes, it has to be, maintained like this only. Thank you.
Yeah, any questions? Yeah.
Again, this is Ram Subbareddy. We are the processor of major millets, jowar, ragi, and bajra. So, thanks for detailed information about the nutritional values of millets. So, while processing these major millets, so as per your information that the phytic acid has to be removed from the millets by soaking or cleaning the grain. So, what we are doing, we are removing the bran by, with the machine, with the help of machine, and then making different products like idli rava, upma rava, and even flours. So, only we are removing the bran. With that process, we can eliminate this phytic acid still, otherwise we have to clean the grain. This is my question.
Can you repeat me the last sentence? Processing technology will reduce the anti-nutrient, so-called phytic acid.
Yes.
It's a known fact. And
what we are doing, we are using the machine, the polisher, to remove the bran on the outer layer.
Yes,
so therefore, we can remove the phytic acid in that element. So that process is enough to.
Yeah, that is more than enough to remove the phytic acid. First thing is, the phytic acid, tannins, and other things are as comparable with the wheat and rice. And with the processing technology, we can, reduce the anti-nutrients levels in the millets.
Thank you all. We are, sir, you could ask him aside because we are running short of time. So, yeah, so one more question.
The government of India is pushing biofortification, fortification, and millets. So 3 among others. So as a scientist, which one do you think is the best and appropriate for India?
So I'll go with the both biofortification as well as the fortification. That pearl millet variety, Icrisat has developed the Dhanashakti variety. They have that is the pearl millet biofortified variety. We use that chicky supplementation. So both are good. And the government of India has initiated fortified rice but fortified with B12, iron, and folate. So they have kept very low level of these nutrients, these chemical components in that. So they are not going to harm anything. So I mean to say both biofortification and fortification is good.
One more question. Yeah. In terms of promoting millets, more propaganda is
funding a lot for the millet study. Yes, NIN is the only institute conducting the studies on various aspects of nutrition, diet, and health. So millet is a one part of this. So since IIMR and ICA are doing extensive work on the millet, yes, I do agree. Icrisat is doing a wonderful job. Nevertheless, the ICMR is also contributing towards the millet research.
One more question, sir. So what is the difference between major millets and minor millets apart from nutritional value? Like you are talking about meta-analysis, different reactions that happen in the body. Because Kadarwali, the millet man of India, he promotes more of small millets. So what exactly is the difference apart from nutritional values?
Ask him aside because we're also running out of time.
Yeah, one last question.
No, he's been unable to hear. That's an
So what is the difference between major millets and minor millets?
Yes,
So when we talk about major millets, it is sorghum, pearl millet, and ragi.
Yes.
When we talk about small millets, it is all about proso, little, and
Yes.
barnyard. So apart from nutritional benefits, in terms of NIN, the research that you have done, what is the difference?
Nothing difference. whatever you know that major millets are sorghum, pearl millet and finger millet, and the minor millets, the rest of the millets. There is no, as such, I have showed the nutritional composition difference among all the millets. So these are available in the NIN website as well as the IIMR website. So in terms of health benefits, we clubbed all the millets. We have not individualized the millets because as such, interventional studies are very less in the millets. If you go for individual studies like effect of foxtail millet on anemia, you won't find any studies on it. So what we did, we have combined all the studies on millets. Thank you.
Check. Thank you, Dr. Devraj, for enlightening us on the topic health and nutritional security. I now request Mr. Subramani to hand over a memento to Dr. Devraj. I also request Mr. Monomoy Mukherjee, Chief General Manager, Corporate Communications Department, NABARD, to hand over a memento from NABARD. Thank you once again, gentlemen. Thank you. We now get into the second part of the session, which is a fireside chat. And to begin proceedings, may I now invite Ms. Richa Mishra, Senior Associate Editor and Chief of Bureau, BusinessLine, to the stage. May I also welcome Dr. Krishna Ella, Chairman of Bharat Biotech, to take the stage. Over to you, Ms. Richa.
You know, sir, the situation, Dr. Ella, which happened right now, I'll quickly deviate from millets. So one such opportunity where I was sitting with a personality like you, and I told about my guest that my guest needs no introduction. And then I started introducing. So someone from the audience said, when he needs no introduction, why are you introducing him? We all know who he is. Dr. Krishna Ella, the same for you, sir. And through the day, we have been listening about millets, talking about millets. And I remember when Amma used to give me, when I was a little girl, I was not too fond of millets. But today, everyone is talking millets. So I'll immediately get to the point and ask you, when it is part of our life so much, why are we talking millets now?
I think it's an extremely good question. Before that, I think I want to thank BusinessLine and NABARD funding this one. I'm telling you, NABARD doesn't fund easily. So, so they don't fund the industry. They fund all the governments, not the industry. But I'm glad you funded because only news magazine at least talks about agriculture and food is a BusinessLine. Nobody else talks. All business stock market only. All business stock market. That's an important aspect of it. I think I see only BusinessLine, only the last 2 pages on food and agriculture. Nothing else I see. All others are easily available anywhere in the world. But I think thanks NABARD funding. And I think let's ask a question, and I'll ask my own example in my childhood. I had a poor friend who was working in the farm, and he used to eat all the millets. And daytime, lunch, and whatever is left over in the evening, that is put in the water and put buttermilk in the morning and give as a porridge. I used to ask my mom, give me that one. No, that's for poor people. And now I see my friend in village, he doesn't have blood pressure, he doesn't have diabetes. Now I have obesity and blood pressure. I was only eating rice. A simple example. we have a perception problem. We have been perception as a millet that it's a poor man's crop, poor man's food, not a rich man's food. But today, rich man is with all diseases now. With all the all rich people only has got disease. The poor people are healthy. And I think what is important is those food is required for rich people now. I think that's very important to change perception of the millet. But I think we have to thank one Kader Wali as a single individual who made us an agenda.
Yes.
And thanks to the Prime Minister who made a global agenda. And I think we have to acknowledge both the people who brought back that history back to the millets. Millets is there for years of centuries, but we have not realized the value. But still, Devraj was talking about the nutrition. We don't have still a factor hitting. The problem is if white man eats our millet, and all Indians will eat automatically. Simple. Then how do you make it white man to eat this? This is very important. I think, look at orange juice. We drink orange juice because Americans are drinking and Europeans are drinking. Where orange is not grown in India. Whatever Nagpur orange is used as a fruit, not as a juice. Okay? And I think, we have a perception problem. I think we need to create a millet. If it has to succeed as a product, we need a lot of science around that. Not just nutritional, food science, engineering aspect of it, clinical aspect of it, the good trial. You have to do it even in US, one trial, even in Africa, one trial, in India also one trial. We need to add value. Farmers are intelligent in this country. They can produce anything. I think I looked at it my agriculture life as being an agriculture graduate. Nobody was growing a millet because it was not affordable. Not economical. Yield was less, not economical. They lost out. The rice was giving a more price, so everybody is switched out to rice. I think the time has come that we give a better value. If you have to give a better value for the millets. One thing in the Indian mind says, if the product is expensive, it's good quality. Right. If it's a low price, it's a poor quality. So millet is low price, so it's low quality. So I think we need to change a lot of brand value, nutritional value, engineering aspect of it, and in all direction. But we are not yet there. No, we are not there. Not there.
So you have often been quoted, and you've been very vocal about it, that clinical research and nutrition, and you have been very vocal. You've gone to various places and you've spoken about it. For us, can you elaborate a little on it as to when you say nutrition and clinical value? What are you clinical research? What are you referring to?
No, I think I'm basically, we are in the vaccine company. We believe in research, clinical research, very important, evidence-based, and that is very important. And I'll give you two examples before starting on the millet. You know, Tamilians knows Nallanna?
Oh, Nandi.
Nallanna? Yes. In Kannada, Nalla Vallanna, and Malayalam also Nallanna. And Telugu also Manchinuna, or Noguluna, Manchinuna. Even now we don't know. My grandmother said that, we still don't know what the science of that. Why it is called good oil? We don't know. You look at coconut. Everybody said coconut oil is not good for health and all. You look at Kerala, full of massage with coconut oil, head bath is coconut oil, cooking is also coconut oil. Everything is coconut. But they're all healthy. They don't have any cardiovascular problem. Americans said, Harvard said it's highly saturated, you should not have this thing. But now, Netherlands has proven it's good for Alzheimer's and Parkinson with 2 tablespoons of coconut oil. They published it. Now, entire US and Europe, you see coconut biscuits, coconut shampoo, coconut oil, everything coconut now in US. You look at the shelves of the grocery stores in US, everything is coconut based, totally. And I think that means the people Kerala was eating so much of coconut, but what the chemistry of that interaction with the human body, nobody understood that. Nobody understood that. I think the same thing is applicable to the millets also. We don't understand the nutrition of that in relation to the human being. How? We can't make it, jowar is the best for everybody. You can't make it, that gentle statement. So we need to have a tremendous knowledge on a food industry, nutritional, and palatability. See, whether I can make a millet product, whether my son will eat, my grandson will eat. That's important. And I'll give you one example for that. Corn, Kellogg cereals. You look at Kellogg corn cereal. Americans had an excess production of corn. They don't know where to put it. They have to throw it only in the ocean to feed the fish in the ocean. They said they had to do something. So they put a Kellogg Foundation, non-profit foundation, and they started corn cereal, made a cereal. Whether it's good or not, they say it's good for health, no fat, no, because there's no fat, actually, no oil in that. So naturally, no oil in that. So they made it as a good for nutrition, good for the morning breakfast. Today, it's a global product, corn cereal. My grandson eats a corn cereal. But how do you make them palatable? A science can be simple ideas, how that can be converted. The problem in India, we think science in a very complex manner. We want to integrate everything in one time. It doesn't happen. We need to think science in a very simple language, start thinking how to make it. Can we make it a superfood? Everybody says superfood, but is there evidence for that? And you can't make one millet for everybody. You can't make it. How do you make it? Mix it 4-5, which are palatable. Make like a corn cereal, Kellogg corn cereal, how that is palatable, how to make it as global. And I think we need a bigger vision, bigger thinking, but simple ideas. That's very powerful, it's important. Unless we understand that millet, our interaction with our body, how it reacts. I mean, Devraj spoke about the hemoglobin level and all gone up. Is it applicable to all of the world? Hemoglobin is not a problem for the western part of the world. They eat a lot of meat. They don't need that. But we need to think differently, what their problem is. Like NABARD really should fund one E&Y or somebody, what Americans would like it to have. I think it's worth it. NABARD should fund the European agency and American agency. Consumer prefers, if you want a millet product, what type of nutrition they'll expect. Is a cancer point of view, cardiovascular point of view, because you're eating meat, supplement to meat to more soluble fiber, because they don't have much fiber there. So we need to investigate, sort of a survey, consumer survey from US and Europe. And that helps us for Indian farmer to increase more production, more export, more palatable, and we'll have good science evidence base for the other part of the world.
So before I move on a little on technicalities, a little personal question I can't do but ask you. A farmer man and agriculture, how are the two happening?
I'm from farming family from Tamil Nadu, and I'm an agriculture graduate. I think BusinessLine called me because I'm an agriculture graduate. So basically, I'm an agriculture graduate. The nice thing about agriculture graduate, you can adapt to biotechnology and vaccine anything, but not vice versa. not vice versa. The agriculture graduate can adapt anything. And pharmacy is also like that. Pharmacy is an entrepreneur. Farmers are, he puts 100 rupees, you need to get 120 rupees. He's one of the best entrepreneurs in the world, you can think about it. He's the one, we have to learn from him how much risk he takes every day in life with all the calamities. He's a real entrepreneur in the world.
So the agriculture graduate is very passionate about millets also, I'm told. Is
we
that
are passionate, but we don't eat. That's the problem.
So during the course of the day, a very interesting point was also made that, variants are coming out of millet. And you also raised that point that how do you make the taste buds, make it to the taste buds. But the nutrition value of all the variants may not be same. How does that work?
Ma'am, the nutritional values, if you want to translate into the human value, it has to be palatable. That's very important. Like bitter gourd, somebody said you drink every day bitter gourd juice, you'll get a diabetic problem control. It doesn't, because your tongue is getting desensitized that you can't enjoy any more sugar. It's not that it's really controlling the diabetic, but just desensitizing. But we need a palatable. I think science is so much advanced now in the food science, one can do it. Whether bajra, it's got a low, high soluble, somebody was talking about a phytic acid, how engineering can be done, process engineering. We don't have even process engineering has got into very well into the millet program. We need to have the process engineering, not to lose the nutritional value, and how palatable food science can be added, whether half-cooking bajra will help us to increase the nutritional value, or mixing with another bajra, will it increase other nutrition better? A combination of 3-4, will it help? All that food science has to. But problem in India, nutrition, NIR works differently, CFTR works differently, and NIR works, CSR works differently, everybody works differently. And I think we need a time as a national mission that a core scientist should join together, engineering, food science, and nutrition, and clinical scientists and the taste bud people who are market surveying, market intelligence people, all has to join together. And unless we put together on this thing, millet will not really, we may talk next 1 year, all meetings and all that. But after 2 years, will it disappear, these ideas? I don't want that to disappear. We need to keep the momentum continued. And for that, I think we need certainly scientific outlook of all this put together sciences.
That's very well said, sir. But you made a very interesting observation also about marketing. And I have heard you say that our farmers actually don't need much of innovation because they themselves innovate quite a bit. They're working on the field. But it's the marketing side which they lack. And just now you mentioned about the pricing also, because we all have this thing that something which is expensive is good and something which comes cheap is not good. But don't ask a woman that, it's the other way around. But there I want your thoughts on that, you know, if you're talking about marketing and if millets are coming, how does one go about? Will a public-private partnership work here? Does the government has a better, bigger role to play? What are your thoughts on that?
No, both government and private, both should play together, because it cannot be just industry alone cannot do it, because most of the millet industries, food industries, are small-scale industries. I don't think they can support themselves. Their way of marketing game or the food science angle, palatability, market intelligence, I don't think they can. They have still reached that level. I don't think big company. You know, for marketing point of view, let's make a simple thing. If ITC makes a food product from the millet, they get a GST waiver. That's simple intervention. Then ITC, everybody, Tatas, everybody will run behind that product. And they'll make everybody make a millet cereal, everybody. So simple intervention. NABARD should lobby that in the government of India, how to remove the GST for a food product which is made from the millet. Simple intervention. We don't need a big intervention. The problem in India, we have all the commissions, planning commission, all those people think too much of science, too much of figures. But always the best solution comes with simple ideas. And I think one intervention of GST removal on anything millet-produced product, food product, will just change the game. Every industry will follow that. They'll build up.
So basically what we are talking about is all stakeholders coming on board, which is not an easy task. But
no, simple intervention, like I told you, the simple intervention of removing the GST, everybody will join. Industry, academy, industry will go behind NIN, and they'll go behind CFTRI, everybody. And they'll make it happen. Industry will make it. Even small-scale industry will make it happen.
So, sir, on that thought, we'll throw the floor open also, because there are many people who would like to, know your views, your thoughts. Yes, sir, please. And please identify yourself.
I can't hear.
Just one.
Just
mic, please.
Mic
Mic,
is
please.
Hi, madam. This is Apurva Murarka here. I'm a GST and a import-export consultant, and I would like to compliment Honorable Sir on the dais that there is a movie coming on his company, The Vaccine War, on 27th of this month, and the hero is played by Mr. Nana Patekar, like people would be knowing. So it's really great that we will now really come to know Bharat Biotech, what they did for India and the global world at the time of COVID. Thank you.
Thank you. If I contest election, he will not vote for me.
So, questions, please. Yes. Yes, sir, please.
Good evening, sir. It is nice to see you here on this platform. Since you have come up with Covaxin, why don't you also initiate a process for the millet whereby the growers and the producers would be very happy with your initiation in it?
No, I mean, honestly, I'm telling you, I don't mind losing money in this game. And I'm thankful to BusinessLine to invite me for this, because my personal passion, I talked actually, Madam Patel was the president of India. When she came to Karnataka Raj Bhavan, she asked me to come and talk on the food. I said, this is exactly 14 years back when she was president. In Raj Bhavan, there are 20 vice chancellors were there called in from various states also. Everybody is giving big presentation. Agriculture revolutionizing, agriculture revolution. So mine was a last talk. Because I was the industry guy, they put me the last one. Okay? So they said, madam, I said, I'll remove, the nice thing of PowerPoint presentation. As the time goes up now, you can keep deleting the slides. So you deleted, I only had 5 slides. I said, I put one slide, and talked on the dryland agriculture. Only dryland agriculture. Why that is important, dryland agriculture. Whether it is a sesame gingerly oil or millet, all are dryland agriculture crops. We are not focusing on that. Just imagine, even an economist can tell by switching over to millet how much water is going to be saved in the rice production and the wheat production. I think we should charge, and people who are doing more eating rice, they should be put more GST.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So it shifts the game. You shift the game. I think, I'm a strong believer of dryland agriculture because the future water is not going to be available. It's a game. I think that thanks to the Prime Minister, put this on agenda, not because this time, but it's also saving the water point of view for the country. And this is going to be a survival. Next 15, 20 years down, when water is not there, what are we going to grow as a crop? And I think millet and dryland crops like sesame, mustard oil, all that are very important for the country.
Hi, sir. Good evening. Sir, I'm also agriculture graduate. Sir, my question is, as we all know, our ancestors got very healthy and strong by eating these millets. Do we get same nutritious food? No?
That's a very good question. I asked the same question to some of the hybrid tomatoes, hybrid varieties, is what I ate about 50 years back. Same tomato, the traditional variety of tomato, is the same as the new hybrid tomatoes which are there. Is it same nutrition? Nobody has done the studies. Nobody has done it. But the millets have not changed so much. Thanks to the Agriculture University, not much breeding has been done. They have not done the breeding. So fortunately, my feeling is the nutrition value of that traditional, which should be there almost intact.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, please. Right behind, he's been raising his hand. Yes, please. You want to? Please go ahead. Can someone give him the mic?
Mike. Definitely, you don't look like eating millets. So, I'm also not eating millets. No. The earlier one, the agriculture graduate. You're not eating millets.
It's not working.
I'm kidding, man. Don't take it serious.
No problem.
I'm
sir.
also not eating millets.
Sure.
You can make out my size.
Yeah, this again with the GST and other things which we are speaking. So when we speak about the millets and NABARD is funding this, most of the FPOs has been given a tax exemption up to 100 crore turnover. But now they have a minimum alternative tax 18%. So government is giving one side and taking other side. So it is not complete. So like that millets also, like there was no tax on the millets. Recently they have put 5% tax on the regular millets also if you pack it. So the government is one time hosting big conferences, again increasing the prices. Due to the rainfall also, the regular prices have increased. So it's, as you said, the holistic approach with the all involvement of the stakeholders should be planned.
No, it's a good question. I think you should lobby with the NABARD chairman to write down.
BusinessLine should do
I think NABARD should take up these issues. I'm telling honestly, I'm humbly requesting NABARD here to take up these sort of small issues are very critical for the country.
Because
you need somebody to represent your issues. You go through all the association, it gets one more file, one more paper, that's it. Nobody looks in the finance ministry, those things. But definitely NABARD, if it writes it, they'll take it very seriously.
Because around 10,000 FPOs has been promoted with a big public investment,
Sure.
but all going in the incubator stage. So they may die soon.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Raghu, you
We're done.
And anyone else, please?
No question. I think they're all waiting for
sir.
coffee.
The people are
We are prompt in waiting for those things all. Lunches and...
I am Ramchandra Raju from Padma.
Their lunch was it a millet lunch today?
Yes.
Oh, good.
I'm Ramachandra Raju. I am co-founder for Padmavati Natural Foods. So we are talking about a millet end product, but it is taking time to reach to the consumer. So one attempt we made is we marketed this to the local school for presenting on the August 15th. They have given 2 chickies to each children. Similarly, we can promote this to the corporate also, in the canteens or...
Sure.
As
it's a good move. See, look at the midday meal scheme.
Yeah.
Why not they make it every alternative day is a millet?
Yeah. Evening snack.
Well, midday meal scheme. You see the amount of quantity will be absorbed by the millet into the midday meal scheme. All state government, they're giving a rice to midday. And actually, the governments are giving 10 kgs, 15 kgs of rice free. They should give millets actually instead of that. They will not give it to throw it outside.
So all the working professionals, they are facing, all lifestyle diseases. So, chicky or, some eatable item every day or in the midnight workers. So this will be reached to the end.
Science is there, but not presented properly. The science is there. Our grandmother's science is there. But now, how do you make them palatable as science to the common people? That is going to be challenging for us.
I approached to almost 10 schools as of now, and 2 are convinced, and their feedback is really good.
Very good. Good luck.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Then I'll move on to our editor, sir. We won't let you go without getting a business line sound.
No, I'm telling the truth. Is not to impress the business line. Don't. I'm not a politician, so I don't have to impress anybody in the life. So.
Thank you, Dr. Ella, for coming here with a deep sense of gratitude. You set the room alight. Post-lunch session, the amount of clapping that came here, that's evidence of how much you made an impact. Now, when everybody talks of Bharat Biotech, they say Covaxin. But Bharat Biotech is much more than Covaxin, as we all know. Similarly, a well-kept secret is about Ella Foods. Not many know that there is a company called Ella Foods, and it's your passion as well, just as much as scientific research and vaccines is. Now, we all heard since the morning about how to push exports of millets, how to increase production of millets, what can financing do, what can government do. Now, all that is there, and it's been happening, but despite that, we have not moved forward much. What millets need is a mission mode, like how you did for Covaxin. So can we expect something like that from you, from Ella Foods? Because if we are to push millets, you are a man of ideas. You have several ideas, including on marketing. The Kellogg's cornflakes is an excellent example. So can we expect a move like that from you, from Ella Foods? That is what will give a huge leg up to millets in this country.
He's inspiring me. He's inspiring me to lose more money now. But I think I'm looking at it, one of the idea. We have started Ella Food. I mean, if I talk that it's a conflict of interest here, I don't like to talk as a business interest point of view. But I'm looking at the millet. Americans likes gluten-free, gluten-free foods, Americans. So can we strategize high fiber, gluten-free diet as a nutrition product? Whether it can be a cereal or it can be a bar, energy bar, whatever it is, or something like that strategy has to build it. But then it has to be palatable. That's we are food engineering, we are very weak in this country. Food engineering, the Prime Minister has appointed me to handle the CFTRI, to reform them. I don't know how I'm going to reform, honestly. But it's a tough, Somebody is working for so many years, the scientists to change drastically is difficult. Because they believe in some science. We have to respect that. And so how do you bring the food science into nutrition and to some of the small manufacturer, integrate these things? And because I don't want to start myself everything. If small entrepreneurs are there, how do you put a good science around that gluten-free, high fiber nutrition things, cereals, whatever it is, or bar. I'm thinking that ideas are coming in, some of the ideas, and something a nutrition bar without much sugar, but more for diabetic people, cardiovascular people, like a tailor-made to the disease. Not just, millet for everybody. Or tailor-made to wellness point of view, or some young generation want to eat cereal, where all the complements are put in, and you make even chips, potato chips can be made. Why not the millets can be together grounded and made a chips? Millet chip. Nobody made a millet chips. Is it possible? I do not know. But it's an idea to be looked at it. If it is possible, then you can mix along with something else also to make them palatable as a chips. And where kids can be eaten. Children can like it to eat. So we need to think something strategically. I'm just start putting the ideas into the game. But then again, to convince agriculture graduate, they love to work in ITC, not in a smaller company like Ella Food. So they want, we need a young generation to take less risks. But I've seen some of the millet programs, a lot of small scale industry have taken a risk in the millets actually. Honestly, I'm telling you, I've seen a lot of small scale industry. But I really want them to succeed. They need to succeed because they have started with certain passion. And for them, the government needs help to help them on putting some science for that. And I think anything I can do that type of science, and I'm more than happy to do it. But the thing is, time is less, and I'm also getting old. Now I'm 68 already. I wish I'm for 35 to take Srinivas's idea and then move on as an entrepreneur again. I wish I'm 35 now to take the millet program as a global program. It's possible, I'm telling you. It's not something impossible. The problem is we are not together. Both science and industry, policymakers and financial institutions, we are not together. So we ourselves in this room, how much we believe in ourselves millets. Let's ask ourselves truthfully. Okay? We talk, but how much we talk, believe in it. And to believe that, to make it the best product. And we need some Americans to eat and acknowledge some food. Then everybody will, Indians will eat, but blindly will eat. I think we need to put, NABARD should fund 100 crores to some company to make Americans to eat. Thank you.
So that's very, very well said. So what we are looking at is the entire value chain, the entire system to get together, put your heads together and do it.
Absolutely.
So this is just one last question from me. What is your daily diet like?
I'm eating still rice. So I ate some, the millet. I was not able to eat at all. I mean, it's good actually. You eat less actually. You eat less. But then something was not all right. Okay? And I think we need to see that how intestine friendly to make them intestine friendly. Same nutrition quality, but how intestine friendly. And I think it's possible to do it. Science. Somebody has to think that. And how is while eating, your tongue starts feeling not all right. Because you got so much addicted to the rice in life. And suddenly changing is difficult. But certainly my grandson slowly can be changed. We can make a cereal, bottles are there in US, Gerber, nutritional thing. Somebody should make a Gerber in a bottle, this millet, which are palatable to young child. Start addicting the small child onwards, the food habit. That changes the game.
So you have really advocated and woken us up to millets, sir. So at least let me try at home this time, and I'll get back to you whether I turned into a millet person or not.
Definitely, I think I'll tell my cook, but my cook doesn't eat that. So
So thank you so much for your precious time, and we are really
honored
humbled that you could give us some time.
I would also like to invite Mr. Monamoy Mukherjee, Chief General Manager, Corporate Communications Department, NABARD, to hand over a memento from NABARD. Thank you all. Requesting you all to stand together for a group picture. A round of applause again. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for a short tea break. Grab some refreshments and recharge yourself for the final sessions of NABARD and the Hindu BusinessLine presents Millet Conclave 2023 in association with APIDA and True Good. Requesting you all to be back in the room in 15 minutes. Kindly be back here in next 15 minutes. Thank you. check. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to kindly come back. Please settle down. Please be seated. The break time is up. Requesting you all to kindly settle down. Quickly drop in a message to all your friends and colleagues who are still outside. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, again requesting all of you to kindly be seated. As we are running short of time, please settle down quickly so that we can commence our next session. Check. Welcome back to NABARD and the Hindu BusinessLine presents Millet Conclave 2023 in association with APIDA and True Good. Moving forward, we have an exciting session on value addition and branding millets. May I now take this opportunity to invite on stage the moderator for the session, Mr. Vinay Kamath, Senior Associate Editor, BusinessLine. May I now welcome our distinguished panelists for this session. Mr. Ashutosh Deshpande, Head of Value Chain, Reliance Foundation. Mr. Ashutosh, can we please have you on stage? Dr. S. Kiran, Executive Director of Vikasa Andhra. Mr. Raju Bhupati, Founder and CEO of True Good. And Ms. Rishika Reddy, Executive Director of Millets Marvels. Can we all put our hands together for our moderator and all our panelists? Over to you, Mr. Vinay.
Yeah, thank you all. So we have saved the best for the last, if I may say so. Millet and barnyard millet. So I'm going to try it, and the proof of the noodles is in the eating. So we'll give you feedback. So Rishika, just tell us what has been your experience of the branding in Millets Marvel, and how you've taken the entire branding experience, and also in terms of what are the products you're going to extend it to. And I think you got a multi-product strategy, right? Yeah. Products as well as outlets. Yeah. So just tell us about your experience.
Sure. First of all, thank you so much to the Hindu BusinessLine, NABARD, and Vinayji for having us here today. And it's an honor to be such an esteemed panel with such wonderful co-panelists who I have a lot to learn from. So I look forward to interacting with all of you and sharing my thoughts as well. So as Vinayji rightfully put it, we do have an outlet at the airport. So for everyone that's here from out of town, please do drop by, try something that's millet based, as well as take back something home to share with your family, and do write to us with any feedback. We'd be appreciative of anything that you guys can tell us. The reason of even having this airport outlet, right, is to make millets a lot more mainstream. It is to sort of introduce, and as Mr. Vinay rightfully put so, we do have a mix of what our brand is. So we have our quick service restaurants, which you will find at the airport as well as at the Apollo campuses. We also have raw grains, attas and sujis. We also have ready to cook, which are your batters, and ready to eat, which are things like your noodles. By the end of this year, we're going to be opening up a factory that's going to be producing 1,000 tons of millets on a yearly basis. This is a US FDA and BRC approved factory. So what that means is that we have clearance from these groups in order to be able to package and export millets. So like Dr. Ella said in the panel before, how do we sort of get the man to start eating millets, right? And how do we really channelize and make this a more mainstream opportunity for us here as well? What we've come to realize is that the adoption of millets is based and rooted in 3 factors. One is health, the second is convenience, and the third, surprisingly, is sustainability. Now with consumers of my age group, right, that are slowly making purchase decisions that are affecting households, figuring out what it is that they should be eating, these 3 things are starting to play a very critical role. Health, as we all know, millets are some of the healthiest form of grains. They're gluten-free. You don't need as much as you would say with a rice or a wheat. You can have a much smaller meal, thereby saving yourself some money, thereby doing more portion control, and yet feeling very fulfilled. By convenience, what we are trying to do here at Millet Marvels is make it very accessible to everyday consumers, and also sort of dispel the entire, the entire struggle that comes with cooking millets, which is you have to soak it overnight, then you have to sort of process it, and then you can eat it. We're trying to introduce meals that you can just sort of add water to, and then that will become a full meal that somebody that's on the go can easily have. And the third point is sustainability. As Dr. Ella also said in the previous panel, we don't realize how much water wheat and rice use, especially in a country such as ours where wheat and rice is the main source of food. Having that entire economy shift towards millet will become such a huge saving for us in terms of our water resources. And more, especially young people, are attuned to that. They realize that this is what they need to be moving towards in order to really make our country a little bit more eco-conscious.
So are you winning the battle at the airport since you're next to a Starbucks there?
Listen, Starbucks is for your coffee. Millet is for your breakfast, lunch and dinner.
Right. Okay. So Raju, do tell me about your experience. And your chikki was a smash hit here today. We all just gobbled it up. So tell us what has been your experience with True Good, and are you expanding beyond Telangana, Andhra shows? We are not really experienced True Good products in Chennai, I guess. So are you looking at bringing your products to Chennai? And are you looking at expanding the entire portfolio as well?
Yeah. So first of all, thank you to Kurumnath, who has been very persistent to have True Good associated with the Hindu BusinessLine. We are very proud of it. So thank you, BusinessLine. So to tell you a fact, I would stress upon generally the businesses when we start. The businesses are not very easy. That girl is telling about Millet Marvel with sitting with the Starbucks as a neighbor. So I would emphasize about 3 Q factor, which is sort of a quest, quality and quantity. So quest is in terms of you have to have literal quest to see what exactly you would like to do, how you bring that audacious nature into the business. So that's what I strongly believe. When we started True Good, the original company name is M for Millet. So essentially 5 years ago, when the world did not even wake up on the millets, right now in 2023 we're talking about the millet revolution, millet movement. We already woke up in 2018 itself, and the company name itself is M for Millet. So we're very proud in terms of what the millets can do in terms of the overall communities and as well as societies. So the second factor is that the quantity. When unless until there is a demand, there is absolutely no sense of how much ever you promote, it will not go anywhere. So I'll come to your question in terms of Chennai. Very, very fond because my son studies in Chennai, so I'll come there. I'll come to answer your question. So quantity is the real matter. So the demand, we are proud that True Good is right now India's largest millet processing company. So we have processed roughly about 4 million kgs of millets. I think by far that's the largest. And also we, in terms of water conservation, so a lot of people talk about white paper, a lot of theories, but in reality, True Good has contributed towards conserving the water. We contributed around 30 billion liters of water in the last 4 years, and this is on record in terms of how we process the millets. Plus, on an average, we are producing We are producing roughly 2.5 million millet chickpeas per day, which I feel that we're an absolute chocolate of the millets. So though we don't intend to boast ourselves too much with the numbers, because we want to do the quiet work for the next 5 years. It's a long journey. We don't want to find any shortcuts because we are bringing back the revolution, which essentially means it's a long way. So, and we also have 5 factories all across India. So Chennai, still we were not able to crack, because Chennai itself is a very different market to deal with. So we will come there. We'll try to conquer Chennai as well, with the 5 rupee product. So I am happy that he liked that 5 rupee product. The whole concept is about how to bring the nutrition to 5 rupees. So that is what True Good really stands for. In 5 rupee, what miracles and what magic can be done in 5 rupees. So that's exactly how we started. So initially the journey was very, very tough, because in 5 rupee there are big, very massive players like HUL. All the big fours sell these 5 rupee snacks. But how you really go and then get loggerheads with them is something that it's a very hard journey for us. We still stay in the 5 rupee market. In the 5 rupee, we perhaps give almost like a 50% additional nutrition in that 5 rupee market. So we try to stay in that 5 rupee market. Therefore, the India itself is sufficient than looking at West. So we don't want white people to eat our chickies. We want Indians to eat our chickies. That we are very, very proud of it. So we don't want these Western guys coming and then giving us the gyan. The tables have turned. India is giving a gyan to the Western world. So we are definitely very proud. The millet chikki can become a global
packaged foods. But Kiran had a very, very different take on it, and I would like you to explain to me what exactly you mean by, adding value to the entire millet processing chain.
Thank you for inviting me for this session. I go to basics.
Just move the mic.
Yeah, I go to basics. So when the valuation comes right, it should come right from the farm. So when I say value addition, I come from we work in a district where around 50,000 acres of millets are grown. 50,000 acres is under cultivation, under millets. And if you value this, if you go for the primary valuation, I personally prefer, as FPOs, as we promote FPOs should be able to cater to the primary valuation. Like that means there is a gap between the farm gate quality and the industry required quality. So that gap we need to fill. That only FPOs can fill. Otherwise, it's going to be a waste of time for these people. They are bringing only almost 20% of the inert material, stones, pebbles, and with high moisture content that leads to deterioration of the quality of the millets and all. So that's where we need to pitch. The FPOs need to pitch. So if we can cater to that segment, and a very conservative estimate puts that at least 6 crore rupees per annum can be added to the farmer's kitty. Don't you think is an value addition at the farmer's level?
Of course.
So this is the annual addition. So if we can set up at least a primary processing units at the decentralized level, it's going to be perpetual income for the farmers. So that's one part. And the second part, what you asked is like, thank you. So most of the times when you say, since the morning we have been listening, ready to eat foods. So there is another, you mentioned that ready to cook foods also. So millet should go into the regular food system. So see what is the quantity that you can consume as a millet ready to eat food and compare it with ready to cook food. Personally, at least at my home, I consume 3 kilos of millet every month. So can you expect me to consume by eating ready to eat foods? So I think we are, the promotion that is happening now, it needs little rebranding. So it need not be ready to eat. It can be ready to cook And it should go into the food systems.
So become more mainstream.
Yes, exactly.
Become like substitute for rice.
Somebody says, most of the people who consume millets, what they do is they consume millets as a whole, as it is. What I suggest is they mix with the paddy rice. 50% of the paddy and 50% of any millet. It goes very well, and I do every day at home. I consume 3 kilos. If everybody consumes that much of millet, I think farmers should be more happier than anybody else.
Excellent. Ashutosh, let me come to you. And as we were talking about the experience of Reliance Foundation in Madhya Pradesh and what you're working with FPOs there and trying to help them market and brand and add value to what they're doing. So please explain what your experience has been there.
Sure. So see, Reliance Foundation is a not-for-profit organization. We started working on millets in Mandla in Madhya Pradesh somewhere in 2021. And the target really was that it was basically 3 organizations, Reliance, GIZ and NABARD coming together and saying that can we adopt a climate adaptive farming model which is kind of self-sustaining and with having the FPOs as a center. So it's a model where we said that you cannot be going in saying that put in large infrastructures and can do some very intensive trainings to farmers and then make them climate adaptive, and the moment all these institutions exit from the community, the model collapses. And that's why we said, why not promote millets? Because millets is a naturally climate adaptive. None of us are scientists, but what we know is that millets are naturally climate adaptive. So that's why we kind of started looking at this whole thing. But what we realized was that the millets was losing popularity. I mean, if you look at the government figures in Mandla, in 2008-9, 40,000 hectares was under minor millets. That's Kodo and Kutki. Those are the major millets. Kodo millet and little millet. Those are major millets in that region. 2018-19, the figure is kind of 13,000 hectares. So, we have kind of that entire hectare, and this is Government of India data, hectares on small millets has kind of 1/3 in one decade. And what we realized was that millets was seeding ground to paddy and maize. So we started saying that how can we create an economic incentive for farmers to start growing millets? I mean, there's no point going and giving gyan to them saying you should grow millets and this is good for environment. I mean, it's not the farmers only, it's not solely the farmer's responsibility to take care of the environment. So it has to be a collective responsibility. So what we have devised is an integrated model. We said let's work from seed up to plate. Can we do interventions across the chain to improve more income into the hands of the farmers? And we look at one simple statistic. The price of Kodo today in Mandla is somewhere around 30 to 35 rupees a kg. That's the rate at which a farmer sells over there. I once again rechecked on Amazon what is the price of 1 kg packet of Kodo that is getting sold, and that's ranging from 165 rupees kg for a less attractive package to a 230 rupees a kg for a very attractive package, and if it is organic, it goes to 350 rupees a kg. So that's the kind of arbitrage that we're looking at over there. And I mean, if I look at a Kodo, if I buy a Kodo at say 35 rupees a kg, if I process it at 50% recovery, as somebody in the morning was saying, so I mean that my price is 70 rupees a kg post-processing. Maybe I add overheads of 10 to 15 rupees to factory in transport, packaging, all of those things. 15 rupees is again a high thing. I should not be selling at more than 85 to 90 rupees a kg. If I'm selling it at 165 to 200, there's a huge arbitrage in the market, and the farmer is definitely not getting advantage of that arbitrage. So these are all the factors that we started working on. So here's what we have done. So we have tied up with ICRISAT to help our farmers grow, use better quality seeds, also kind of use package of practices. With help from NABARD, our producer company has set up a processing plant, a 300 kg per hour processing plant. It's very recently set up. We are in trial processing now. We have already started discussions with multiple agencies to look at what are the various types of markets that we can address. It's not necessary that we only look at metro markets over there. Even fasting is a very big market. I mean, if you look at Maharashtra and Gujarat, these two states, starting Ganesh Utsav, which is next Tuesday, a large number of people will actually go into fasting and they will be actually consuming little millet. So processed little millet is a huge market for just fasting over there, and it's a completely unbranded market over there. We're also looking at what are the local markets, I mean, generally when we talk about millets, we talk about NCDs, non-communicable diseases, diabetes and all of these things. I was looking at an article some time back and it said there's a Government of India report which says that 47% of deaths in rural India are because of NCDs. So issues that we are talking about, and this was published in Mint, and so essentially what's happening is that issues which are driving the urban markets towards millets, I think those issues are being faced by the rural market also, and I think there's a huge rural market which is completely untapped over there. And then a third is really an idea. It's not something that we have started work on, but the idea is that can millets also be an ingredient in animal nutrition? Why only look at human nutrition? I mean, animal nutrition is a huge market today. There is maize. It is generally maize or soybean centric. But why can't millets actually be an ingredient in that? I mean, it's an idea right now, so I can't really claim saying that we have worked on this success. But I think someone in one of the sessions said that a lot of millets that are exported from India are actually meant for animal nutrition. But that's not happening in India.
So if your pet dog starts eating millets, then you're arrived, right?
Yeah. I don't have a pet dog, but yes, you get the idea.
Right. So Rishika, coming back to you, just two questions. You said that you use only minor millets for your products. That's one. And also, look, your requirement of millets will be quite enormous. So are you working with FPOs and farmers to source directly from them? Or?
So right now, yes, we are only working with minor millets. That might change sometime in the future. We work with IIMR to sort of figure out, where we should be sourcing our millets from, and what partnerships we should be making. And yeah, like you rightfully said, as we are going to be growing, as we do have the capacity to be producing a lot more, we are actively looking for more partnerships in terms of how we can sort of increase our sourcing and how we can sort of also increase our uptake.
So Raju, are you taking your brand to a variety of other products, or are you already in the market with other products?
So I personally believe. We better go vertically deep than expanding too much. Let's say why a Cadbury is a Cadbury and why is it so successful? Because of the very fundamental that it remains as one product. So therefore, while there are many other products that we're intending to introduce, but our core focus remains in terms of producing the crores and multiple billions of chickies. So therefore, we would like to, that is a true revolution. If you look at, how, let's say Bounty chocolate, this is one variant across the globe. Yeah. Why can't an Indian product become like a global product? So I was looking at an article, like pearl millet chicky, which got a lot of nutrition value, and also it's got evidence in terms of proving some nutritive improvements in some specific sections of population. So why can't we just popularize? So the very concept with which True Good was born is that we definitely wanted to be a master of one than jack of all. That instead of introducing about 150 items and then try betting on which clicks and which fails, we bet on only one thing and then we put all eggs in the basket. So we are not afraid of being in the one market. While there are, of course, there are some other products that we launch because for distributor network, it makes sense to have a few other products as well because of economics that for the distributor and logistics. But our core concept remains, how do we make a chicky as the chicky of the world? How do we make chicky the millet chicky? We are the concept creators of millet chicky now. I think, when you see the volume of chickies that we are producing every day, almost about 30 lakh, 40 lakh chickies. And I still feel that we are 1% of the overall volume. So imagine if you build this momentum, then we would like to become the real global innovators in that space. So we would definitely steadfast stay in the same main product category, while there are many other things that we are launching. So as of the next week, we're launching protein-based rusk. Again, it's a sort of a new innovation. The 2 single serving pack, millets, a lot of millets included in that. Ragi rusk is another innovation that we're trying to bring in, though the many competitors available in that space. But we definitely know how do we market that well. So we definitely focus before launching a product. If some of the peers, if you see like every day they launch a new product, we take a lot of time for a product to launch it takes almost a year for us. So we are continuously looking at what to launch and what makes it meaningful and which product actually gets the scale. So that is what we are looking at. We are not like a Me Too brand. Okay, if there is a breakfast cereal, Kellogg's is selling, okay, why can't I sell Kellogg's as well? That is not how we wanted to stay in this space. Yeah.
So you have a sense of how many outlets you're reaching now?
So that's a good question. So we have a network of 35,000 stores across India. About 8 states we are present in. And on the other side, in the institutional side, we have presence in 25,000 schools, plus roughly about 10,000 Anganwadi centers across India. So we are sort of a very atypical D2C brand that most of the jargons right now, you look at the Indian brands, they are very, very typical distributor level, VC hungry game. But we are like a very true hybrid, very inclusive model. On the institutional side, we are selling a lot of products. And the schools, we sell a lot of products. And on the retail side also, we sell a lot of products. So, and as a startup, it's a very rare phenomenon in the world that a startup being profitable is a very, very rare trait.
Yeah.
So we are very proud that we are profitable first. We don't want to lose money at all, just because in the quest of customer acquisition. We're absolutely profitable. We would like to remain profitable, and we want to unlock potential of how happy being profitable. Because as the founder, I'm very happy. I don't care about because I make money. I think that's a fundamental, pressure-free situation for the founders. Otherwise, you always look at the runway. How much is the runway that I have? If I keep investing in the market, if market does not respond, then you are screwed in the middle. Like you would have spent by then you would have already spent so many crores, and you can't go forward, you can't go back. So that's where a lot of people settle down. We don't want to go like that. We definitely want to be profitable from the day one. So, and we are present in 35,000 stores, and we are now eyeing to expand into 300,000 stores. So in India, True Good actually is the largest in terms of selling the chikki. So therefore we are known. Otherwise, if I had started selling many products, we would have become completely unknown. So the Haldirams of the world, to many people who are in the chikki space, we have totally superseded everyone. Almost we are about 10x than any of the big fours right now selling in the chikki space.
Okay, that's amazing strategic thinking, I should say. So Kiran, how many FPOs are you working with, trying to do the upgrade for millets before you consolidate and sell it on?
Currently, we have promoted 5 producer companies in the district, and we have a total membership base of around 2,300 members. And every year we are aggregating around 140 metric tons of millets. At the moment, I need to bring one point here. So, even the small and medium industries people who are setting up processing and value addition industries with a lot of passion, they are facing a lot of issues because there are two things that are hanging on them. One is processing efficiency of the mills, and the other is energy efficiency of the mills. So I think the research system has to come forward and raise up to the occasion, and they have to work a lot. Still, there is a lot of spaces there. And there is a need, and there is opportunities also there for the. If that can be done, so many people will, in the SME sector will also come up in this sector. And as far as FPOs are concerned, we see for a farmer, millet is a part of an ecosystem. It's not just a single crop and sell and grow and sell. So he grows millets as part of a total ecosystem, different crops. So he grows a rainbow of crops, and millets is one among them. So for us as an FPO, if you want to set up a primary processing unit, it should be, egalitarian. I don't think every FPO can set up primary processing unit only for millet, only for pulses, only for cereals. That doesn't work at all. So as a processing unit that can take care of all the primary cleaning, grading, destoning, all these aspects, if that can be done, that research system can develop. I think this is not a big work. In fact, with whatever the rudimentary machines that we have, So we are changing the CUs and we are trying to do whatever the way we want to do. So, but this can be improved a lot, and research system has to grow and raise up to the occasion and take it forward.
So are you looking at helping FPOs to, get into some, say, branded products or further adding value to the
That's a long way. That's a long haul. Okay. So I think, see, at the moment, it's too early for the FPOs to stay very long into the. I think for a farmer, if he stays longer, he gets better price. That's very fair. But only thing is, we also need to look at the possibilities. So I don't want to be a daydreamer, but at least I want to be more practical. And I think at the moment, yes, we want to stay in the primary processing. And if we can give a quality product to the industries, I think they will be more happy to pay a better price. So it's a win-win proposition for both for us as well as for the industry.
So right now, who's buying it off from the FPOs?
Mostly industries people are coming in. Yeah.
Right.
Small and medium industry people are coming.
Okay. So Ashutosh, you were telling me that in Mandla district where you're working, eventually you're planning to look at helping them brand and package and launch their own brand. So where is that journey? Where are you on the journey right now?
Yeah. So see, as I mentioned, right now we are doing our trial processing. So our plant got set up only 2 months back. And the harvest will come in around November, when we'll actually have the harvest of Kodo and Little. I think as rightly I said, we don't want to rush into branding. So that is definitely on the agenda. That's definitely that we would like to do that. But, see, there are multiple challenges. One thing is just to kind of get a package ready is an investment of somewhere around 3 to 3.5 lakhs at the minimum. I'm saying that. I mean, given the cost of printing the cylinders, getting a design, getting your packages printed, at least 25 to 30,000 packages printed. So we are looking at an entity which is not cash rich. It's not something. So I think that's there. The second aspect, of course, is that urban markets, metro markets are highly competitive. When you're looking at millets, one millet brand is not only competing with another millet brand, you're actually competing with all the health foods. You're competing with makhana, you're competing with, say, a jawar, you're competing with, say, a quinoa or all of these things over there. So we would like to kind of understand the market. We'd like to understand where do we go. We'd also like to explore some of these niches which are undertapped over there. So as I mentioned, the local market, I mean, Mandla is a town. I don't think there are too many millet brands targeting even Jabalpur, which is like a sizable town next door. I mean, if you look at most millet brands or health brands, they're looking at a Mumbai, a Delhi, a Chennai, a Bangalore, or a Hyderabad, but nobody's really targeting, say, a Jabalpur or a Bhopal over there. We have kind of partnered with a company in Bhopal, which is kind of doing very small volumes over there. So I think that is also an area we would like to explore. But yeah, I would say it's a work in process. We are kind of still very early at this journey, but that definitely is an agenda.
So the Reliance Foundation, is it still investing, or are you helping them?
So we help them raise funds. Being a not-for-profit, we don't directly kind of invest in any commercial venture. But yeah, I mean, this is a farmers collective. We help them, we had this whole blended finance initiative for them to set up a processing unit with NABARD under their RFPF fund came in with like a 10 lakh rupee investment. There's other investments, we help them raise debt investments through the AIF facility. Then there was a loan subsidy that we helped them raise through a PMFME fund over there. So we're kind of helping those farmer producer companies, helping them with proposals, helping them with linking to the right people, training, building their capabilities over there. Providing consultants, getting in consultants from outside if required over there. So those are a lot of an enabling environment that we create for them.
Right. So Rishika, just the last question to you. So now you launched your brand, you launched outlets, brand name and outlet name the same as Millets Marvels, right? Yeah. So what are the next stage? Are you going to start advertising? That's going to be a high sum game. What is the next part of your strategy?
So, like I said, right now we have a QSRs in 4 locations in the city. We are slowly hoping to grow that also. But in addition to that, what we are trying to do is we currently have a 6-pack millet offerings that we sort of give, sell in a 6-pack. So a millet for every day.
If you eat that, we get a 6-pack immediately?
I would hope so. I would hope so. I'll try and let you know.
Right.
So the 6-pack is for each day of the week. And we also have a couple of batters that are we're currently selling as well. But the next step is to really penetrate the market in terms of ready-to-eat foods, in terms of in a more D2C basis, and really just getting into more mainstream outlets in terms of how we can really touch the Indian consumer. That's the plan over the next couple of years.
Yeah. In fact, that's the point Kiran was also saying, that it has to be mainstreamed for...
if you're on a flight, your options are so limited, right? You have your ready-to-eat upma, you have your ready-to-eat cup noodles. Why can't the base of all of that be millets? That's sort of the direction that we're going to be heading in, and that's sort of the product range that we're going to be developing for somebody that's on the go, somebody that's looking for a healthy meal, but not at the cost of convenience.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, can I throw open the floor to questions? Any questions for the panel? No comments, please. Just straight question. Yes, please. Take the mic, please.
Ma'am, you just said that you are planning to launch the product for the in-flight meal, right? Like to cater to the airline industry. So probably I can help you connect with this one, LSG and Sky Government. I think they are one of the biggest airline caterers in India apart from that. So, once it is over, we can discuss.
Okay, you're striking a business deal here. You got to pay a commission to BusinessLine, okay? Okay, any other questions, please?
Hello. So, it's me, Kuldeep, from ICRISAT. Basically, I am plant breeder. So, I had a couple of questions. So, my first question to Rishika and Raju. So, as you need a raw material as a millet, the millet grain, and your final product needs to some typical kind of grain, so you can improve the taste of your final product or texture. So you have that market intelligence because you are closely working with the consumer. And as a breeder, we want to know, okay, what kind of things you need in that grain. So would you like, you are already doing some kind of collaborative research where you are bringing to table your market intelligence with this plant breeder or plant scientist so they can improve this thing, and you are incentivizing those research. And my next question to Dr. Kiran and Ashutosh, as we are talking here about farmers, so we are talking about we will go for millets and all those things, but what we have seen, I have seen the farmers from Rajasthan, they have shifted from millets to maize because they are not able to sell that millets at the price of MSP. So as Dr. Kiran said, we can have farmer trade organization, as Mr. He said the Kodo millet, which is actually farmers selling at 35 rupees, can have potential, they can sell at around 200 to 300 kgs. So to cut down this middleman, what kind of strategy you would like to adopt? Because NABARD people are also here. So I would like to have your statement or comments on this. Thank you.
Shall I go first? Thanks for asking the right question, scientist from the ICRISAT. I can't recall your name, sorry. See, a few years back, the maize was put, when millets were called as nutri-cereals, the moment the nutri-cereals, maize is also creeps in. So all the earlier, all the benefits that were intended to go for the millets, maize used to capture the millets. So almost 50% of the maize goes to the animal feed. So naturally, when the price for the maize is much higher than the millets. So we are asking the farmers, we are pushing the farmers to go for the millets, but without any. I think this morning we have heard some of the lecture. Ramanjali also pointed out. So what are the kind of support systems we are having at the moment? So it's not just asking the farmer to go for the millets. Why should he be so philanthropic and benevolent when he's also after all he has to live on what he earns. So, let's be more practical on this, and whatever he gets, naturally he grows. So, bajra used to be the main crop in the Rajasthan, and people who are shifting to maize means, so the price is for the maize is much higher than the bajra. And also, so we want to stay, as FPO, we want to stay definitely longer in the value chain, but it needs to be step by step. We can't just skip that 1 or 2 steps and go and fall down. So it's a long haul, and one needs to understand that. And the basic difference, why the price of the final product is much higher is, as I said earlier, the hulling efficiency of the all the minor millets is at the most 50%. So the if the farmer sells 100 kilos of 1 quintal of millet, so at 15 to 16% of the moisture level, by the time we get aggregate to the go down, the value, the weight, we face a weight loss, almost 4 to 6 kilos. Then on the top of it, a lot of impurities. So all these things, if you deduct them, it's around only 78 to 80 kilos of the final produce. That has to go for the hulling. So when it goes to hulling, the minimum hulling loss is 24% and maximum is 36%. So all these factors, they add to the cost. So of course, definitely, middlemen will make more money, because that's where they put a lot of money, they'll make money. Whoever takes the risk, they take more money. That we need to be very practical in that approach. So I'm not saying that FPOs will never go, but there is a possibility, but it takes longer time. But the kind of support system for FPOs is also very minimal. We can't expect everything under the sun to be taken up by the FPOs.
Right.
Thank you.
Rishika?
Just in terms of the kind of partnerships that we do have, one of the most strongest pillars of our company is our partnership with IIMR. They are the food scientists that have sort of supported everything that we've been doing, and we're informed by them on what the trends are, like what the latest variety of crops look like, all of that. So while we are on the marketing side, while we are pushing our product to the customers, they are the ones that really inform us in terms of how to really develop the product.
Okay. Are there any more questions, please?
Sir. Myself, Rajesh Yadav, from NABARD, and presently faculty member in the BARD Lucknow. The question is, sir, whether single value chain of the millet is viable, or there is a requirement of the multiple value chain for the sustainability of the millet value chain. Whether the other value chain actor within the cluster of the FPO can become a carrier for the millet value chain. For example, we have experimented in one of the farmer producers organization during 2015 to 2022. We have converted 4 value chain. One is paddy, second is maize, third is oilseed, and fourth is poultry value chain. And the farmers' dependency on the market, we are able to reduce up to 35%. And all the 65% of the market is surplus we are able to sell within the cluster. One interesting fact is that in the millet agriculture value chain, about 64.75% of the input cost can be aggregated at FPO level. So that can reduce about 10 to 11% of the input cost. So there is one economic rent in terms of the gross margin available and upstream value chain of the millet. Second is, sir, suppose that there is a paddy value chain, one is the oil value chain, and the secondary processing of the oil seed. We can enhance the per millet value chain from 1800 rupees to 200. Just like, sir, you are saying it is equivalent to the cost of the maize. Similar way. And this reduce about 200 quintal rupees.
Keep the question brief, please.
Sir, we are only adding how the millet value chain can be sustained through convergence of the multiple value chain. That's all. Thank you.
Can I take that?
Yeah, Ashutosh, take it.
Yeah, I think we're mixing things over here. I'll be honest about this. See, yes, a farmer has her fingers in multiple pies. No farmer grows only one crop over there. So if you're kind of working for the benefit of farmer, you're actually trying to give benefits on multiple kind of crops for him and also non-farm over there. And that is something that we do over there. I don't think there's a direct linkage between one or two value chains over there. It's not like if you are kind of also doing maize processing and millets processing, then maize processing is going to subsidize your cost on millets over there. That doesn't happen because each value chain has its own economics. Each crop value chain has its own buyers over there. And honestly, it's not always that you get very high margins. I mean, agriculture business is not a very high margin business over there. So it's not really very realistic to say that just, it is natural for us to look at multiple interventions converged onto a single farmer and a single farming community because that's naturally how their economics are kind of worked out over there. But there's no point in saying that because we are doing this convergence, it's not to subsidize, cross-subsidize each other over there. I hope I've answered your question.
Yeah. Can I have a last word on this? So, see, when you compare the millet value chain with the rice value chain, see, almost 11% of the bran that goes for the rice bran oil. So the processor will get the price there, and they'll get income. But when it comes to millets, there's not much work has been done so far on this, removing the oil from the bran. That's still a lot more work has to be done. So if that is a value addition for the industry, naturally the price will also definitely will come down. That's what I feel. Thank you.
Right. Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, sir, I have one last question. Just excuse me. Yeah, my name is Rajshekhar. I work at a college. I'm a professor. I have a very simple question. How is millet industry recruiting people? What kind of skills you require for an MBA graduate? And where do you go for recruitment? Because this is such a niche industry, and I want you to just throw some light so that my students can, pick up some pieces and get into this business.
Yeah, Raju.
Thank you so much.
We are very, very aggressively hiring exclusively the resources who have got knowledge in the millet processing as well as someone was telling about primary, secondary and tertiary. The processing, I don't know much of the details. We know only how to sell. So therefore, when you sell it, there is always economy and then there is a backward integration and a lot of jobs that come in place. We keep hiring on the quality side, on the technology side. Essentially, technology means in terms of the machinery and all of that. You don't need to be mechanical in that stuff, but on the technology side, we're hiring, and plus R&D. There are tremendous opportunities all across the board for R&D because...
Yes.
We are running late, so we'll take further questions.
We're close now for questions. I think we're really running out of time. You can talk to him later off stage. Yeah. Thank you.
Right. Thank you to our panelists and our moderator for the insightful discussion on value addition and branding millets. I now request our moderator, Mr. Vinay Kamath, to hand over a memento from BusinessLine to each of our speakers. I would also like to invite Mr. Monamoy Mukherjee, Chief General Manager, Corporate Communications Department, NABARD, to hand over a memento from NABARD. So throughout the day, all our speakers are also being given a gift box from True Good. So can we also put our hands together for True Good, everyone? Thank you all. Finally, we conclude this enriching event with a valedictory session. We are privileged to have Dr. C. Tara Satyavati, Director of the Indian Institute of Millets Research, with us. Please join me in welcoming Dr. C. Tara Satyavati with a round of applause. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, I think this is working. Okay, a very good evening to you all. First of all, I would like to congratulate NABARD and Hindu Business Online for having this Millet Conclave 2023 in association with APIDA and True Good. So as I see the schedule, it has all illustrious personalities who are well-versed with business and are venturing into millets and experimenting with millets. And I see there are sessions on millets for food security, how to improve millets yield, then how to or increasing millet exports, then a 5-set chart with big eminent personalities, Dr. Devraj and Dr. Krishna Ella, and now another session on value addition and branding millets. So now is the concluding session. And as I see from this schedule, you people are already enlightened and full of millets. I think you're being fed with millets also during your lunch and snacks. So now, to wrap up what has been said and what is to be done and what is the future. I think from morning you have understood well about millets. But there are certain facts about millets which we need to think about. Millets have not come from any far planet. They are our own superfoods. But only thing is we forgot to understand them. So the efforts of Government of India and others have come to the front stage and also in the center stage in the world. And all of you are part of that efforts and are successfully bringing back millets to their glory. And here I would not hesitate to say and appreciate the efforts our Honorable Prime Minister of India has taken in rebranding them as Shri Ann because of their superior nutritive values they possess. Just 2 days before, we had with us at IIMR Professor Dr. Ramesh Chand, who is member of Niti Aayog, and on whose ideas and recommendations many policies related to agriculture are in place. So he has put one interesting point. If you see the kind of revolutions we see in India post-independence, or if we talk of green revolution, these revolutions have been brought in from outside the country, like rice and wheat, the different genotypes and the genes which were used in breeding and coming up with high-yielding varieties, these were brought into our country. So, probably because of our nature, we have been nurtured and groomed by our rulers before we got independence, we are in this mood of appreciating and thinking that whatever they tell us and whatever they do, it is good, and we are trying to imitate because of our mental status or our thought processes or other factors. Now, if you see, millets are not coming from outside. They are within our country. They are indigenous, our own crops. Now, so there is no impetus coming from outside the country to praise these millets. We are creating our own brands of millets. So if you try to look into elsewhere outside the country, you may not get information about these millets. We are generating our own wealth, and we are generating our own information, and we are creating our own brand. So that way I appreciate all of you who are contributing to create our own brand of India and millets. Kudos to you all. Now, because of this International Year of Millets, because of the awareness created by these, and people are becoming more and more health conscious, maybe because of the lifestyle diseases or many other things, millets are there in the people's mind that these are good for health, and all of a sudden there is an increase in demand for these millets. Now, if you see from 1950s to till date, there is a gradual decline in the area under cultivation for millets. But there is an increase in the productivity of millets. That is why we are able to meet the production demands for millets. But with this sudden increase in demand for millets, there is a big increase in demand for production in millets. In that case, we also need to see how we can encourage the farmers to take up cultivation of these millets. Now, just now we heard in the previous session that the farmers are not getting good price. Their middlemen are making up good money. Yes, definitely, wherever there is market, there is commodity, there is price. There are many stakeholders and many people who come into picture, and they see their own profits and losses, and that's how the business goes. But if we have to continue this momentum of millets and see the growth of millet market and millet economy, we also need to consider the primary stakeholder, that is the farmer. And we should see that maybe the millet farmer may be given some incentive for cultivating these millets, or there are certain school of thoughts where people say that we need to convert the reduction in the environment losses, like the greenhouse gas emissions are less in millets, the carbon credits are good, means the carbon footprints are less, the water footprints are less, the inputs used are less. So if we can convert these factors into money, then use that and support the farmers who are cultivating millets. They would come forward. We should not just see that we will be able to fill our pockets and see that the market is full of millet products. Without the support of the basic farmer, we will not be able to reach this target. So this is our collective responsibility, that we should see that our major primary stakeholder, the farmer, he should also be benefited. Like we have collective wisdom, collective efforts to promote our business, I think some of you also should take initiative to support those farmers from where you are collecting your raw material. See, maybe through your contract farming or through other approaches, if you would be able to give him some more benefit, he will definitely would come forward. Number two, there are many products, many things coming in millets in the market. Unless and until the millets are included in your staple diet, Suppose if some people is preparing a cookie or a chakli or something, we are not going to eat daily cookies or chaklis. We have to see how we can bring these millets into our staple diet. I don't say that you forget rice or wheat. No. I never say that, or we never say that. And if you go by the recommendations of National Institute of Nutrition, as per their recommendation, they say if we are taking 270 grams of carbohydrates per day, 1/3 of your carbohydrates you please replace with millets. That is what we say. We don't recommend that you totally take out rice or wheat. No way. We cannot play with the taste of the people because we all are used to, by our brought up or by our culture or by our place and position, we get used to some different kinds of taste, and we want that the same taste should be continued. And now the taste is again a local element, local factor. What I prepare here in Hyderabad may not be suited to the person in Delhi. We need to understand those tastes and come out with those products which would be local specific. But then if you want to go on a large scale production, that is not feasible. So that is how you come with some variations and variants and versions. That I also we understand. Recently, when we looked into the market, there are many products which are coming from small millets. Many of these entrepreneurs or the startups, they are not venturing with pearl millet, few with sorghum, and more with other small millets. And if you see from the area perspective in the country, we have about 13.5 to 13.9 million hectares. Of these, 7.5 million hectares is for bajra or pearl millet. Now, other 4 million hectares is by sorghum. So 7.5 and 4, 11.5. So remaining 2 million hectares is only small millets. If all of you pounce upon only 2 million hectares, what will happen to the remaining 11.5 million hectares? Why are you ignoring those? Definitely there are some challenges, but you should involve and invest in the R&D, how to come up with those, come out of those challenges. There is a big market, 11.5 million hectare produce is waiting for you. Please think about that. And I'm really happy to say, I'm not undermining any one of you, but I'm telling you about the possible scope for you to invest and come up in the market. Only one product recently we have seen, that is Nestle's masala millet mix, which was based on pearl millet. Remaining other things, most of the products are on small millets. Please focus on jawar and also bajra. There's a big scope. And then, if we really want to include these millets in the staple diets of public, in South, we have come up with versions of coarse granules of the millets like suji, rava, flour, and all the stuff. And if you want to tap the North Indian market, please see how you can make inroads into their roti or chapatis. And the main problem why these big, large millets or the major millets are not taken in these areas is the difficulty in making the roti. Now, if you see in every household, both husband and wife are working, and everyone is busy in their own hectic schedules. So everyone is looking for convenience and ease of cooking. So try to venture into those areas where you can come up with maybe easy, ready to cook rotis or ready to cook chapatis. Daily everyone will eat rotis. So please try and explore in that area. That is a big market again. And when you talk of value chains, each and every millet along with its products, interventions are different value chains. Each product is a value chain. So, like someone said in the previous session that FPOs just cannot be restricting to one product. yes, I do agree with his statement. If you are having the FPO who is dealing with vegetables, add millets, try to come up with your own versions of vegetables and millets. Just don't focus and waste your energies on only cookies or laddus or chaklis. Please don't waste your energies. Because the consumer, they would love to have different tastes. Then also try to think from that perspective, expand your product profiles and product range, and use this present momentum. And there is one point raised by in different group, probably not here, that they were telling that we should waive off the GST charges and all. If there is a sizable market and if you all put together, maybe government will hear too. And wherever we get the opportunity to say that, we will also be proposing that. But unless and until the size of the market is not a sizable amount, maybe these requests may not be heard. So this is another point. And there are many people who want to come and work in millets and they are trying to experiment. Just now, True Good people have said that they are hungry for people who want to work. Yes, there are opportunities, but right kind of grooming, right kind of mentoring, and right kind of placement of your product and giving the facts of your products to the consumer will give you and keep you sustainable and give you the right place in the market. And as a scientific person, as an RMP dealing with millets, and recently you all must be aware that our institute, Indian Institute of Millet Research, has been elevated to the status of Global Center of Excellence for R&D in millets. So our focus is just not trying to help our own Indian nation. We are also looking into the requirements of the countries who are coming from outside, who wanted to do business in millets, and trying to replicate what we are doing in India. Now, there was a question from someone at ICRISAT, a plant breeder, who's asking that what kind of product you want, how the plant breeders will be able to do that, and all that stuff. Yes, we are trying to understand the market and the needs of the market. Suppose if someone is interested in coming up with semolina or maybe some rava or some flour or some pastas or something. So what is the kind of the variety? What are the qualities that variety should have? We are taking up research in that direction, and we are also coming up with the product-specific varieties. Not only this, because of the changing climate and other requirements, millets fit into the more sustainable climate resilient grains. So, as responsible citizens, as responsible persons who are living on this globe, we should see that we should protect our environment, and we should also look into the future for our children. In that way, millets also again have a say, and they stand the test of time. So with these things, I thank the Hindu BusinessLine and NABARD for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tara.
Thank you, ma'am. I think you had given us some views on some of the questions that were posed here, and also certain issues. Though you were not there, I think you have been well informed. So thank you very much. It's been a wonderful presentation.
I now request Ms. Richa to kindly come on stage and present a memento to Dr. Tara. Can we please put our hands together for Dr. Tara, everyone? I would also like to invite Mr. Monamoy Mukherjee on stage to kindly present a memento to Dr. Tara on behalf of NABARD. Thank you all. So ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of NABARD and BusinessLine presents Millet Conclave 2023 in association with APIDA and True Good. We hope you had an inspiring and informative day. Thank you all for your presence and participation. Let us give a big round of applause to our speakers and contributors. Finally, I would now like to invite Mr. Vinay Kamath, Senior Associate Editor, The Hindu BusinessLine, to deliver the vote of thanks.
So thank you all for attending a stimulating deep dive of all things millets today. We started with the NABARD chairman, Mr. Shaji KV, who gave us a broad overview of the state of millets, cultivation yields in India. And then we had virtual addresses by Himanshu Patak, DG YCAR, and the APIDA chairman, Abhishek Dev. And we had a bunch of great sessions on improving millet yields and exports, on the health and nutrition aspects of millets, and also on the branding of millets. And of course, a very engaging session with Dr. Krishna Ella. So I would like to thank Mr. Shaji KV, Chairman of NABARD, for having come and addressed us here today, and also to Mr. Himanshu Patak and of DGYCAR and the APIDA Chairman, Mr. Abhishek Dev, to have addressed us virtually from Delhi. And of course, a special thanks to Dr. Krishna Ella, who was the rock star of this afternoon. A special thanks to NABARD for sponsoring this event and enabling this to happen here in Hyderabad for a lot of engaging discussions. And also to our associate partners, APIDA and True Good, and our TV partner, NewsX. And also a big thanks to all our esteemed panelists who shared their deep knowledge and their time with all of us today, and shared all their experiences on all things millet. A big thanks and a big shout out to the BusinessLine editorial team for reporting this event very comprehensively. Then thanks, of course, to the Hindu events team and the ad sales team who actually worked hard to enable this event. Thanks, guys. And also to the Hindu circulation team, and also, of course, to all of you, the audience who graced this event. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you again, one and all. Happy weekend. This is your host, MC Diksha Nawani, signing off. Thank you.